Okay, thank you very much for the incredible generosity. Let me, is there a dump truck mod as well? The bouncing breast mod does increase the, why am I saying this shit? It does increase the hip width, so don't worry about that. The bouncing, yeah, the BBM, we'll just say that. All right. It's time to catch up on the Doom novel. I'm just gonna I'll let the tracker go for a while I read, and it'll end where it ends. Okay. Now, to catch up where we left off in the Doom novel. All right. So I actually kind of don't remember the end of this chapter because I was really out of it last time I was reading this. So so basically where we're at in the story. Geez. All right. So Doom Guy battles through a Mars base during a demon invasion. He finds Arlene, who is the coolest girl in the entire world. But they're not dating, and Doom Guy is totally okay with that. Flynn, Fly, Taggart, totally fine with that. It's totally normal. They beat the demons, but then they're stuck on Mars. Or no, wait. They teleported to a moon of Mars, but then the moon teleported over Earth. So they beat all the demons on this moon that had teleported over Earth now. But they were dying because they were running out of oxygen. They built a rocket ship out of scraps, flew it to Earth, crashed in Utah, wandered into a militarized Mormon commune, where they basically caused the U.S. military, who is now working with the demons, to attack the Mormons. So they basically caused this compound to get raided by humans who are traitors with demons. So that's a whoopsie. And now Doom Guy, Arlene, a Mormon sniper who's a real gentleman, and it seems to be maybe a little love triangle going on with Arlene, and a 14-year-old hacker have all teamed up. The 14-year-old hacker just walked into the book, by the way. The Mormon Pope was like, "You have to take this hacker with you," and she wanders out. I guess she's a hacker because she knows how to use a MacBook. Anyway, so now they're going to go try to disable the demon shields so that the Mormons can go in and blow up the demons. There was a skeleton. They were fighting a skeleton. That's the last thing let's see here. That's right. They were going through tunnels. They were trying to get out of the Mormon base through a secret tunnel. And I think they ran into a skeleton. Yeah, they got sent on a mission. I'll read the last couple of paragraphs because there's some action going on here. I think also, let's see here. Jill was driving. Jill is the hacker, and I can't remember the name of the sniper, Eugene or something like that. I'm sure we'll find it out eventually. Let's see here. So they were driving. Jill ran into a car, I guess. From here, it was impossible to tell whether it had been parked or was tooling down the road with Satan himself at the wheel. So there was some sort of demon chase sequence going on. This is still only the second book, short and spicy. At the moment, I didn't care about anything except dismantling that freaking skeleton. So there's a skeleton. Back on my feet, duck gun in hand, I shouted loud enough for Jill to hear. "Keep steady and keep going." I was afraid that if she came to a sudden stop, it would be an advantage for Mr. Bones. I needed my opening. Then the dumb monster gave it to me. He put Arlene down so he could slug her. I let him place her out of the line of fire, and the minute she was down, I got in close to the thing and introduced its mouth to both barrels. So I guess there was a skelly on their car. They were on Mr. Bones' wild ride. The mouth opened just like a human one. I made sure it would never close again. I blew its head clean off. This slowed it down. Unfortunately, decapitation was not the last word with this guy. He'd spent so much time throwing us around like preteen sparring partners. Ew. I hadn't even noticed the pair of rocket launchers strapped to its back. Okay, so they're fighting a revenant. Got it. Until now. In its death throes, Bones bent forward like a hinge and fired a rocket from each tube. Its head was pointing towards the front, and that's where the rockets went. The thing splintering into constituent bones. But Arlene was up from the floor in time to scream, "Jill!" I was already out the trailer door and scuttling along the running board before the echo died away. So are they like... I guess they're on like a trailer? I don't remember that. Yeah, Mega Crab, we are playing New Vegas, but I'm in the middle of a lore break. People have thrown so many subs that I have some chapters of the Doom novel, Part 2, Hell on Earth, to read. It's a hell of a ride. Luckily, with New Vegas, we also just activated the Bouncing Natural Breasts mod, which adds giant wobbly titties to most ladies in the wasteland, so that's very exciting. All right, chapter 17. We have caught up to today. The rockets blew through the front of the trailer and the back of the cab, passing on either side of a white-faced Jill while she was driving. Either side. By some miracle worthy of every holy book ever written, both rockets missed her. "Jesus and Mary," I shouted. I slid through the hole where the cab wall used to be and sat down next to Jill. She was as white as cotton, shaking like an AK on full auto, gripping the wheel so hard I half expected her to leave indentations. First rule of talking to the driver when the driver is in shock. "What?" "It missed you, Jill. You're all right." She nodded very slowly, but didn't speak. I tried another tack. "Would you like a break from driving?" She nodded again. "Well, why don't you pull over, there?" I said, pointing to a tree-lined side street. There was nothing around here. We could pull over the plug. Wait. There was nothing around here. We could pull the plug on the teleporter trailer. There's a teleporter trailer? How do I not remember any of this? Sometimes this book, the first book did just like skip a few pages, I'm sure. Because the characters just started doing other things. So, I don't remember them pulling a teleporter and a truck. Yeah, also Doom Guy was considering Mormonism. That's very true. They went... I'm just trying to remember. What the heck? Oh, whatever. Okay. They have a teleporter truck, I guess. I'm a little out of it. It's fine. I would understand just as much if I had followed all the plot points, I think. Alright. Jill pulled over. There you go. Would you stay up here on watch while I return to the others?" I asked. She finally spoke. "Yes, I will. Fly." I patted her on the shoulder, glad she'd addressed me that way. I suspected she would be driving more conservatively after this. I decided not to ask her about the car. As Jill parked and sobbed, I crawled back into the trailer. "Our new convenient modern cab," I said. "Lots of ventilation makes it easier than ever to move back and forth." My attempt at gallows humor fell on Adder's ears. "Fly," said Arlene, voice shaking. "Maybe we should acquire another vehicle." "Why?" I asked. She stared at me dumbfounded. "Let's take a closer look at our new critter," I continued. Oh, Eve. Thank you for the sub. On first contact, it appeared to have no skin at all, but close examination showed a thin layer of almost transparent epidermis. Close up, it looked like a man in the terminal stages of starvation. "I'd hoped we wouldn't see anything like this," said Arlene. Albert started to get the drift and asked, "Oh, it's Albert. That's the folksy Mormon sniper. You never saw one like this in space?" "No," I answered. But we saw a place where they manufactured creatures on an assembly line." "And living blocks of flesh," said Arlene. "I'm certain it was human flesh. Experiments creating human flesh." "The evils of science," said Albert. Oh, God. I saw Arlene tense up, but this time it was my turn.
There's no putting that genie back in the bottle, my friend. We master everything the universe offers, or we're wiped out. Another failed experiment. No happy medium or ignorant bliss.
He held up his gun. Maybe you're right, he said. This weapon would be black magic to Joseph Smith. Oh my god. Should I pick on the engineers instead of the... I should pick on the engineers instead of the scientists. Some scientists say that things we can do, we must never do. Such as? Asked Arlene. Godless genetic manipulation, he answered. That's what we're fighting, isn't it? Scientists who talk that way are the worst traitors to the human race, said Arlene. I don't really mind religious people being afraid of new discoveries, she said. But scientists are supposed to know better. This enemy's greatest power is biology. They've turned it into a super weapon. If that means we have to learn to use it ourselves, then we have to. Otherwise, we're disarmed. You turn us into monsters like that? Asked Albert, pointing to the dead one. Or our children? He added. No, of course not, she said. But why should you object to genetically engineering angels? Because they already exist and will help us in our hour of need. God damn it.
Mexican standoff, I said. This head cutting is officially declared a tie. Now, shall we return to the matter at hand?
This book is getting deep. Lucas, thank you for the prime. Well, Fly, purred Arlene. Whose turn is it to name this sucker?
I'm sure it's yours,
I lied. She must have already decided, because right away she said, That's easy. A Boney. Captain Poddock, thank you very much for the sub. The subs are still going. Oh my gosh, you guys, thank you. It's called a Boney, by the way. It's not a Revenant. It's officially a Boney. That's real lore.
Brilliant,
I said.
Don't you think so?
I asked Albert. Albert, oh wait. Okay. I guess, he said. I guess we should be able to tell them apart.
Albert, would you mind checking on Jill?
I asked. He was happy to get out of there. As Arlene and I started decoupling the trailer, I whispered in her ear.
So, what do you think?
I think they're getting closer to copying our real human form. Even the stupid clothes are a dangerous advance. The goal of the aliens is probably to create false humans. If they succeed, they can infiltrate the areas not under alien control, like Salt Lake City.
We can expect better frauds as time passes, I said. Now let's get to the next town along the railroad line, hop a train, and continue to L.A.
Oh, cool. They're going to Los Angeles. I'm sure this book will have lots of wonderful and very true things to say about L.A. Albert and Jill were glad to hear the new plan. While Arlene and I were busy worrying each other, Albert had helped calm Jill down to the point where she insisted on doing whatever driving remained. Fortunately, it was a sleeper cab for partnered driving. We squeezed in, Arlene and Albert in the back, me up front with Jill, and set off down the road. We passed a score of alien patrols, but the truck must have had the mark of the beast on the grill, for none of them threw us a second glance. The next town along the line was Buckeye. We ditched the truck cab, then waited for night. We found an alley and enjoyed the busy sounds of nightlife in this modern world. Troop trucks every few minutes, the trampling of little zombie feet, screams of pain, howled orders from hell princes, and the occasional earth-shaking tread of steam demons. Even more soothing to our shattered nerves were mechanical sounds that reminded me of the Spider Mind, evidently a smaller model. I wondered if this one got better mileage.
Have you noticed an odd thing? Whispered Arlene. You mean besides everything? I replied.
The aliens generally seem to know when humans are around, she said. I hadn't thought about that before, but the fact supported her.
How?
Remember that lemony smell of theirs, right? She continued her line of argument. What if we smell as bad to them? They might detect us by the odor we give off. Ooh, Barrel Goose. Thanks for gifting a sub.
Maybe they deliberately give the reworked zombies that odor so they can tell them apart from living humans.
Oh, wait, that's her quote. Never mind. Okay, so she said that.
You know, AS, if the aliens start manufacturing infiltrators, they sure as hell can't smell like zombies. That would be a dead giveaway.
My heart bled for the technical difficulties faced by the alien Imagineers. Okay. The importance of having Arlene and yours truly on this mission was the background we brought with us. Remembering how we had turned the monsters against each other upstairs, I figured we could try it again when the time came. In fact, it should be even easier to turn the monsters against the new infiltrators. They wouldn't smell wrong enough. Meanwhile, there was the little matter of our immediate survival and carrying on to LA, and that meant hopping a freight as soon as possible.
I have another plan,
I told my loyal troops. I hoped it would sound as good to... Wait. I hoped it would sound as good to me as I was about to make it sound to them. Oh, Marazar, thanks for gifting a sub. We waited for another truck to go by before settling down to the conference. It was easy to size up the strengths and weaknesses of our little foursome. Ew. Jill was brainy but callow. Albert was forthright, strong, reliable, stalwart, and no dummy. But he had yet to show the special kind of intelligence and instincts needed for command. Another reason for the president of the 12 not to press about who would command this mission. Oh, you got that job you're talking about last week? Hey, congratulations. Glad to hear it. And Fish Time, thank you for the prime. I can't believe the subs are still going. I think they're about to catch up, though. The reason for me to be in charge was that I wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice all our lives if I thought it would make a difference in winning a crucial battle in this war. Arlene could make the same decision, but she'd hesitate, where I wouldn't. In a strange way, I was the safest of the adults to befriend the teenager because no friendship or emotional ties would cloud my military judgment. Well, with all that Arlene and I had faced up to that point, I counted myself fortunate that we had survived. I was also glad that I hadn't needed to be a perfect bastard. Yet. Yeah. Fly is proud of the fact that he would throw a teenager into a demonic thresher for the sake of the mission. He's seriously patting himself on the back for that. Like just sitting there thinking about how cool he is. Yeah, yet, right? I'm gonna use this opportunity to roll over my counters here. Thank you all so much. I really can't say it enough. Thank you all very, very much. You guys have put so much time on the clock. I love it. Every time I do one of these, I'm like, I'm just gonna end it like 9 o'clock and no one's gonna care. Okay. There we go. 8 more hours. You guys rock. There we go. Oh, it's even updating too. Book is such a treat, right? You're leaning pro demon? Yeah, there aren't a whole lot of redemptive characters so far. We're supposed to be rooting for Fly, I guess. We always care, brah? Well, thank you. Thank you, 458. 548, I didn't even say it right. The truck passed, and they waited to hear the plan.
You all know that we must infiltrate the train station and stow away on an outgoing train. The risk will increase once we do this. Let me point out that until we reach the enemy computers, Jill is the only one not expendable. After she retrieves the data, everyone is expendable, so long as one of us survives to get it through to the War Technology Center. Get it out to Hawaii. They'll find you.
Yes, said Arlene calmly. Albert nodded. Jill stared wide-eyed as my words registered.
I continued. I noticed a number of abandoned grocery stores as we were working our way in. I don't know if zombies still eat human food, but I doubt it. And I'm certain the monsters don't.
Maybe the aliens can't digest what we eat, said Albert.
Well, mused Arlene, they can eat us,
and we are what we eat. She was being her usual grisly self, but I was the only one who smiled.
Whatever, I said. So here's the plan. Albert, you buzz one of these stores and collect all the rotting lemons you can.
No, we're on Earth now, Chaimfra. Infinite Zero, thank you for the resub. Still working, sadly, but I got you on my other monitor, making my working time less miserable. Hey, I love it. That's what I'm here for. If I can make your work day, or just your day in general, smooth by, that is the service I provide. So thank you. Thank you for making me your work buddy. Okay. I get it, he said. That'll smell like those zombies we gunned down. Like all zombies, said Arlene. And confused they are sniffers. He finished his thought. Arlene, would you come with me? He paused, as if surprised at what he said. He looked at me, remembering our informal chain of command. Is it all right if she comes with me? He asked. I mean, if it's okay with her. He stared at her a little sheepishly. I was going to assign you one of us, I said. So long as there are 4 of us, it's crazy for one to go off alone. We'll always pair off when we have to separate. I'd like to go with Albert then, said Arlene in an even tone of voice, betraying nothing. Infinite Zero, thanks for gifting 5 subs. Oh, man.
Fine, I said. Jill and I will wait here until you return. We'll assume you've run into trouble if you're not back by 2200.
Among items I was grateful for, we still had functional watches. Who gave a damn what day of the week or month it was any longer? The importance of a wristwatch was to coordinate activity. Oh, Chell says hello. Hello, Chell. He's going to bone down with the redneck, calling it now. She can't take that Mormon dick. She's an atheist. Unless she converts to Mormonism. They're all going to convert to Mormonism to fight the demons. It's going to be like when they had that gangbang in It, except instead of gangbanging, they're all going to convert to Christianity to fight the demons. Jill and I watched as A and A, checked their weapons. Arlene and Albert, okay. Jill and I watched as A and A checked their weapons and moved out. They ran across the open space, Arlene first, Albert bringing up the rear, and then I could breathe again. When do we move out? Asked Jill.
In a moment. We're still safe here.
The word safe triggered something in her. I had thought about it until what you said, but I don't like being more critical to the mission. Critical. It feels weird.
Don't worry, I said. After you've done your hacker bit, you have permission to die with the rest of us.
I tried for a light tone of voice, but the word sounded wrong. I'm not afraid to die, she said.
I know you're not. You did great in the truck the way you kept driving. I'm proud of you.
Her whole body relaxed when I told her that. Oh no. I figured she could handle some more of my deep thoughts. Arlene and I had been through so much together that there were things I could say easier to the new recruit.
Cowardice is usually not the problem in war, Jill. Most people have more guts than they realize. Most can be trained to do all right.
What's the problem then? She asked through slitted eyes. I looked up and down the alley. We were still alone, and it was a pleasure to hear the sounds of demonic industry muffled and distant. The danger was at arm's length, a good place to keep it as long as possible.
In a way, we're lucky to be fighting monsters.
Lucky? She half shouted.
Keep your voice down.
Sorry.
Fighting monsters makes it easy. Up to now, all the wars on Earth have been between human beings. That's much harder.
Her face scrunched up as she pondered what I said. It was like watching thoughts march across her face. I could never hate human beings the way I hate demons, she said.
You're lucky to feel that way,
I said. Honest, fighting monsters make it easier, she threw at me. They're harder to kill than people.
We don't take any prisoners, I said. We don't have to worry about any of that. And if we did take one, we don't have to decide whether we should torture him. Hell, we don't even know if they have a nervous system like ours.
Torture? She asked, wide-eyed again. Then she thought about it. I could torture them.
To get information? I asked.
To pay them back for what they've done.
Could you torture humans if they'd done the same things?
I don't know, she said. What kind of torture? Looking at her, I remembered an officer who briefly passed through Paris Island as my class officer before moving on to intelligence, maybe even the CIA, who knows. He took a whole slate of medical courses, though he had no interest in being a doctor. He had a weak, limp handshake. He probably couldn't fight his way out of a revolving door. He scared the living crap out of me. I figured I'd given a 14-year-old enough to chew on for one day. Wait, sorry. Wait. He's scared? No, that's it. He probably couldn't fight his way out of a revolving door. He scared the living crap out of me. I figured I'd given a 14-year-old enough to chew on for one day. So he just thought of some random dude and was like, oh, that's enough. What? Any kind. In response to the what kind of torture, he says, any kind. I didn't elaborate. I think I could torture any humans who join the aliens. She said, then you're home free. I said, I don't think the enemy is doing any recruiting except for zombies. She brightened. And we know what to do with them, don't we, Fly? We sure do. I tried one of my playful punches on the kid's arm like I did with Arlene. She pulled away at first, then sort of apologetically punched back. She gave off all the signs of having been abused once. By human beings, probably. Human beings always confuse the issue. Now it was time for us to hurry up and wait. Oh my god. Dude, yeah. Dude is the right answer. Or the right response. That's chapter... Okay, that was one chapter. We got 4 more to go. Chapter 18. And I think this is switching perspective. Yeah, it's a very deep scene. Written by a very empathetic author who understands how people react to real abuse. This could go somewhere. Let's see here. When was this book published? I'm curious if this book was published after The Professional came out. 95. When did The Professional come out? Because I'm wondering. '94. Although I don't know if the author of this book would take in a movie like that as soon as it's coming out. Anyway, chapter 18. We got a switch in perspective here. I kind of felt bad leaving Fly and the kid to go traipsing off with this geek. The first time I saw Albert, I thought he was a trog. Maybe it was the way he held his weapon against the head of the other... Wait. Maybe it was because of the way he held his weapon against the head of the only other man in my life, besides Wilhelm Dodd, who's ever really worth a damn. Who's ever been really worth a damn. There we go. Now we get to find out how Arlene really feels about Fly. Flynn Taggart, Corporal, United States Monkey Corps. As I joined this Mormon beefcake on the grocery store expedition, I found myself sneaking glances at his profile and finding strength where I'd first suspected weakness. I have always loved strong men. That's how I remember my father. Fuck. I was kind of excited for this writer to write from the perspective of a woman. And it's not. It's really not disappointing. He died when I was only 10, so I may not remember him with complete objectivity, but that's the way I want to think of him. I grew up defending his memory against my brother, who acted like a snot and said Dad deserted us. I hadn't thought about my family since the invasion began, except when Fly got me going on my brother and the Mormon church. I'd be glad to keep it out of my mind and off my tongue, except that Albert asked me, "You don't like Mormons much, do you?" You're in an alley outside a likely grocery store taking a breather. Zombies were unloading bread from a bread truck, an 18-wheeler. Bet the boxes didn't contain bread, and I wasn't sure I wanted to know what was really in them. I have a problem with all institutional churches, I said. It's nothing personal. Of course, it was personal, and I'm not a very good liar. If you don't want to talk about it, I'll understand, said Albert diplomatically. The big dork had some smarts. Jeez. Maybe I should talk to him. Fly and I were so close that we couldn't verbalize everything there was between us. He had a little boy quality that was attractive in a friend, but definitely not what I wanted in a lover. Maybe it was part of the Mormon conditioning, but Albert projected father qualities. Those two sentences back to back. I just want to screw my dad so bad. Sure. The one time I let myself be talked into therapy back in college when my family was exploding, I dropped hundreds of dollars to be told what I already knew. My ideal male friend would be the brother I never had. Fly was just what the doctor ordered. My ideal lover was daddy. The therapist was a Freudian, so he didn't have much imagination. The woman's group I hung out with for one summer had a lot more imagination. It wasn't my fault that the experience of my youth fit the Freudian pattern better than they did the theories of sisterhood. It just came down that way. So I saw the concern in Albert's face, a guy who wanted to be a pillar of strength to some all-American gal, and it was hard not to cut him some slack. Here we were, huddled down together in a dark, smelly alley, ready to save the human race from all the wait, what? Holy shit. There is, no joke, a page missing. Hold on a second. And you guys need to see this. All right. Check this out. This is so crazy. All right. Page 131. Page 133. There's only one page there. There is an entire page missing. Like in the past, the book has just sort of skipped over stuff, and I was like, it feels like there should have been words there, and there aren't words there. What's on the missing page? I don't know. more utterly insightful commentary and understanding of the female mind from the Doom novel. Okay, well, okay. Ready to save the human race from all the who knows. Dai Kai Jutanuki. Thank you very much for the Prime. What's the book called? Doom. Hell on Earth. Part 2. Okay. Is an actual page missing? An actual page is missing because this sentence makes no sense. All right. Here we are, huddled in the dark alley, ready to save the human race from all the... And then page 133. Like a guy, semicolon. I mean, a girly man kind of pretty. You know, delicate features, pale skin, long beautiful lashes like a girl. Wait, what? Okay, that was Arlene talking. Big guy? Yeah, right. When I was 20, I outweighed him by 10 pounds. I mean, 5 kilograms. Gotta be military here. Ow, that can be rough. It got worse. A lot of the older guys in the theater... It got worse. A lot of the older guys in the theater, he did stage crew stuff for the Spacelings, they kind of came on to him. Real aggressive, gay stuff. Sometimes the theater can get like that. And anyone who says it never did and anyone who says it can't never did theater in LA or New York. I don't even know if they were serious or if they just wanted to freak him. But Buddy? Yeah, blame him for that. He was named Ambrose, so he called himself Buddy. But he got real scared that he was, gay. It wouldn't have mattered if he were. He would have said, hey, like, that's it. So, but he wasn't. He wasn't really anything, so he totally bugged. I don't know what to say. I've never had that problem. I've always known I was a flaming heterosexual. God. So he kept trying to prove his manhood, shoving little girls around, sticking his zinger in any donut hole he could find. He even once... I hesitated. With you? Asked Albert, suddenly too perspicacious for words. Damn it. It was pathetic, really negative zone. I took him down so fast he cracked the sound barrier between vertical and horizontal. And it wasn't too long after that he fell in with a bad crowd and suddenly decided he would convert to Mormonism. What were you before that? What do you expect? Sanders, Episcopalian, as close to the Church of England as you can get in the U.S. How long did he stay with us? 8 months. He moved to SLC and moved back to Hollywood a half a year later. I think he showed up at the Overland Church a couple times, then found a new savior, a drug called Tank. Ever hear about it? He got hooked on Tank. What the? I don't know what's going on. Nope. Afraid I'm not up to date on drug culture. Not from the using perspective. Your brother's problems are his own making, said Albert. Would you feel the same way about Catholics or Lutherans or Baptists if he'd used them as a rest stop on the road to hell? That made me smile. Albert, I had no idea you were so eloquent. I admit I'm prejudiced. When I'm thinking about it, I'm pissed off at all organized religion, but only the Mormons cut into my guts like that. I think the church enables aberrant behavior. Albert laughed, and I had to admit I sounded pompous. Temples too? He asked. Oh, right. I said this man had debated at some point in his life. All religion, especially the ones that pretend not to be, they all say theirs is a way of life or an ethical system or a personal relationship with God. It's only the other guy who has a religion. Jet Cougar, thanks for gifting a sub. Arlene, I'd like to ask a favor of you. Please don't tell Fly about our talk. I like things the way they are right now between all of us. I don't want to do anything to distract Taggart from doing a fine job, from doing the fine job he's doing. I keep confidences. You listen to my story, that's all. He shifted his bulk against the wall so he could sit more comfortably. His bulk? What? You mentioned your brother getting involved with drugs. So did I, from the other side. I don't like to talk about being a Marine sniper. It's a private thing between me and the Lord, but one week I was assigned to kill a woman who was suspected of being the primary money launderer for the Abiera drug cartel in Colombia. No great loss, I said far too quickly. He moved closer as if he thought the monsters might overhear and report his confessions to Satan Central. Arlene, I said she was suspected, not proven. Oh, was all I could think to say. I said it with sincerity. I'd never killed a woman before. They call it termination, but it's killing. It don't make it easier by playing with the words. There goes your career in the military, I said, liking him better all the time. So you were to terminate this woman with extreme prejudice because she was a suspect. Lucas, thank you for the prime. He nodded, unable to speak for a moment. Strong suspect. But I had a lot of problems with it. It went against my moral leaning. I was having an attack of sarcasm and couldn't keep it bottled up. I hit him with, killing all the suspects in the hope you get the target? The Church of Central Intelligence makes that a sacrament. No, I mean killing a woman. In the end, I decided if I couldn't justify killing her, then how could I justify killing a guy who was supposed to be a renegade colonel from Stasi? I did him the month before. Now who's playing with words? Killed him the month before. He was training Shining Path terrorists to be sent over from Kafiristan to help the Scythe. What the fuck? The Scythe? It came down to one thing. Either I trusted my superiors knew what they were doing, or I didn't. He wanted to be frank with me, but the words choked in his throat. I helped him along. You killed her, I said. I killed her, yes. I still think she was guilty. Suddenly I chuckled. He looked at me as if I'd been He looked at me as if I'd completely lost my mind. No, Albert, it's not what you think. I'm laughing about all the trouble America went to trying to protect fuck-ups like my brother. What? Okay. Wow, she's throwing her brother under the bus hard just so she can get laid. Oh, you have the missing page? Sure. Sure, I kind of want to know more about Arlene's backstory. And about his theater. My use of past tense brought us back to the immediate nightmare. I think we're all sinners, he concluded. We all deserve to die and be damned. We earned that fate when we disobeyed the Lord, which is why we need the Savior. I take responsibility for the blood on my hands, even if I let him wash it clean. I don't blame the church, the Marines, my parents, society, or anyone or anything else. We have a difference there, my friend, I told him. I blame God. Then you blame the nature of things. Yeah, I guess I do. The nature of things is waiting for us beyond this alley with claws and horns, lightning and brimstone. My only regret is that I won't meet God when I have a rocket launcher. I knew I was getting worked up and discussing religion, but I was talking to a human being, not the president of the 12. And really, Arlene Sanders, are you sure you're not trying to wash away the blood on your hands? The blood of a whole compound of innocents who might die because of your stupid mistake sending a radio message to co-opted Colonel Carpathian? Yeah, because they basically betrayed the entire Mormon base. I shuddered and shut off the thought. You can't blow up God, Arlene, he said in an annoyingly tolerant tone of voice. What a quote to be in the Doom novel. What a quote. I expected my blasphemy would get more fire out of him. I tried one last time while I still had my mad on. He made himself flesh once, didn't he? If he'd do it again. I think you'd find the cross a heavier weapon to carry than a bazooka, Arlene. What another stellar quote! Oh my god! The fucking Doom novel. Exuvea, thank you for the sub. Saying I am filth. Well, you got the sub of a little potato pooping out fries, so pretty close. The cross is heavier than a bazooka. Oh my god. Somehow I don't see you nailing anyone to a cross. I'd almost told him about the row of crucified hell princes the pumpkins had used to adorn Deimos and how I'd happily do the same. Then I made myself shut up instead. I'd said enough. More than enough. The quiet, easy way he was dealing with my outburst told me that Albert was a man of faith so strong I couldn't crack it with a BFG. Oh, God! These lines are so good. Besides, if I had the feeling he would start praying for me if I didn't cool it. Thank you for telling me about Columbia, I said. There's no one I'd rather talk to than you, Arlene. Now let's get back to work. Damn if I wasn't becoming attracted to honest Albert. Uh-huh. For the first time in weeks, I thought about Dodd, my guy who was zombified, my lover whose body I put out of its misery. A small glimmer of guilt tried to build up into a fire, but I doused it with anger. We all had our problems, we were all human. I was sick and tired of thinking about all the things I did wrong or could have done better. Humanity was not a weakness, it was a strength, and our job was to win back the world. And damn it, why did I hesitate to think lover when I thought about Willie? Was it because it had the word love in it? Darling Dan's supermarket was the next battlefield. The zombies finished unloading the crates of whatever and drove off in the bread truck. Now the coast was clear. Come on, I said. Right behind you, he said. All right, chapter 18 minus 1 page, complete. Didn't see, did you link that? Maybe not yet. Oh wait, is this it? No, that is not it. Darlin' Dan's. All right, chapter 19. We got 3 more chapters, I think, and we're halfway to even another one. We slipped into the supermarket through the back delivery door and worked our way toward the front. Lights were flickering on and off with the same irritating strobe effect that Fly and I had to deal with on Deimos so friggin' often. Maybe these guys weren't sloppy, slovenly, indifferent creeps. Maybe it was some kind of aesthetic statement. All I knew was flickering lights gave me a headache and made me want to unload a clip at the first refugee from Halloween who happened to cross my path. Come on, said Albert a few steps ahead of me now. I love symmetry as much as the next guy. Right behind you, I quoted. It was the next best thing to dancing with him. Oh my god, she's so horny. She's so horny. Inside, well, Fly was pretty horny too, so it's only fair. And also, between Fly and Albert, she is picking the right dude. Inside the main part of the store, the fluorescent lights were on and burning steady, but the refrigerator was off, and there was a rotten smell of all kinds of produce, milk, and meat that had been let go before its time. Ew, said my Mormon buddy, as he hit the center of the bullseye. The meat smelled a lot worse than the bad vegetable matter. Oh, and that fish. If I hadn't been wide awake on adrenaline, compared to which caffeine is harmless kid stuff, I would never have believed what I saw next. Nothing on Phobos or Deimos had the feeling of a fever dream compared to the spectacle of hell in the aisles, breathed Albert. The grocery store was as busy as a Saturday afternoon in the good old world. Mom and Dad and the kids were there. Young lovers wandered the aisles. Middle-class guys with middle-sized guts and ugly t-shirts pushed shopping carts down the center aisle with no regard for who got in the way. Nothing had changed from the way that it used to be, except that everyone was dead. Zombies on a shopping spree, eyes to never blink again, mouths to never form words, but to drool foul-smelling viscous liquid worse than anything in an old wino's stomach. Hands reaching out to grab anything or anyone that fell in their path. The sour lemon odor was so concentrated that I had trouble breathing and Albert's eyes were watering. My throat was filling with something unpleasant. The nearest zombie to us had been a big man once, a football player would have been my guess. Thick blue lines stretched across his face. I couldn't tell if they were veins or grooves painted on. Next to him stumbled the remains of a cheerleader whose long hair she'd probably taken good care of a long time ago, in the world lost way, way back in the previous month. Weird. The zombie girl's hair looked like spiders had tangled themselves up in their own webs and died on her head. Okay. These two were the best-looking zombie couple. Their nearest family was disgusting, especially the 13-year-old boy, or what had been a 13-year-old boy. Part of his head was missing. It looked melted, as if a big wad of caramel had been left out in the sun and gone bad on one side. A thin, bald man looked like a scarecrow with a laughing skull on top. His right cheek was missing, and a few teeth that hadn't fallen out on that side made me think of kernels of uneaten corn or keys on an unpolished piano. Two zombie Girl Scouts carried filthy boxes in their pale hands. One dropped a box and several fingers spilled out. A man dressed as an undertaker fell to his knees and shoveled the fingers into his mouth where they stuck out like pale worms. A dead priest groped at the attaché case of a dead accountant executive over a pile of fish left to rot on the floor. The zombie odor was so pronounced that I could barely smell the week-old fish. "Are you all right?" asked Albert. I nodded but didn't look at him. "You're staring at them." Albert's words were like an echo from Fly. My old buddy always gave good advice, like not focusing on any details that wouldn't help the mission. But this was the first time I'd seen so many of these human caricatures this close when I wasn't engaged in taking them apart. "I'm okay," I whispered, pulling Albert back in the shadows. "We're doing fine. The stink in here is so bad they couldn't smell out live humans to save their lives." He finished my inappropriate image. "Let's get the lemons and get out of here." A southern accent. I'm trying to do all stupid accents, so I'm really turning it up. There's never any arguing with good sense. But as we took another look-see, the zombie destiny inside the store density was worse than a minute ago. "Where the hell are they coming from?" I asked. "Probably," Albert agreed. The scene was becoming even more surreal, zombies pushing baskets up and down the aisles, grabbing cans and boxes of junk food, which would take a lot more than the end of the world to go bad. Some of the zombies were engaged in what seemed to be purposeful activity, moving items from one shelf to another and then back again. They didn't eat any of the groceries. They seemed caught up in the behavior of the past, as if the program had been so hardwired into their skulls that not even losing their souls could erase the ritual of going to the grocery store. And then suddenly the lights went out. Whatever had kept the generator going was defunct. "What do we do now?" asked Albert. "Take advantage of the situation," I said. "This is fortuitous." Oh, Nova Veilstone. Thanks for gifting 5 subs. Getting closer, getting closer. "We should have put the generator out ourselves. We can pass easier for zombies if they don't see us. They're too stupid to do anything about the dark." If there was ever a famous last words award, I'm sure that I'll receive sufficient votes to make the final ballot. No sooner had I made my confident assessment than flickering yellow light filled the store. "Oh, hey, Court 4 Short. Been watching me since the Funhouse times?" Oh, I'm still at it. Still doing weird stuff on the internet. But thank you for dropping into the stream. Okay, let's see here. Dozens of candles were lit. I can imagine Fly saying in his I told you so tone of voice, if they can still shoot their weapons, they can do a lot of other things. It was bad enough when Fly was right so often in person. I just can't handle how right Fly is about everything all the time. He's just so right and smart, and good at tactics and shooting. Oh, jeez. Now I was carrying him around in my head to tell me when I made a mistake. Oh, let's see here. I was trying to find the words, no page numbers in the text. Geez, okay. That's gonna make it tough, Lord Kelvin. Let's see here. I can tell you, yeah. Ready to save the human race from all the... Yeah, you got it. It's ready to save the human race from all the denizens, and then it goes to the next page that I have is, like a guy, semicolon, I mean a girly man kind of pretty. That's the next line I got. So, I don't know if there's maybe you can do a paste bin or something, and just send a link of it, and then I can catch up on our Lost Arlene lore. Let's see, okay, so they just turned on a bunch of magic candles in the grocery store. Or Google Doc, yeah, that works too. Not everything the zombies lit was a normal candle. Some gave off a heavy smell of burning butter or fat. I didn't want to think about what some of the items they might be using for torches. I wonder how long before they burn the store down, said Albert. They haven't yet, I said. Let's get those lemons and get the hell out of here. As we went out into the throng, my heart was pounding so hard that I worried some of the creatures would hear it. But then they wouldn't need to smell us out or see the TV commercials or see our TV commercial smooth complexions to turn us into today's lunch meal. Matches still flared up as zombies looked for items to light up. A Price Buster banner suddenly caught fire and went up in flames. It didn't set anything else on fire. For the first and probably last time in my life, I was grateful to be among zombies at that moment. Cremoso, thanks for the prime. Real, live human beings would have freaked and caused a panic more dangerous than a fire. The zombies didn't care. And of course, they didn't bat an eye. To be fair to Fly, he never overestimated zombies. He just didn't want me underestimating them. For what Albert and I had to do now, we had to count on zombie stupidity. I made my way over to a pile of hand baskets and took one. Albert stuck behind me a lot closer than Peter Pan's shadow. I passed him the basket and noticed that his hands were shaking. I sure didn't blame him. In fact, I had the strong feeling that he'd be doing a lot better in full combat against the monsters. With his religious background, bodies of the reanimated dead had to be heavy stuff. If I remembered correctly, and I always do, the Mormons had a more old-fashioned idea of the body. One thing I could give Fly's nuns, the Catholic Church didn't make you worry about what happened in your body in a war zone if your soul was in good shape. The more spiritual the faith, the more popular I figured it would be in the atomic age, where we can all be zapped out of existence in the pulse of a nucleus. Okay, weird. Well, that was chapter 19. That is 3 out of the 5 chapters we have banked up, but luckily Lord Kelvin is swiping in with some awesome lost lore. All right. So this is back, rewinding here, the lost page, back when Arlene and Albert are talking in the alley. Ready to save the human race from all the denizens of hell, and poor old Albert was concerned about how I felt about his religion. More elemental kind of man would just be trying to put the make on me, arguing that the human race is near extinction, and let's make love while we can think about the future instead of the self, babe. Not Albert, not Fly. Well, kind of Fly, actually. In completely different ways, both these men were gentlemen, and Jill was a fine young lady. I could have done a lot worse in choosing companions for Armageddon. Albert, I won't lie to you again. I do have a hang-up about the Mormon Church, but it won't affect us. I respect you, in spite of it. His voice was polite, if a little frosty. Thank you. I won't pressure you about it. Well, if I could tell Fly some of it, I didn't see why I couldn't talk to the big Mormon. Again, the thought came to me that I could get more off my chest with this relative stranger. As close as I was to Fly, my platoon pal, there was a reticence with him I could never shake. If I said to Fly, there are some things you wouldn't understand, he'd stare at me with his "what the hell are you talking about" expression and make me feel like a silly, emotional girl. He wouldn't do it deliberately, but the result would be the same. The truth was, there were certain things I didn't want to share with Fly. The reasons were emotional, and those were never good enough reasons for him. Albert, I said, feeling the shape of his name as I spoke it for the first time from a quiet place inside. I want to tell you about my brother. I'll listen, but you don't have to tell me if you don't. He was never really what you'd call a real man. I mean, I don't think he would have made a good Marine. Had the bad luck to be really pretty. Not like a guy. I mean, a girly man kind of pretty, you know, delicate features. Okay. All right, I understand. Okay, so there wasn't really as much there as I thought. As usual, it crashed into her talking about her brother. Without any like nuance or character understanding. He's not a real man. He's one of those theater boys. He got hooked on Tank. Okay, well, that's the lost lore. Thank you for looking that up. I appreciate that, Lord Kelvin. All right. 2 more chapters. 4 now. Unless 17 more subs roll in. Arlene's bro was addicted to that LA lifestyle. That's right. Couldn't get enough. He tried to join the Mormon church to get away from it, but that golden sunshine just brought him back. Those West Hollywood parades. Happy to help. Thank you for helping me kill time at work. Hey, look at this. It's a team effort. Exactly. All right, chapter 20. Albert's fear sort of made me more daring. After I got my award for famous last words, I'd use it to join Psychos R Us. The situation was so insane that I started to think it might work. We turned a corner and saw a zombie woman sitting on the ground. She had 2 candles, a bag of charcoal, and a cigarette lighter. 4 items, 2 hands. She couldn't decide which 2 items to hold. She kept picking up 2 of them, dropping them, and picking up another random pair. I looked over at Albert and tried a little telepathy. As usual, the results were nothing to worry the neighborhood skeptics. Since Albert wasn't picking up on my silent message, I stepped forward and waited for my opportunity. The next time the zombie girl dropped her candle and lighter, I simply reached down and picked them up. Now that I'd solved the zombie's quandary, she got up and stumbled vaguely down the aisle with the other candle and the charcoal. I started to pass the lighter to Albert, then changed my mind and gave him the candle, which I lit. I preferred keeping the thing that actually made fire. Playing somewhere in the back of my head were all those old horror movies where one thing monsters fear is fire. When I was a kid, sneaking those movies late at night when everyone else was asleep, I never thought I was boning up on documentaries. Jeez, what an awkward sentence. At least I hadn't used a hammer and stake yet in fighting the bastards, but I intended to keep my options open. We staggered down the aisle, trying to look suitably... Oh yeah, this is the ending track. Showing the... Wait, is this the one where I think it shows Earth? Or it shows the dead bunny? Oh, Daisy. Let's see here. Alright, I just got distracted by the music. We staggered down the aisle, trying to look suitably undead, and headed for the produce section. We quickly grabbed plastic bags and filled them with the most disgusting remains of lemons and limes we could find. The limes weren't even a little green any longer. They were dull gray with black splotches. Although the lemons were still yellowish in spots, the other colors were dark and unwholesome. They were the sort of colors I preferred ignoring. Other zombies began gathering around us and just standing there. Maybe our purposeful actions were too purposeful. Did these idiots have the brains to recognize non-zombie behavior? I tried to think and look stupid, but that wasn't what was required. So much louder. Pretending to be mindless is much more difficult. I let my mouth hang open and tried to work up a good supply of drool. Albert picked up on the idea. The fact that I found him immediately convincing shouldn't be taken as a put-down. But man, did he look the part when he put on his goggle-eyed stare. Or his goggle-eyed. Google didn't exist yet. The act seemed to help a little. Some of the zombies left us alone and found other things to stare at. One large black man, or what had been a black man. God, that feels weird to read. Dressed as a high school coach, continued to block our way, staring at the basket of rotting produce instead of us. He started to get on my nerves. When I moved to either the right or left, he shifted slightly, just enough to suggest he was willing to block us if we wanted to move up the aisle. We might very well want to move up the aisle because the crowd was starting to press in behind us, cutting off that avenue of escape. I couldn't remember if we had closed the door behind us when we sneaked in the back. Other zombies could be coming in that way, dead feet shuffling forward, guided by dead brains to regain a fragment of the living past. A sound came out of nowhere. It was so strange that I didn't even associate it with the walking corpses hemming us in. It was a sort of low mewling sound coming from deep within the chests where no heart beat. A humming, raspy, empty, lost, mournful, aching sound. A chorus of the damned calling out to any living humans left in the world as if to say, "Come join us, life's not so good. Come be with us, we are lonely for company. You can still be yourselves. The habits of a lifetime do not disappear only because life has spilled out. If you loaded a weapon in life, you can still do it in death. The routine will survive. All that will be burned away is the constant worry to prove yourself, make distinctions, show pride. Judge not. There is no point when you're dead." I wanted to scream. I wanted to take my 10mm and start firing, and keep firing until I'd wiped them all from the surface of the earth. Above ground was for the living. The dead belonged underground, feeding the worms who still had a function to perform. The zombies were the pure mob, devoid of intelligence and personality. Staring at them in their own flickering candlelight, trying to pass, reminded me of how much I hated Linus Van Pelt, who said he loved mankind. It was people he couldn't stand. Earlier, I read a book by H.L. Mencken, who said he had no love for the human race as a whole, but only individuals. Oh, Andrew Hochschild did a remake of the Doom soundtrack. Yeah, I'll throw that on next. Once it gets through Doom 2. That's pretty rad. Thank you for the recommendation. The author's going very Ayn Rand on us, I think. Individuals. The whole point of evolution. Individuals. The only justification for the American Revolution, for capitalism, for love. There were only 2 individuals in this cemetery that used to be a grocery store, and I was one. The other gestured at me that the basket of rotten citrus was full, and we should be leaving if we could find a path through the wall of pale, stinking, shambling flesh. Freakzor, thank you for the sub. I think I might have missed that. Thank you. Albert took the lead. He picked up one of the limes and threw it up the aisle. It was a long shot, but it paid off when an ancient memory reached out, fingers like a groping zombie, and touched something in the coach's brain. He turned and shambled after the lime like it was a thrown ball. He's really playing fetch with the zombie coach. Musket ball. I guess it kind of makes sense for a zombie. We followed in the wake left by the big zombie pushing through the crowd. By the time the coach reached the lime, he had forgotten about us, which is saying it stronger than I intend. We were merely a series of impressions, of light and sound distracting the zombie for a brief moment. Okay. Thank you. Keep that tab open. There we go. The front door beckoned. It was standing wide. Excuse me. It was standing wide open, so we didn't have to worry about the power. A fire was burning somewhere down the street, marking our path we would take if we made it outside. Our last obstacle was the long line at checkout, believe it or not. The zombie woman stood at the cash register, responding to the old job conditioning as the others had fallen into the role of shoppers. She stood behind the counter, banging on the keys of the register with a clenched fist. The sight was too much, too friggin' bizarre. Even after all we had seen, I laughed. It wasn't very loud. I managed to choke it off at about the half-chuckle point. That's her laugh. But it drew attention. Maybe the shred of a brain that still functioned inside the ex-cashier's head was back from its coffee break, but she stopped banging the keys and looked at me. Then she opened her mouth, disgorging a cockroach that had been making its home there. A gap in her neck revealed the probable entrance to the bug condo. Then the bitch made a sound. It was a brand new sound, a kind of high wailing that drew the attention of the others. She was doing a call to arms, and the wandering eyes, listless bodies, jerking limbs, and empty heads responded. They finally noticed us. Run! I shouted, and I didn't have to tell Albert twice. There weren't very many between us and the door. Albert used his bulk to good advantage. Man, she loves thinking about his bulk. And while he cleared the path, I readied the AB-10. I waited until we were through the door before spinning around to take care of business. Sure enough, some of the zombies of the higher caliber followed us through the door. I expressed my admiration for their brain power by answering with my machine pistol. It felt good to be killing them again. Most of the zombies in the grocery store didn't have weapons, but the ones who followed us outside were armed. I always thought there was a link between intelligence and defending yourself. Apparently it even applied at the most animalistic level. The zombies returned fire. Albert saw I was in trouble and ran back to me, Uzi ready. Keep running, it's all right. No, wait, that's him. Keep running, it's all right. I shouted as he took down a pair of mom and dads who took turns unloading the family shotgun in our direction. As they collapsed in a heap, other zombies I had shot got back up, fumbling with their weapons. Before they could get off another round, zombies coming up behind them fired, and the bullets tore into the front line of zombies. We booked. The fly tactic worked its magic. The front rank spun around to return fire against their clumsy compadres. By the time we got behind a row of munched cars parked by the curb, the zombie melee was in full cry. A bunch of spinies appeared from somewhere. Gosh darn it! A bunch of spinies appeared from somewhere, and had their hands or claws full trying to stop the melee. Jesus, I think spinies are imps. Can't remember exactly what spinies are. Good job, I said in Albert's ear. The Lord's work, he said, smiling. I didn't know they were such a contentious lot. He quoted a line, I don't know if from the regular Bible or the Book of Mormon. Satan stirreth them up continually to anger one another, or to anger one with another. Jesus, let me take that again. Satan stirreth them up to continually anger one with another. You said it, brother. We had to get back to Fly and Jill. They'd be able to hear the ruckus and would wonder what hornet's nest we'd stirred up, and it was nearly 2200. I thought about Albert as we made time. There was a lot more to this beefy Mormon than I'd first expected. Fly and I had done all right when he joined our team or we joined his. I'd bet on all of us, even Jill. The reasoning part of my brain ran the odds and concluded that we were screwed. Okay. It had done the same on Deimos, where Fly and I had beaten the odds so often as to give a bookie a nervous breakdown. That was with just 2 top-of-the-line human beings against boxes of monsters. Now, with 4 of us, we had the boxes of monsters badly outnumbered. Albert and I entered the alley that felt like home after the grocery store. One advantage of fighting monsters was not having to worry about identification and who goes there games. There was a certain gait to a running human that the zombies lacked. They forgot about being human. Fly sighed and shook his head, somehow managing to say, I can't take you anywhere, and welcome back, simultaneously without speaking a word. We were together again. Or were you? It sounds like there's a raw spike driven down the middle of this group and it's going to explode soon. All right, chapter 21. Okay, this is the last one that's unlocked so far, but we're really close to the next one. Chapter 21. Damn, I was glad to see Arlene again. All right, we're back in Fly's head. After all we'd been through together, survival was getting to be a habit. If reality took her away from me in blood and fire, I wouldn't mourn until I'd finished avenging her on the entire race of alien monsters. If by some miracle I was still alive when it was over and she wasn't, I would mourn her for the rest of my life. Maybe she felt the same, but I couldn't afford to think about that. Too much of a manly man. As Albert dropped a grocery basket of rotting lemons right in front of Jill, who made one of her patented ick sounds. I don't know what that is. He tossed a quick glance back at Arlene, and it seemed to yours truly that the aforesaid returned it with interest. Compound interest. Well, stranger things had happened, especially lately, but I would never have imagined any chemistry between... Well, it didn't bother me if something were cooking between them. All that mattered was the mission, I told myself. That caterwaul was you? Like the good old days, said Arlene. When we were young and carefree against a blood-red Mars filling up the sky. Huh? Said Jill. Said Albert. When Arlene waxed poetic, she was a happy camper. Mission went well, did it? I asked. All right, let's apply the beauty treatment. Albert bravely set the example, squishing several of the lemons and a lonely lime between his big hands, and then applying the result to his face. Arlene followed suit, and I, after taking a deep breath, dug in. There was plenty to go around. Then I noticed Jill was hanging back. "You're going to have to do this," I told her in my friendly voice. Yeah, I know," she said. Only the second time she'd pulled the sullen bit around us. I could well imagine her giving this treatment to the president of the 12 full time. I wouldn't fault her for that. "It's not that bad," said Arlene, rubbing one down the side of her own leg. Staining camel wear was a non-problem. Okay, Jill said, picking up one and tentatively applying it to her nose. "It's gross," she said with heartfelt sincerity. "Here, let me help," I said, becoming impatient. I took a lemon in each hand, squeezed, and then began rubbing the results in her hair. "Hey," she said, backing away. "No time to be the belle of the ball," I snapped, continuing the operation on her face. "Hey," said Arlene, coming over, taking one of the lemons out of my hands and brandishing it under my nose as if it were a live grenade. "What do you think you're doing?" Oh, they're just having their hijinks again.
"Doing my bit for truth, justice, and the American way."
"Uh-huh," said Arlene, reeking of a lack of conviction. "Fly Taggart, I need to explain this to you so that you will understand." Smiling pleasantly, Arlene stomped on my right foot. While I was digesting all the implications of her argument, she whispered in my ear, "She's a woman, not a child." "Don't treat me like a child," Jill chimed in as if she could hear.
"Don't act like one."
I leaned close, ignoring Arlene, and spoke to Jill as if I would to one of my squadron marines who was acting out. Pure Copper, thank you for the resub.
"Listen up, ma'am. When you got a set of butter bars, you could start thinking and making decisions. But until then, you do what I say, and I say this stuff is going on now."
He is in command.
"We've done your hair and face. Next step is the rest of your body. You want to do that yourself, or do you want me to..."
Oh, fuck, why do I have to do this? Shit. Fuck. All right, I'm gonna read this. I don't agree with it, but I have to read it. Yeah, here we go. Fuck, all right.
"You want to do that yourself, or do you want to give me a thrill by having me do it?"
Yeah, now I'm actively rooting for the demons. She stared, then took the lime I held out. Test time was over for now. We finished applying the lemons. Jill made faces, but did fine. I'd hoped she wouldn't stay pissed for the rest of the mission. Arlene lemoned the backs of the rest of us where we couldn't reach, and then I did the same for her. We bid farewell to our alley and moved out. Albert took point and led us toward the railway station. I took the rear. Fortunately, now that we smelled like zombies, we could walk openly and carry ourselves in a mob of the previously mentioned. I could see Arlene start to tense up, understandable after what she and Albert encountered at the grocery store. But a moment later, she was putting on a good act, probably better than mine. For a moment, I worried about Jill's performance. Arms straight out like a bad copy of Frankenstein's monster, legs too stiff and jerking as she walked. Too exaggerated. She'd never make it on the legitimate stage. But the zombies didn't seem to notice. We passed through an archway and suddenly we were surrounded by imps, hell princes, and bonies, with those damned rocket launchers strapped to their backs. I watched the bonies walk with a jerking motion so bad I could imagine strings pulling them as if they were puppet skeletons I'd seen in Mexico during their Day of the Dead festival. If I hadn't already seen one in action in the truck, I'd think they were fake. One thing that gave me a new appreciation for Jill's performance as a zombie. Then came that lousy moment when the forces of evil unveiled yet another brand new, straight off the assembly line monster. This one wasn't inadvertently funny in the manner of the bonies. This was just plain disgusting. Oh, I guess this is a mancubus? The word fat barely described the awfulness of this sphere of flesh. We passed close enough to smell years of accumulated sweat, a neat trick considering how new the model had to be. The thing made me think of a planetoid trapped in Earth's gravitational field, only this hunk of flesh comprised fold upon fold of nauseating, ugly, yellow-dripping, flaccid chicken flab. Of course, that was only a first impression. As it came closer, I decided it was a lot worse than I first imagined. All I could think of was a giant wad of phlegm, carved by flabby hands into a semblance of the human form, with the two beady pig's eyes sunk deep into the grotesque face. At the end of each tree trunk arm was a massive metal gun starting at the elbow. In a choice between being blasted by those guns or touched in any way, there was no contest. I would imagine a lot of names for the thing. I was sure Arlene would have some ideas, but I wanted Jill to have the honor of naming this one. She'd probably come up with a better name than the different terms for excrement unrolling in my mind. There were plenty of other monsters and zombies through all this, more than enough to keep us all on our toes and plenty scared, but this thing was just too much for my stomach. The two steam demons looming up before us were more dangerous, but there was something almost beautiful about them in comparison. They were well-shaped, with good muscle tone showing on the parts of them that were flesh instead of machine. Even their metal parts seemed clean and shiny compared to the dingy, rusty-looking metal tubes sticking out of that fat boy. I knew I was in trouble when I started making aesthetic judgments about the monsters. I didn't like the way the zombies hemmed us in. I pushed left and right, trying to lead my troops out, but I was shying away from the vigilant hell princes and bonies. They kept getting underfoot. Whenever I tried to ghost, there they were. It took some moments for the penny to drop. We were being herded like cattle. By the time I realized it was too late to get out. The zombie mass funneled together, heading towards a large building. My heart went into overdrive, and I was already starting to calculate the odds of bolting when Albert leaned close and rumbled into my ear. "Here's some luck, they're driving us straight into a train station." I looked, and by God if he wasn't right. They were putting us on a bloody train. A man's heart deviseth his way, but the Lord directeth his steps. That's just an italicized passage, by the way. That's Flynn thinking to himself. So now he's quoting scripture to himself. The only possible fly in the ointment would be if the damned train were headed east, but I had a gut feeling it was headed straight into LA. We couldn't avoid the steam demons. They were standing at the boarding ramp to the open cattle car that was already starting to fill. Well, we decided to take the first opportunity to get aboard, and this was surely some sort of sign. Those old nuns of mine were receiving a lot of prayers from me lately. I could never imagine saints or angels, so when I got in one of those moods, those withered souls in black and gray habits played across my memory. I used to think the nuns taught me were I used to think the nuns that taught me were ugly old crones. With what I'd been seeing lately, they had taken on a new beauty in my mind's eye. My prayer was simple. Don't let Fat Boy get on with us, please, pretty please, with a Hail Mary on it. It was easy to stay together. There wasn't any room to be separated. We were packed in like Tokyo subway at rush hour. Of course, I realized that if we were separated, we'd have the devil's own time trying to get back together. When all of this was over, I thought I might give religion another shake. As the door to the cattle car closed, I saw that we weren't going to have to put up with Fat Boy. It got onto another car. "It's open in the back," said Jill in surprise. At first, I made to silence her for fear we would attract attention, but there was so much noise going on around us that our words wouldn't be noticed over the roaring and growling filling the narrow space. We were being pushed towards the rear of the car, where instead of a solid wall, there was an arrangement of vertical wooden posts with horizontal metal slats running through them. "That's some window," Arlene commented. It's a long chapter.
"I see that none of you were brought up around livestock," I said caustically. "It's a cattle car."
With a grinding sound, the train started forward with a great lurch, throwing us into our rearward neighbors who growled and pushed us back. The former humans, who were now zombies, did not behave nearly so well as humans would have. Some responded to being jostled by firing off a few shots. "Great!" shouted Arlene. If this escalates, we'll be
If this escalates, we'll be wiped out in here,"
I hollered back. "What can we do about it?"
"Nothing,"
I admitted. Time again to trust to luck. The nuns must have been working overtime because the shots suddenly ceased. I glanced over and saw Albert with his eyes closed, moving his lips silently. I supposed that if praying was going to save us, this was a job for the pro. Jill grabbed the back of my pants. It was a good idea. I grabbed Arlene. She caught Albert. We traveled past several small towns that evidently held little of interest. The night sky had a weird glow, but I still preferred it to the return of day, if that sickening green sky was waiting for us. It was too dark to make out details, but occasionally we saw fires burning on the horizon, funeral pyres to mark the passing of humanity. We finally came to a violent stop and there was more jostling. Our luck was still with us, the gunshots did not resume.
Damn.
Voice cracked. Second.
Damn. I wished we could see through the door.
I said. Behind us was a splendid view of a smashed building and a nice stretch of barren countryside, but the heavy sounds in front of us indicated some action. The designers must not care if the cows are well informed, said Arlene. As if in answer to my request, the heavy wooden door in the side of the train was pushed open to unpack some zombies, and we were greeted by a sight you don't see every day. A contingent of steam demons was being herded by a spider mind. They were guarding what appeared to be a truck dolly in which a human form was wrapped up in bandages from head to toe. There was a slit for his eyes, but that didn't help tell us anything about the man or woman propped up on the dolly. We could only assume this was a human because there were straps across the figure, a dead giveaway that he was a prisoner. That sight made me remember Bill Rich, the only human. Wait, was Bill the fat tech in the first book that really helped out and then died? And Fry was just like, who's this fat dickwad? And after he was dead, he was like, he was all right. Craig. Crack, excuse me. Crack Wagon Jackson. There we go. I've been to a Lawrence stream since the Witcher days. Wow, that was a while ago. Like 2 years ago. 2.5 years ago? Well, welcome back. I think about that playthrough sometimes. This is a special playthrough. Very interesting time. All right, Bill Rich. The only human they would take care to preserve with his mind intact was a human with knowledge they needed and couldn't extract without destroying, which meant that here was someone else we should either rescue or kill. He couldn't be left in the hands of the enemy, giving them whatever they needed. They marched forward out of sight, the steam demons tramping in the eerie mechanical lockstep. So wait. There's like a mummy man, and he's just assuming it's Bill? Okay. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? Arlene bellowed at me.
Loud and clear.
They've got their tentacles on another of our tech lads. I guess they just know. It's their battle instinct.
Listen up, I screamed. Have plan.
They gave me their undivided attention, easy to do in such cramped quarters.
Grab guy, run!
Arlene rolled her eyes, unimpressed. How move? Shouted Jill.
Slowly.
While we considered the strengths and weaknesses of our position, the monsters took the bandaged figure toward the front of the train. Although we couldn't see very well, it was easy to figure out what happened next. Uh-oh. What the fuck, man? Well, this is new. Hold on a minute. All right. So... Wait, wrong way. Sorry. Page 156. All right, 155, 156. Page 156 again. Not more missing pages, a doubled up page. And it is the same page. Yeah. All right. Maybe this is how it like passed checks at the end. It's like, well, it's the right amount of pages. Oh my gosh. Maybe that's why the chapter seems long. There's a bonus page. The editor was blasted on tank. Yeah. Reading about a tank addiction caused the editor to relapse and drop tank. Or roll tank? Drive tank? What's the verb for being on tank, for taking tank? Tanking? Maybe that's it. Bro, I've been tanking for 24 hours. All right, page 156 again. All right. The train started up again, having received its important cargo.
Forward, I screamed. Make path.
Jill wriggled her hand slowly out to where she was able to extend her fingers, and the best way to describe it is that she goosed the zombie woman in front of her. The nervous system of a zombie isn't great shakes compared to when it was alive, but there was sufficient spark left to kindle a fire. Treading? Oh, that's pretty good. Treading on tank. Yeah. The zombie woman didn't jump or make any sort of exclamation, but she did move forward with sufficient force to dislodge the smaller male, taking up the space right in front of her. Jill let Albert get in front of her. He had a lot of mass, again with his mass, and widened Jill's narrow opening. The objective was clear: push forward to the connection between the cars. With the speed of a snail, we inched forward. I figured so long as we didn't piss any of them off enough to shoot us, we were doing all right. Just about then, one of the zombies took a pot shot. I didn't see any reason for it. But what was I doing, trying to apply reason with zombie behavior? The bullet struck another zombie in the throat, and it went down gurgling. We were packed so tightly, like Norwegian sardines, that further attempts at argument by projectile would probably annihilate the population of the cattle car. Jill drew the small .38 caliber revolver we'd given her, and looked scared and determined at the same time.
Hold your fire, Jill,
I shouted. She didn't make me repeat it. The zombie with the itchy finger kept firing wildly and suddenly connected with a point where a metal slat and wooden post came together. A heavy zombie near to the point of impact fell back and against the weakened spot and suddenly went right through, leaving a huge hole enough for even Albert to fit through.
New plan,
I bellowed. And thus concludes chapter 21. Okay. That's a significant chunk of the rest of the book out. Less than 100 pages left. I feel like the chapters are going to get really short because there's still enough chapters for the subathon in this book, but it's moving on. It's moving on. We're going to do it. Yeah, let's see. I was on chapter 17, so if there's 33 chapters left. So maybe a little too much to actually finish in this subathon, but we'll see. We'll see. All right. Let's get back to Fallout New Vegas. Remember that game? Remember Fallout New Vegas? Okay, so there's... Okay, good news. I got the bodies working. Required going even further into the like mod scene. But I got it. It was a conflict with the character overhaul. There was like a compatibility patch that merged those two that I didn't have installed. So I uninstall and reinstall that. I also ate like a half of a granola, half of a kind bar. Dong or no dong? No dong. No dong. But I got this. I enabled sweat, and I also have hairy chests that I can turn on at some point. But that'll have to wait because we have 2 more chapters to read of the best story ever told, Doom, the novel. Last we left our party, our merry band of 4 Doom team, which is Doom Guy, Arlene, Albert, a gentlemanly sniper of God, and Jill, a 14-year-old who has been abused and is a hacker. They all just... Excuse me, sorry, I just ate, so it's going to be a little tough. They've all disguised themselves as zombies, and they got onto a train heading to Los Angeles. The train stopped, and they loaded up somebody completely wrapped in bandages strapped to a table, I guess. And they've assumed that this is a human, and they're going to liberate them. to I guess aid the cause. The logic seems to be the only reason they would be keeping this person is because they're going to interrogate them or steal cyber secrets from their brain. Fly has assumed that this is Bill Rich, the tech operative that died, and also they left on Phobos before coming to Earth. So, whatever. They're going to save this guy on a train. Chapter 22. Chapter 22. By now the train was going up to speed again, smoking along at 300, 320 kilometers per hour. At this speed, the wind could be considered a refreshing deluxe feature for the typical bovine passenger. As As I attempted to squirm through the opening, I quickly learned that a typhoon-strength headwind could slow down the most dedicated Marine. The main thing was to not drop my shotgun as I climbed on the sill, leaned out into the hurricane, and stretched up until I reached the railing along the outside top of the train. I hoped zombies wouldn't pay any attention to this latest change in their environment. At some level, they were still human enough to resent this ridiculous crowding, or they wouldn't be exchanging shots. Maybe our team would rate zombie gratitude. Maybe our team would rate zombie gratitude for giving them elbow room. Yes. It's a weird way to use the word rate. While standing on the sill, leaning forward into the wind, holding the railing, I reached down to help Arlene. Her slim, dry hand slipped into my sweaty paw, and I noted that it was cold. Arlene always had trouble keeping her extremities warm. I hoisted her out and up to the roof, where she hooked her legs to hang on so she could lean back down. Then Arlene helped me take care of Jill. I didn't blame Jill for being terrified, but I was surprised when she started shaking. Maybe it was just the train rocking violently back and forth. I guess this would be an experience to write home about if there was still a home. No matter how brave and grown up this 14-year-old wanted to be, she was still having one wild ass situation after another thrown at her. She was having one wild ass situation after another thrown at her and had to handle each without benefit of training. The terror in her eyes didn't prevent her from doing what she had to do, and I didn't pay any attention to the tears. The angle was bad, but Jill weighed almost nothing, and I heaved a sigh of relief as I finished handing her up to Arlene. Albert was a problem. Yeah, he's beefy. He was a big guy and not as gymnastically oriented as yours truly. Arlene and Jill attached webbing to the railing, then attached it Attached webbing to the railing, then attached it to Arlene. The webbing is extraordinarily strong, able to hold tons before ripping. We didn't go into hell without taking some decent equipment. No way was Arlene going to fall with that stuff on her. So they just have webbing? Weird. Now Arlene and I could help Albert up. It was a lot easier than blowing away a steam demon. We might have even enjoyed our time up on the roof if not for the hurricane headwind. Weird. It smelled a whole lot better than inside. We lay on our bellies, and a ferocious gale battered us. But we weren't blown off. In fact, we could stand shakily leaning into the wind. I figured there must be some sort of air dam up front, otherwise 300 kilometers per hour would have swatted a standing man off the top of that train like finger flicking a fly. Like finger flicking. Okay.
Listen up,
I shouted against the gale.
Single file, forward, slowly, don't fall.
Arlene put her mouth right up to my ear. How far is L.A.?
2 hours, dawn. Rescue human or kill him.
What? Screamed Jill, clearly horrified. She was plenty loud enough to be heard. There was no need to explain to two old soldiers like Arlene and Albert. I stopped thinking of Jill as a young teen, but there was no getting around the fact that she was a civilian. Caveman DV, thanks for gifting 5 subs. Appreciate that, Caveman.
Death better than fate,
I guess is what Doom Guy says back. God only knew how much she heard, but she clenched her teeth and said nothing more. The brutal arithmetic inside my head could wait for another time. I hope she would never have to decide who lives and who dies. Sometimes I envy civilians. There was nothing else to say. Besides, we'd all be hoarse from shouting if we didn't shut up. I went first. It was my party. I set the pace nice and slow. It took nearly a quarter hour to crawl the length of the train. Fortunately, the track through Arizona was pretty straight. But the natural swaying of the cars could still hurl any of us to certain death. The rails were laid for cargo, not passengers. I looked back frequently. We didn't lose anybody. Next stop, Relief City. 2 cars ahead was the flat car with a complement of 1 spider mind, 1 steam demon, and 1 human wrapped like a Christmas mummy, strapped down tight. The spider mind was between us and the human, the steam demon on the other side. It occurred to me that these superior examples of alien monster building might sniff us out better than the lesser breeds, and the wind did a lot to erase our lemon odor. in our favor, we were way downwind, and the wind was so damn loud, I don't think they could hear us either. Hanzo Hidachi, thank you for the prime. I gestured to Arlene. Time for the Deimos veterans to do their stuff. Def Moon! Def Moon with 50 subs. Def Moon, thank you very, very much. Holy cow. Okay, well that's 3 chapters now. And that'll add another hour onto the stream. Oh my gosh. Thank you, Def Moon. I appreciate that. People really like these stupid books, huh? I'm very lucky these books are as batshit as they are. Oh man. But thank you very much, Def Moon. Thank you very much. Happy Friday to you. Yeah, people coming out for Busty New Vegas. I guess that kind of makes... It's Vegas, right? Vegas is all about that. All about the curves, the donk. I'm really glad I got the hot dudes working. It wouldn't have felt right if it were just anime tits on every lady. We need to see Max Brain running around in his short shorts. I need to figure out a good weapon for Max Brain to use. Anyway, I'm getting distracted. This is very important. I gestured to Arlene. Time for the Deimos veterans to do their stuff. We crawled closer where I could see a very narrow gap between the cars, too narrow for the adults. I noted the fact that the Spider-Mind was so big, a couple of its feet dangled limply over the side of the flat car, but that gave me an idea. But it was too narrow for the adults. Only Jill could fit. Oh man, this was my nightmare come true. It was never supposed to be a walk for the kid, but this? Throw the raw recruit, not even driving age yet, into the meat grinder against a Spider-Mind and a steam demon? It was criminal. Homicidal. But what were the options? Not even Arlene could squeeze into that slender space. She probably outweighed Jill by 40 pounds. They were like two different species. Thinking of me or Albert down there was a joke. Feeling my gut clench, as well as another part of my anatomy. Ew? Butt? I will go with butt. I said to myself, time for the recruit to do her stuff. The levity didn't work. I still felt sick. We crawled back and huddled with the others in the gap between the two cattle cars full of zombies, where we could hear each other at least. I felt like a Class A creep giving Jill her assignment, but nobody else could do it. Anyway, the kid seemed eager, not afraid. She'd make a good Marine. Did I say that before? This time, my plan had more details. Jill would shimmy down into the tiny gap between the two cars, using some of the webbing. Just like Spider-Man, she said. Well, whatever. It's even hyphenated. Spider-Man. We'd use all the positive fantasy images floating around in her mind. She had to believe in herself absolutely to pull this off. If they spotted Jill, she'd be dead meat, and the rest of us with her. Once she made it into the gap, she would very carefully loop the webbing several times over the nearest limb of the Spider-Mind and pull it tight without allowing the Spider-Mind to notice it was being hobbled. She would attach the other end of the webbing to the titanium grappling hook the president had included in Albert's gear. We could do that before she started out. We'd lose the hook and some of our webbing, but with luck, we'd lose the Spider-Mind as well.
If she makes it that far, I said, wrapping up. She drops the hook to the ground beneath the wheels and ducks, waiting for it to catch her tie on something.
And that gross bug gets yanked off, she said, grokking the plan immediately. The dude really said grok. That's like some deep dorky shit. You can't write that. That's giving it away. That's like using Star Trek slang. But of course, the author of Doom would write that. Gnarly idea, Fly. Gnarly. The teen said gnarly. I let her savor the image of the alien brain scattered across the countryside, slamming into the car behind at better than 30 per aught. What? Better apostrophe N, 300 per aught. Ought to do the trick nicely. What? And Spider-Man would defeat the spider creep with a thick dose of poetic justice. Spider-Man. It is hyphenated, but also in quotes. Spider hyphen M-A apostrophe A-M. Hey, King Saren. Okay. Now all we had to do was make it work. While Arlene and Albert prepared the hook and line, Jill let me wrap it around her waist. She asked me to do it personally. That meant a lot to me. Then I gave her a gentle push forward and hoped Albert's God wouldn't choose this moment to desert us. I put in a good word for Jill with the nuns as well. Jill climbed down the side of the car we were on, 2 cars back from the flat car. So far, so good. I climbed down after her. We crept forward at wheel level, crawling alongside spinning death. So slowly it made our previous trek along the roof seem like a drag race. Mother Mary, I thought, please don't let there be any fence posts to close the tracks. We very carefully worked our way around the wheels, but if we were any higher up the train, the spider mind might have us in its sights. Hunkering down at wheel level, we were hidden by the side of the car itself. There was enough light to keep Jill in my personal viewfinder every step of the way. I imagined her knuckles were white. Mine sure as hell were. I kept pressed right up against her back, my arms on either side of hers to make sure she didn't slip. We finally got to the edge of the flat car. Now the show was entirely Jill's, and all I could do was hang out and wait. I didn't need that one last part. I really didn't need that mental image. Mushmouth, thank you for the sub. Thank you very much for the sub. I'm just a humble servant of good literature. That's all. Good. I can't call this good. I think at some point, complimenting this novel in any way is going to get me canceled. Feeling Yank, thank you for the cheer. Yeah, I've got some new mods to turn on. New Vegas is going pretty well, but I haven't made it that far yet. I think I have 2 more chapters to read, I think, in this wonderful, wonderful novel. All right, here we go. Chapter 23. I have no clue what's going on in the story. I just know there's an incel and some demons, then I'm kind of lost. It's kind of, yeah, I'm about the same. Old Lady Gwent, thank you for the sub. I'm actually don't know what's going on, but I'm enjoying it. Good. One of the things that was a bit of a problem with the Batman novel is that it kind of relied on understanding the flow of the story. This does not. It's just a flowing stream of consciousness kind of thing. Every sub is an endorsement of what this book says. You're all party to this now. You have to protect me. All right, chapter 23. What? Cheese and rice. I felt like a weenie when he took me outside the train. Oh, no! 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 This is going to be from the perspective of Jill. No! This is the worst. This is the worst thing. I really didn't want this. White Rabbit, thank you for gifting 10 subs. I really didn't want this. I really didn't. This music perfectly describes how I feel. Also, I can't tell if that's going to get us to another sub extension. Because then I'm gonna start forgetting like how many chapters we have to read. She's 14. Yeah. This author has not been a capable steward of even the male lead character, much less the female lead, and now a 14-year-old girl. It's gonna... Okay, I can be strong. I can be strong. I can be strong. I can do this. I can do this. All right. It's fine. Also, I need to keep a loose track of how many more chapters I have, because I think if it goes over again, if it goes over 100 subs, that means 3 more chapters. But right now we have locked in 2 more chapters. I think that's the case. All right, cheese and rice. Like all 14-year-olds talk. Cheese and rice. I felt like a weenie when he took me outside the train. I swore myself I wouldn't F up anymore. For the mome, Fly respected me, and Arlene too. M-O-M-E, mome. I didn't care so much about Albert, but he was all right for one of the LDs. I guess Latter-day Mormon. How many chapters are left? Well, this is 23, and there are 33 chapters total, so 10 including this one. Which I must have miscounted. Oh, it's 20, not 10. Okay, we can finish the book today. I don't have the third book. I'm gonna have to come up with something else. I guess I have the Hacker's book again. That was a little dry though. Cheese and rice, and that's wow. There's gonna be a lot of characters. All right, for the Mome, Fly respected me, and Arlene too. Okay, now was my chance to prove to everyone. Maybe I almost wrecked the truck when those missiles went through, and maybe they don't know how close they came to being hosed. But if I pulled this off, I'd make up for everything. Plus, I'd pay back one of those crawly bastards for what they did to my mom and dad. He was right. The slot was a tight fit, even for me, but I could wiggle through. I don't know what they would have done without me for this. As I slid along, I got grease on me. Gagged out at first, but then I was glad, cuz it made me more slippery. I'd like to see one of those wimp LD girls do this. She'd faint, and the human race would lose the war. Suddenly, I saw a thin, silver thing sticking out over the edge. Got wide on the end. I didn't recognize it at first, seeing it so close up. Then I gasped. It was a spider mind foot. It was bigger than I thought. It was bigger than I was. God, this is written. The author's trying to write from the perspective of a 14-year-old girl, but it's like in their weird mind's eye. Okay, now that the WoW machine has slowed down a bit, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna catch up on these timers before I forget. Forget to update everything. What the heck? This timer won't let me change the date. It'll let me change the month. But not the day. What? Oh, there we go. You have to hit cancel. How strange. All right. Sorry, I'm just muttering to myself. Perplexed. There we go. All right. And then, yeah, 2 more chapters right now. Okay. The end of the foot fluffed out like bell-bottom pants, like my grandparents wore, like on the Brady Bunch. God, I was glad they didn't live to see the monsters kill their children. I stretched, flipping the webbing, trying to loop the foot, but I couldn't reach that far. That PO'd me. I was going to dweeb out just because my arms weren't like an orangutan's. Gonna dweeb out. That was hyphenated also. Dweeb out. Dweeb out. Then the leg twitched. I screamed and jumped and fell. I slipped down, banging my knee and barely catching the edge of the flat thing. My face was an inch from the tracks. Oh, Lord. The wind blew off the ties, freezing my cheeks. And I smelled smoke. I think I peed my pants. Shaking like a leaf, I hauled myself back up. I spared a glance back at Fly. He looked like he might have peed his pants too. I shrugged. Sorry. I'm sorry, but hacking systems would never seem serious after this. Just a toy. This was real. I knew I was taking a big chance, but there was no way else to reach the foot. I rested my knee on the bed of the flat car and stretched higher, and then I could reach the leg. Okay. Dweebing out on tank. Bro, come over. We're gonna dweeb out on tank. Oh, man. The spider moved again. I wasn't able to get back down before the leg pinned me back against the firewall of the car behind. I was stuck like a fly in the spider mind's web. I didn't make a sound. I could barely breathe, but I didn't panic this time. I didn't have any you-know-what left. It didn't know I was there. So I hung. It would kill me the second it realized I was there, same way I'd crush a bug. I was still alive because I was hidden from view by the huge leg itself. Of course, it might kill me without ever knowing I was there if it If it put its weight on that foot, it would pulverize me. The place where it had me firmest against the wall was at my knee. The upper part of my body could still move. I still had good reach. Or I still had a good reach. So I did what I came to do. I didn't let myself think what would happen if I failed. I passed the webbing 4 times around the leg. My heart froze each time. I was in Girl Scouts once. The only thing they taught me that I still remember was how to tie a square knot. I tied the best buggin' square knot of my whole life. Great. What next? Next you die, girl. I thought I would cry, but my eyes were dry. My mouth was parched and my heart raced, but that was all. When I thought about all the stupid things we cry about, like boys and grades and losing a best friend, it seemed strange I didn't cry then. Then something happened inside. I felt calm for the first time since I saw the monsters. I didn't mind dying if I could take one bastard with me. A big one. I unslung the grappling hook and let it dangle between the cars. Pinned against the wall, I wouldn't be able to duck down. Once I dropped the hook, the spider would be yanked to a stop as the train kept moving, and I would be crushed to a grease smear. Thought about my new friends. I'm sorry about this next line. You knew it was going here, though. You knew it was. Thought about what if Fly had kissed me. You knew it was going to be there. You knew it was going to be there. That might be it, though. Maybe that's it. Thought about wishing I was anywhere else. Then I let go of the hook. Oh. If she straight up dies, and that's like the last thing, we all want to be kissed by Fly Taggart, yeah. She has plot armor. She has to, right? They have invested too much in her characterization to lose her now. Jesus. Okay, chapter 24. I think this is the last chapter that's been unlocked so far, but we're close to another one. Okay, all right, deep breath. If that's it, and we're out of the woods, then that's great. All right, maybe that's it. Never know. All right. Didn't know what was going on with Jill. Couldn't see a thing. She fell and screamed. I popped around and seen her half under the track. Then the Spider-Man shifted and I had to leap back. Now I didn't dare show myself. I'd get us both killed. I thought Jill would have finished by now. I bet money she wouldn't lose her nerve. Either she was still waiting for an opening or something had gone wrong. Then I heard the heavy thud and metal scraping sound that could only be the hook dropping under the train. I bounced up and down, over and over, while I waited and waited and waited for that big mother with the brain and the legs to be yanked into oblivion. What happened next was so stupid and unlikely, it was like crapping out 10 times in a row. Like craps, okay. The damned hook bounced up and hooked onto the train itself. The little voice in the back of my head I hadn't heard from recently chose this moment to speak to me in the voice of an old kid's science show. So, Flynn, what have we learned from today's experiment?
Well, Mr. Wizard, we've learned that if the train is moving at the same speed as the spider bastard, absolutely nothing will happen.
I humped back hand over hand, ducking down to check under the train looking for the hook. Saw it. I slid through the train's shock absorbers. Time for more help from the nuns. If we hit a bump, the shocks would slice me in half. Suddenly, the train seemed like one of the monsters. I made it through, then slid along the undercarriage on my back across the covered axles under the train till I could reach the flippin' hook. The damned thing was caught on an able. Able? All right. I reached for the sucker and succeeded in touching it. Yep, there it was. Touching it was a cinch. I could touch it all I wanted without falling onto the tracks and being ground to hobo stew. Getting it loose was the problem. Once upon a time, I won a trophy in junior high gymnastics. There were only 5 of us, but I was the best in that class. I thought it was pretty hot stuff that day. Looked to be the moment for an encore performance. From junior high? All right. I went looser with the legs, increasing the possibility of falling, but giving me a longer reach. I didn't want to perform this trick more than once. Not only did this stunt run the risk of my becoming part of the track, there was the extra worry of losing the duck gun dangling precariously from my back. He couldn't have left that with Arlene or whatever. Not having my weapon could be as close to a death sentence as getting run over by the little train that could. Oh, I guess that's right. They climbed it. They were alone and climbed further up the train for some reason. I got my hand around the hook, heaved, and yanked it free. I did a war whoop worthy of a Comanche. Oh, yeah. That's his. Then I shut my eyes. I hate the sight of my own bloody, mangled corpse, and dropped the thing to the ground. This time the law of averages enforced by the probability police. This time the law of averages was enforced by the probability police. There we go. The hook caught on a spar and held. I gripped my perch and braced for impact. I clenched my whole body as the webbing tightened, and then the freaking stuff broke. It wasn't supposed to do that. The end whipped like an enraged snake, lashing across my back, but I didn't let go. I waited for the sound of that massive body being yanked to its doom. Still, there was plenty of nothing. This was becoming irritating. But there was something, despite the howling of the wind and the machine pounding of steel wheels on steel rails. I heard a high piping squeal. It sounded like a scream from hell. I did miss the doom, yeah. Doom. He said the name. As I began clambering back through the shocks and up the side of the train, I heard explosions. Something was happening. I climbed faster to be greeted by the scene of the steam demon shooting its missiles at the spider mind. The latter was at a disadvantage, listing as it moved badly off balance. The webbing had torn one leg off the monstrosity. It didn't take a rocket scientist to figure out what happened next. Losing a leg would put the spider mind in a bad mood. It wouldn't be philosophical about it. No, it would fire a burst from its guns at the only targeted site, the steam demon. For all their power, these guys had a weakness as deep as the ocean. Conquerors and masters need some self-control. My primary goal now was to find Jill and get her out of here, but I didn't see her from this angle. She was probably still hugging the other side of the flat car where she had lassoed the Spider-Mind's leg. The train hit a bad bump, exactly the impact that would have left me beside myself when I was doing my Tarzan of the shocks routine. The two monsters took the bump personally and increased the ferocity of the battle. I realized the high piping sound was from the spider. It probably made the noise when it lost its leg. The steam demon emitted a more human-sounding scream. The wind seemed to be picking up, but neither contestant paid any attention to the weather. As I watched the Spider-Mind tear up the steam demon with a nonstop barrage from the Gatling gun, I remembered how difficult Arlene and I had found taking one of these down before. The demon was nothing compared to the other. But if there were a cosmic bookie keeping tabs on this one, the final decision was still in doubt. The steam demon followed the optimum strategy for his position, firing missile after missile at the robot exterior of the Spider-Mind's brain. Cracks were beginning to appear. Yeah, Russ, I am playing New Vegas, but have some Doomlore to get through first. I stayed put, praying for the best possible outcome. By the time the Spider-Mind's brain case finally exploded, the steam demon was so ripped it could barely stand. Under the circumstances, things were working out better than the original plan. After all, if the Spider-Mind had been eliminated as intended, we would still have to contend with the problem of the steam demon. While I was congratulating myself on the turn of events, the train took a sudden turn, and the tottering cybernetic creature nearly fell off the flat car. That would have been the perfect climax to the duel of the Titans. Dawn started to streak the horizon with a sickening shade of green. The improved light made it much easier to pick out details of the local terrain, such as the high rock gorge We were just then passing over thanks to a narrow bridge. This would be a splendid place for the steam demon to take its final rest. The perfect end, as I'd already thought, to the perfect battle. Then I could find Jill and congratulate her on a mission well done. Jeez. The only flaw in this scenario consisted of a single claw. The claw the steam demon used to grab, hold, and save itself as it fell right next to me. Right next to me! That was actually repeated in the book, in case that wasn't obvious. It was bad enough seeing the demon this close up. Far worse, it saw me. As weak and near death as the thing was, it recognized a living human a few inches away. Very slowly, it raised its missile hand. Gondor 69, 69, 69. Thank you for the sub. When did we switch perspectives again? Oh, we've been Fly. Fly crawled under the train and dislodged the grappling hook that torn a leg off. So, last we checked in on Jill, she was pinned to the wall by a Spider-Man leg that got ripped off from the hook. So we don't know what's up with Jill. Very, very dangerous territory. All right, missile hand. It was slow. I was a whole lot faster. I back drew my double-barreled shotgun and fired both barrels, one-handed, squeezing both triggers simultaneously. Quite a kick. The blast tore off its entire hand at the wrist. The gripping hand. The steam demon plummeted off the car to the ground, exploding noisily as it got off one last missile shot that went straight up through the track ahead of the train, in between the rails, right on a curve in the bridge. Jesus, of course. The train didn't bother slowing as it rolled over the missile-damaged point. I could imagine a cartoon demon with an engineer's cap throwing back a shot of the good old hooch and not worrying about the condition of the track ahead. Okay. He's imagining cartoon demon conductors. I guess that's pretty charming. A demon conductor being like, who cares? Okay, whatever. As we passed, I saw in greenish daylight growing brighter by the minute that the part of the inside rail was bent up from the blast. If it had been the outside rail instead, we would have plunged into the gorge. The president of the 12 would have needed to audition a new act. Jill! I howled. Jill! Climbing up to the flat car was easy, but I suddenly had a cramp deep in my back. It was so bad that it paralyzed me for a moment. I wouldn't let something like that stop me now. I twisting around, trying to loosen up. Yeah, that's what it says. I twisting around, trying to loosen up, still calling, Jill! Jill! Yeah, he took a big hit on his back, I guess. Where the hell was that kid? I was starting to worry. I reached the end of the flat car, looked down, and saw her there, gazing up at me with wide eyes. You all right? She nodded, but not a word came out. Maybe she was suffering from shock. I reached down and she took my hand. I didn't care about the twinge in my back now. I hauled her up. Great, I said. Alive? Of course. Oh. She still seemed not entirely sure. I grabbed her and hoisted her. Now my back felt fine, and for a crazy moment, the sicko green dawn looked beautiful. I put her down. The mummy and we were alone on the flat car now. A warm glow spread through me, not unlike the warm jet of a hot tub. My old voice spoke, something good for once. The debt is nearly paid. What debt? Oh, the debt of my stupidity in bringing assault onto the Enclave. That debt. Wait here. I could have sent her up the ladder to signal the others to join us, but she had earned a rest as far as I was concerned. Her vacation from hell might not last longer than a few minutes, but I wanted her to enjoy every second before I ordered her to face death yet again. I got them myself, bringing them to the cacophonous flat car. Arlene and Albert looked as exhausted as Jill and as tired as I felt. Next time, we'd fly. Thank you, Gary Coleman. Arlene bent over and began unwrapping, revealing the face of another human in a world where being human was nothing special, or something special. Excuse me. Ooh, Gondor, thanks for gifting a sub. Let's see. Huddling against the 40 or 50 kilometer per hour wind that leaked around the engines and air dam ahead of us, remnants of the 300 kilometer per hour hurricane, 2 meters either left or right, We crouched over our mummy, staring. We saw the features of a black man, mid-30s. As we shifted him around on the platform, I estimated his weight to be about 64 kilos. Not bad weight for 1.7 meters. What done him? Jill shouted. A good question, though I could barely hear her small voice over the roar of the train and wind. Computer and electronics jacks were all over his flesh, stuck like pins into a doll. He was unconscious. There were so many jacks, he was probably in extreme pain, if awake. Arlene pulled the lid back from his right eye, revealing a cloudy white orb, so completely glazed over that you couldn't make out a pupil. Even after encountering a who's who of monsters, fiends, and other denizens of hell, something really bothered me about seeing this helpless man before me. He didn't reek like sour lemons, thank God. He was no zombie. I still hadn't discussed with Jill or Albert what Arlene and I had mulled over, namely the possibility that the bad guys were trying for more perfect human duplicates. Practice makes perfect. We had no idea how the zombies were created. Sometimes I thought they really were the reanimated dead, but other times I could buy the idea they were transformed while still alive. However the enemy was doing it, the lemon stink was a byproduct of dealing with real human bodies. Are we still listening to a middle-aged guy ride a 14-year-old? No. That was an uncomfortable journey, but that part of this journey is complete, I hope. I hope. Please don't ever do that again, author of Doom. But you just gotta accept art on its own terms, you know? Now we move back to a middle-aged man trying to ride a Marine. Like ex-Catholic Marine? Arlene tried various methods of waking up the man, even slapping him in the face, but nothing worked. She looked at me and shrugged. Jill reached out and gingerly touched one of the jacks sticking out from the man's flesh. She managed to look crafty and thoughtful, even with her red hair whipping around her face like a brush fire. I think that's the most description we've had of her so far. She has red hair. I'm pretty sure they've said nothing else about her. Who is Jill? Jill's a 14-year-old hacker who has been abused. She's abused and she has red hair. That's it. And she thought about being kissed by a fly right before she thought she was going to die. Okay, this is awesome. This is what I hoped for. She fingered the jack again and scowled. Then Jill looked at me and mimed typing on a keyboard. She raised her brows. What? I blinked. Light finally dawned on Marblehead. She wanted to hack this guy's brain? Hell yeah. Also, hack is italicized. Oh, man. There's so many good one-liners in this chunk of Doom novel. Gotta hack this dude's brain. All right. Next line. Well, why the hell not? Hey, I agree. We all crowded around the mummy, making a windbreak for Jill. Leaning so close, I could actually make out a few words. Need Jack. Find out what wants to fight. I can't promise I'll might make the break. I couldn't hear everything, but I got the gist. The real question was what on earth was inside that brain that was worth the protection of a spider mind and a handful of steam demons? Back on Phobos and Deimos, the alien technology we had seen was different, biological somehow. They used cyborgs. Combination biological mechanical, like the spider mind itself. Was that what this dude was? Some sort of link between humans and alien technology? Or was it the other way around? Well, whatever. We weren't going to find out anything in a wind tunnel. Somehow, some way, we simply had to get this guy off the damn train. Somehow I doubted we would just ring the bell and say, next stop, conductor. I hoped the cyber mummy would be enough of a son of a bitch to join us when we unwrapped him. There's a cyber mummy. Of course it's a cyber mummy. I don't know why it took me so long. She's gonna hack the cyber mummy's brain. An abused 14-year-old ginger-haired hacker is gonna hack the cyber mummy brain. Cyber mind of the cyber mummy. Oh, that's great. Vacation over. I bellowed over the gale. War on! Arlene gave me a dirty look, so I knew that the awesome responsibility of command still rests on my shoulders. The man seemed physically manhandled and bruised, but not seriously damaged. except for their attempt to transform him into an appliance. The question was, how do we get him off the train? If we waited until we rolled into the station in LA, I could imagine a slight difficulty in persuading a large contingent of, say, steam demons into helping us with our cargo. The absence of the spider mind from the flat car would take a bit of explaining as well. We'll lack the firepower to make our arrangement completely convincing. Suggestion, rumbled Albert. It was hard to pick out his words. The timbre of his voice was too close to the throb of the engines, and he wasn't a good shouter. No practice, probably. I only caught some of what he said and wasn't too sure about what I did catch. Father, trains, trick or treat, and Jill's age, and an incorrect car, and aggravate, and an emergent brake. I stared, trying to parse out the incomprehensible plan. Trick or treat? Jill's age aggravates the emerging brake? Or was that brake? Emergency brake. Something about an emergency brake. He tried again. A couple of cars, he hollered. Couple of cars. Cars? No, car. Couple car. Ah, Jesus. I smacked my forehead. Decouple the car, which must activate, not aggravate, the emergency brake. Jesus and Mary, what a nightmare. A loud one. Hauling the mummy up to the semi-protected roof, we staggered overhead towards the last car. That's the one we would decouple. The train was going as fast as before, but we humped a lot faster along the roof this time. Killing the spider-mind and steam demon worked wonders for our self-confidence. Jill's attitude was so changed that I could probably dangle her over the edge, hold onto her ankles without her showing a quiver, though I was glad we didn't require such a demonstration. Me too. Actually, I'm very glad. There were 3 cattle cars, which we had to pass by creeping along the sides, centimeters away from staring zombies. I thought sure they'd start shooting at us. What a time to die. At least the demons wouldn't keep their mummy. So wait, they're crawling around the outside of a train with like gale force winds, and they're like, how are they holding a cyber mummy while doing all this? Whatever. But the reworked humans merely stared with malignant stupidity. They'd been given no orders, you see, just like bureaucrats at the Pentagon. It actually says Pentagod, like not N. I'm like, yeah, roast those fucking bureaucrats, but I don't know if that's like a double roast. It must be like military jargon. When we reached the last car, an enclosed cargo car, I looked down through the slatted roof to see that the interior was stuffed with zombies. As expected, Albert slid down between the cars in search of the emergency decoupler. After checking it, he climbed back up and shouted, "When?" Another good question. We didn't want to be stuck in the middle of the desert. If we hung until the suburbs of LA, we should be able to hold our own combat-wise and be close enough to supply, shelter, and other transportation. I tried to remember LA geography. Riverside, I shouted. That is, assuming the train passed through Riverside. Riverside's actually really far away. If not, any eastern bedroom community would do. Okay. Seeing was considerably easier in the daylight than in the pale green light. Even in the pale green light. Okay. For the moment, I didn't even mind the greenish hue of an alien sky. Get rid of these damned invaders, and we could look up at the natural color of blue, minus the gray haze for which LA was famous. I'm excited to see him try to... He's going to dunk on LA a lot. I feel like this guy doesn't like Los Angeles. He can't, right? He's like a red-blooded... He's a red-blooded Ayn Rand-loving Marine man who loves shooting and ladies with dad issues. I don't know. Yeah, here we go. I mean, it was the 90s. It was the 90s, and smog was very bad here in the 90s. Probably the worst. So, all right. I'll give him that one. That's more of a... That's more of an objective statement. Let's see. It would take a lot of work increasing the population to get everything back to normal, but it would be a satisfying challenge. Ugh. All right, failures. Let's kick all these aliens off so we can repopulate the planet. You know what I mean? We're gonna have to do a whole lot of fucking. Jesus, Flynn. I don't want Flynn Taggart to be like the basis of 25% of the human genome. We need a lot more. We need a lot more variety. Yeah, things not to say around a 14-year-old. Not to think. Let's just not think that. God damn. All right. Single, hollered Albert. Why was he telling me that? Single and couple. Whoops, signal when he should decouple the car. He climbed back down. Arlene tossed me a faint nod and a half smile, then gingerly slithered down the ladder and joined him. And that's the end of the chapter. God forgive me, that's the end of the chapter. Let's see here. There's like, yeah, this is actually going to pace out just about right. There's 25. There's like 8 more chapters, and I think 11 more sub extensions. So, yeah, if we go the full 24 hours, I'll have to figure out what to do with those last 3 sub extensions. Maybe I just rely on the power of horny New Vegas mods. Scottish Socialist, thank you for gifting 5 subs. Getting us very close. Getting us very close. I was muted. I'm not anymore. I don't think. Yeah, this music rocks. Thank you for recommending this. Okay, so next. Okay. Next mod is going to be a World of Wacky. I think, yeah, I already turned on that one. So I guess next one was supposed to be the Robert's Mail body, but whatever. Whatever. That's fine. There's always more mods. All right. Chapter 25. Let's see. The crew has gotten back together after taking out a bunch. They've retrieved a cyber mummy. They're riding the train to Los Angeles. They've retrieved a cyber mummy. And now they're going to try to get off at Riverside. They're going to decouple the train cars, which will engage the automatic brake, emergency brake, cause the car that they're on to slow down in the outskirts of Los Angeles. Chapter 25. Fly was too good a friend for me to not be honest with him. I guess we're in Arlene's head now? Fly was too good a friend for me to not be honest with him, but I was so surprised how fast things were going that there wasn't anything for me to say. Who could talk in this breeze anyway? Oh, geez. Oh, no. Fly, like most guys, made certain assumptions about women. When we decided just to be friends, I expected a certain strain. But we were pals, buddies, comrades. I liked it that way. But bring another man into the picture and there are consequences. Fly was a big brother. He never did take to Willie. And I don't think he ever thought there'd be the slightest chance I'd ever fall for a religious dude, especially a Mormon. Fall was a bad image. I squeezed down between the surging cars, watching the river of brown streaks racing below us as the ground sped past. Albert stood on the metal tongue thing that held the cars together. He kept switching his grip back and forth as the cars shimmied. I never realized they moved that much. I was falling for Albert. Crazy, buggin', oh gosh, a slur. The R word. Nothing short of the end of the world could have brought this about. One end of the world order up. Maybe we could reverse what had happened and give the human race a reason to go on living. Survivors, those who refused to go down until the fat monster sang. On Phobos, I thought I might be the only human being left alive in the universe. Then on Deimos, I thought Fly and I might be the only 2 human beings. However, however few there were on Earth to stand against the invader, all that mattered was that Fly and I were no longer alone. And looking down on the wide shoulders of my new friend, I'd hoped to be unalone in other ways, too. Drawing near, I saw his lips moving, reciting words that could have been from the Bible, for all I knew. Some kind of prayer, I reckoned. It seemed to calm him, give him courage. Guess there's some good in religion after all, if you knew where to look. I wonder if he had the entire Book of Mormon memorized or just the good parts, the passages that suited his prejudice. I knew somehow that Albert wasn't like that. Maybe the first guy I ever met who guided his lifestyle by his faith instead of the other way around. He stopped, looked up at me and smiled. With an opening like that, he could hardly blame me for taking the next step down the ladder. Albert! I shrieked. He said something, but I couldn't hear him. I was probably embarrassing him. That was nothing new for me when it came to interpersonal relationships. I find you really attractive! I bellowed romantically, secure in the knowledge that he couldn't hear a damned word. Then I shut up and listened to the train wheels. Something, 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 he said. Damn. He was embarrassed, but he pressed on, as brave as me, as he'd been with the monsters. Now, why did I make such a comparison? Typical, Arlene, I said to myself. Always your own worst critic. I don't mean to make you uncomfortable, I silently mouthed into the maelstrom. He shook his head and shrugged, which might have meant, I don't have the faintest idea what you're saying, but I preferred to interpret it as, nonsense, darling. My religion is really important to me, but so are you, and I know how you feel about it. He had me there. He didn't say that, though. He had me there. I didn't want to say anything right then. Physical combat can be so much easier than the other kind. I listened to the steady rhythm of the train wheels pounding in my skull like a 50 caliber machine gun, drowning out even the 300 kilometers per hour typhoon we rolled through. The irregular rattling sound of the coupler, waiting for Albert's hands to reach down and seize it, sounded like ground-to-air artillery. I looked at the ground unfurling beneath us like a giant banner. Then I looked up at blurs that might be trees or telephone poles, shading a dawn green as a lime before it rotted and became zombie lotion. I can't give you what you want, I said at normal speaking volume. Even I couldn't hear me. He said nothing, but looked up shyly at me. I liked him calling me beautiful. With his eyes, at least. I liked it a lot. Being honest came more easily now that we were both admitting our mutual attraction. Is that what they're doing? She's making up most of this. Well, you know what I mean. This wasn't exactly the best spot for romantic conversation, but I knew he would be admitting it if I could hear him. Yeah, this is Arlene. We're in Arlene's head right now. She's having like a one-way flirtatious conversation. James Fisto, thanks for gifting a sub. It wasn't only that I had problems with his religion. I didn't like any of them. I don't like turning over moral authority to a bearded ghost that you can't find when everything blows up. Besides, we might not be compatible in other ways. How pure Arlene that was, telling the man I wanted all the reasons why it would never work. I was grateful that it was so noisy down here that Fly couldn't hear a word. Time to shift from negatives to positives. Xenatrix Elixir, thank you for the prime. That's right, today I am Sir Lore. I'm everything. But Albert, we could give it a try, I said, not caring that I was basically talking to the wind and the wheels. He wasn't even looking at me at the moment, concentrating on keeping his balance and not losing a finger in the metal clacking thing. We could, date, spend a few nights together if we live through this. Who knows, something might happen. Again, he left me to contemplation of the train and the terrain. He was obviously struggling over what I'd said. It was pretty obvious that four forces were fighting in him at this moment. Morality, manners, moi, and the volume, lack of. That is a weird sentence. Finally, he worked up his nerve, craned his neck from where he could look me in the eye and say, something, something, rumble, something, question mark. Now that was a conversation stopper. But I only let it stop us for a moment. You mean you're a virgin? I asked, incredulous. He tilted his head to the side. Was that a yes? But you're a Marine, I howled in amazement. I burst out laughing at my own outburst. The Church of the Marine loomed larger in my mind than any competing firm. Of course, there are Marines who remain loyal to their wives and abstain from sex for religious reasons. Hey, fornication is not part of the job description. Amazing, but true. Still, the odds were against the clean-living Marine. You ever hear the phrase, there are no virgins in foxholes? I asked. He watched my animated, one-sided dialogue. It wasn't really a monologue. In puzzlement, tortured soul that he was. I couldn't give up that easily. What about the various ports and landing zones he must have visited on his sea tour? Bombay, Madrid, Manila, Hong Kong, Calcutta, Kuwait City. Albert smiled at me again. Progress. I had an admission. I knew how I would conduct the cross-examination. And she's like making all this up. This is so weird. So tell me, Mr. Marine Corps Sniper, did you never visit any of the local sex scenes? The cages of Bombay that hang over the street where you have sex with a pros in full view? I'm worried that I just said a slur. Prostitute? Is that short for that? Okay. The port pros in Manila? The Hong Kong sex tours where a soldier with a few $100 in his pocket can visit a dozen knocking shops in a day and a half? Kafiri City with more glory holes than other... You don't know? Wait, what? When did she stop talking at some point? I'm confused here. Okay, so it started with a quote, and then it goes on to talk about a moral glory hole, and then it just goes to a new paragraph, and I don't know if she's talking or thinking. You don't know? You place your you-know-what through a... Okay, so she's explaining what a glory hole is. You don't know? You place your you-know-what through a hole in the wall, and somebody on the other side does you-know. Yeah, maybe it was his morals. Maybe he didn't just want his gun to turn green and fall off. The angle was probably tough on his neck, but he swiveled his body a little so that he could almost face me. Something jumble something interrogative? Me? Well, no, not exactly. He stared at me a while longer. No, those places tended to be attractions for a male Marine. What would I do with a glory hole, for Pete's sake? I could work the other side, theoretically. Oh, God. All right. He might have been naive in some ways, but he was a man of the world in others. The contradictions in this big man appealed to me. He contained multitudes. I reached out and touched his cheek, glad he didn't pull away. I was afraid he might have been ready to write me off as a Marine slut. No dice. I was a responsible girl. Responsible behavior in today's world meant carry extra loads and sleep with both eyes open. To quote everyone's third favorite weird German philosopher Oswald Spengler. She's quoting, I don't know what's going on here. Life, if it would be great, is hard. It demands a choice only between victory and ruin, not between war and peace. And to the victors belong the sacrifices of victory, for that which shuffles querulously and jealously by the side of events is only literature. This is the philosophy she's thinking of, while she's like having a one-sided flirtation with a dude on a train. I don't know. Hey, that could be our first date. We hurl quotations at each other from 30 paces. That's it. That's also the end of the chapter. So in this chapter, Arlene used the fact that they couldn't hear each other to have a whole one-sided flirtatious conversation about getting in this dude's pants and talking about Marines that fuck prostitutes in cages. Sex workers, excuse me. Okay. Where are the demons? That's a great question. Lategshi. I mean, there were some demons a few chapters ago, but the book forgot that it was about demons, and now it's about imagining what being a horny woman must be like. That seems to be what it's into now, so. That chapter actually hurt a little bit. I wasn't expecting that. Every time I think I have this book, I have the boundaries of this book figured out. It finds a way to like get through my guard and hit me right in the ribs. Some light passages about sex slavery. Yeah. Yes, that inflicted damage. I took some psychic damage from those chapters. All right, I'm going to use the restroom, and I'm going to use the restroom and get some water. I'll be right back. New Vegas with even more mods in just a second. Finish a game, just digging around. Whatever, it's fun. I'm having a great time so far, and I hope all of you all are as well. Sorry, that came out a little weird. Back to the Doom novel. Actually, I'm gonna have to turn on a light. Hold on a second. Okay. So I can't give today. A lot of bills have been paid. The adoption and deposit cost a lot, and rent is due in a few days. Hey, that is okay. Absolutely okay. No one should feel guilty if you're not in a place, or even if you don't feel like it, man. Whatever. If you do, you do. If you don't, you don't. I'm just having a good time, and you have every permission to do the same. That's what this is all about. All right, chapter 26 in the Doom novel. Yeah, okay, so just so we have to remember, the last episode was told from Arlene's perspective, and she spent the entire time having a whole imaginary conversation with Albert, who she now has feelings for. But she's being like a weird, bashful playground kid about it. She's too tough to just say, I like you. So she had to do it when like they were on the side of a train and he couldn't hear anything. Or could he? I guess. Maybe we're trying to be playfully romantic here. But it was a weird chapter. Anyway, Arlene wants to jump Albert's bone, and we'll just ignore everything that happened from the perspective of Jill. And I did, yeah, you're right, Crackwagon Jackson. Thank you very much for bringing that up. I did forget about the sex workers in Hong Kong. Yeah, there was a whole imagined sequence where Arlene playfully interrogated Albert about his sexual history. And it was every bit the treasure you might think it is. All right, chapter 26, Riverside was coming up fast. So I took another look down at Arlene and Albert. They seemed to be carrying on a deeply meaningful conversation, though the Blessed Virgin only knew how they could possibly hear each other over that racket. It seemed impolite to stare, so I focused my attention on the horizon. There was a war to fight. A war to fight. Albert, now! I boomed at peak volume as the town raced up to greet us. Albert and Arlene started yanking on a lever atop the coupler. They heaved again and again until I thought we'd be cruising into Grand Central before they got the bloody thing unhooked. Then it cracked open, and the cars separated with an explosive bang. The pneumatic brakes activated automatically, slowing the loose car we were on, while the rest of the train sped on, oblivious, impervious. I wondered if the aliens would even notice that a car was missing. We destroyed the spider mind. Did they have enough initiative to even count? We braked toward a stop, more or less terrifyingly. The rails screamed, the car rocked and rolled. Jill held on for dear life, looking as green as the sky. Arlene and Albert kicked back, cool to the max. I was too busy watching everyone else to notice whether I was cool or freaked. I didn't want one of my crew to fall under the wheels and be crushed to death without me being instantly aware of it. He's always monitoring the situation, always observing. Is this from the series where Doom Guy's a Mormon? Yes. Not a Mormon yet, though he's seriously thinking about converting at this point. I couldn't bring myself to abandon the car without expressing an opinion on the zombies sardine canned below. I positioned myself and fired a bunch of rounds through the roof slats. This riled them up, and they behaved in the appropriate manner. They attacked each other with mindless ferocity. As the car came to a complete stop, Albert and I managed the cyber mummy between us quite easily. Cyber mummy. No space, no hyphen, just cyber mummy. We hopped down and bolted for cover in an alley. The streets of Riverside were like the valleys of a lost civilization or the canyons of a mysterious planet. We beat cleats up and down to throw off any alien patrols. Although deep in the heart of enemy territory, surrounded by more monsters than at any other time since returning to Earth, it was a relief to be off the train. Oh yeah, cyber mummy. Dimmy. I forgot about the cyber mummy. So they got on a train to make it to LA to disable like a facility that was protecting a shield or something. They have to hack it. So they had to get on a freight train to cross the United States to get from Utah to LA. And at some point, the aliens stopped and loaded a mummy on board. And so they decided they wanted to save the mummy. So they went and saved the mummy. And then it turns out it's a dude with like matrix holes in him. So that's why they call him a cyber mummy, because he's got little like data ports installed all over him. And the hacker tried to hack his brain, but Doom guy got annoyed and made it like just basically insisted that they stop and move forward. So yeah, there's a cyber mummy. There's a cyber mummy. The streets of Riverside. Oh yeah, we already read that. I went all the way back to cyber mummy. Okay, off the train. Okay, I didn't know about the others, but I was grateful to be on solid ground again. There was no way to tell where the mummies were, or there was no way to tell what were the mummy's requirements for life support. Perhaps with an IV, he could survive indefinitely in his present condition, but there was no way for us to be certain without direct communication. Meanwhile, Arlene and Jill took point and tail respectively. We were at the part of the mission where we were truly interchangeable except for the necessity of keeping Jill alive until she could do her computer trick. Nowhere was safer than anywhere else. We whisked through the streets and alley, avoiding patrols of roving monsters. We ran, carrying the mummy like old bedclothes between us. So they like tuck a cyber mummy under their arm? They've talked about the cyber mummy as though he can fit in somebody's pocket, but it's a full person. It's a full person like wrapped in cloth but they're just like, hey, you get him. They carried the cyber mummy while they were crawling on the side of the train. Whatever. The book keeps referencing the fact that like cyber mummy is nothing. Okay, whatever. Until old bedclothes. Putting the mummy down for a moment, Albert pointedly asked of Jill, "Are there any safe houses around here?" Digging into her pack, Jill produced that small portable computer, the Comp Mac Ultra Micro, more compact than any I'd seen before. "Where'd you get that?" asked Arlene. Jill answered with a lot of pride. "Underground special, built by the church. You can get inventions out fast, and you don't have to worry about FCC regs and product liability lawsuits." So the Mormon Church built a real sick laptop. Awesome. You seen how in movies and games people throw people over their shoulders and move normally? Yeah, just like you're holding a sack of laundry, basically. Okay, so when you don't have to worry about the regulations and the lawsuits, it turns out that's what's holding back the best PCs. She called up her safe house program and then told us... She called up her safe house program and then told all of us to look away. I doubted that I'd turn to stone if I didn't comply. I doubted that I'd turn to stone if I didn't comply. Anyway, I complied. What? And listened to her type in about 30 characters, her key code, obviously. When she was finished, I looked at her again as she scrutinized her screen. She nodded and pressed her lips firmly together, a sure sign in my book of mission accomplished. "There's a safe house about a mile from here on Paglia Place," she said. Then she called up a map of Riverside and showed us the rest of the route the program suggested. She pulled up MapQuest. Awesome. "I see a problem with part of this," said Arlene. "The route goes within a couple of blocks of an old IRS field office where I used to deliver papers while I was a courier." "Courier? What for?" asked Jill. "For 2 years of college." "What'd you get?" "Minimum wage, 15 per hour, old bucks." "Oh, I mean, what degree?" "Oh, AA in engineering and computer programming," answered Arlene, embarrassed. I could imagine why. Arlene's degree must seem awfully trivial compared to what Jill had picked up on her own. What? Also, minimum wage wasn't $15 in the 90s. Jill nodded. "Hep," she said, without dissing my pal, for which I was grateful. The gal was a pretty grown-up 14-year-old. It had to happen, right? The phrase had to happen. Fuck. I didn't expect it there. I wasn't ready. Yeah, there it is. There it is. Damn Mormons. Jesus. Okay, alright. I'm not reading that part again. Astute enough to recognize that Arlene was very touchy about only going to a 2-year college. She couldn't afford any longer. Now Doom Guy is an academic snob? What the hell? We followed the revised route Arlene traced. I had some advice that nobody wanted to hear. Wait. They never got to the point where she explained why it's bad to go by that building. She's just like, I used to work there. Or I used to deliver there? The route goes within a couple of blocks of an old Irish field office where I used to deliver papers while I was a courier. This route goes by a couple of blocks of an old IRS field office. So they want to go to the IRS field office. Why? Do they think there's going to be guns there or something? Maybe it's going to be a place they can... I don't... What the fuck, man? Okay, so they're going the way Arlene wants to. Alright. We followed the revised route Arlene traced. I had some advice that nobody wanted to hear.
Fly's prime directive is not to use firearms unless absolutely necessary.
Jill was the first critic. But Fly, it's not like they're human. Using martial arts might only entertain them, Arlene added. I'm not even sure a shiv would bother them, assuming you can find where their ribs are to stick it between. Thing Nasty, thank you for gifting a sub.
Is everyone finished?
I asked a bit impatiently.
I'm not getting all liberal. I just mean the wrong noise at the wrong moment could bring down a horde on our heads.
Oh, well, why didn't you say so? I wish there were a quick discourse so I could take in monster Aikido. Failing that, I'd settle for learning where they kept their glass jaws, so a quick uppercut could do the trick. Zom Kalam. Thank you very much for gifting 5 subs. Thank you. And for the Prime. I appreciate it. Okay, we padded up dark alleyways and narrow streets. What, that's it? That's how that conversation ends? Okay, why? We padded up dark alleyways and narrow streets, trying to stay out of the sun. After a couple of clicks, Arlene suddenly stopped cold. When the Marine taking point does that, it's time for everyone to play living statue. We froze and waited. Jill, for all her fighting instincts, didn't have the training. She started to ask what was wrong, but I clamped a hand over her mouth. Arlene continued facing forward, but gestured behind her for the rest of us to backtrack. We did it very slowly. Whatever it was hadn't noticed us yet, and I aimed to keep it that way. We backed up about 100 meters before she let out her breath. Remember the fatty we saw back at the train depot? She asked. We just bumped into its older, whiter brother. Oh, a cybermancubus? We'd been so busy that I never got around to getting her to name that mobile tub of lard, but I instantly knew the creature she meant. I'd hoped that maybe the thing was an exception to the rule, an accident rather than a standard design. I preferred fighting monsters that didn't make me sick. I thought it was a huge pile of garbage, Arlene whispered intently. Blinking into the darkness ahead, I finally made out a huge shadow shifting among the other shadows. The thing roused itself with the sound of tons and tons of wet burlap dragged across concrete. It stood to a height of 2 meters, only my height actually, but weighing at least 400 kilos. The density and width of the thing was incredible. The fatty, if we lived through this one, I hoped I could talk Arlene into a better name, made slush sounds as it moved. It was probably leaving something disgusting behind it, like a snail track. In the massive, shapeless metal paws that encased or replaced its hands, the fatty held some kind of weird 3-headed gun. The thing wasn't facing us. It stood sideways, trying to figure out from which direction had come the noise, disturbing its repose. Then it turned away from us, giving us an unobstructed view of its mottled, disgusting back. It made a horrible rasping noise that I guessed was the sound of its breathing. I pointed in the other direction, but just then we heard stomping feet approaching up the block that way. A troop of monsters. Just what we needed. Can you imagine Doom Guy yelling, Joseph Smith, grant me the strength? There was already a Joseph Smith reference. Somebody said it out loud. So I would say no, but now I can't rule anything out for this amazing work of literature. This multi-book epic. They were led by a bony. If we didn't know how dangerous it could be, it would seem sort of funny, leading them with that jerking puppet gait. There was nothing amusing about being trapped between a fatty in front and the ghoul club behind, between a hammer and an anvil, with no side streets or doors to duck into. Albert sighed. I watched his shoulders untense. He unslung his weapon with casual ease, as though he had all the time in the world. Which in a way he did. He was ready to die for the cause, whatever that was, whether that was us or the rest of whatever. Me, I was ready to live for mine. Jill's face went utterly white, but she didn't give any indication of bugging. After the flat car, did he just learn bugging as a word? I feel like he did a small amount of research on like teen slang to write the chapter for Jill, and now he's like using words that he likes. Anyway, after the flat car, she was a seasoned vet, or maybe Fry's getting younger. They're merging, their mind merging. Fry, whatever. Flynn. Like the rest of us, she had that special feeling of living on borrowed time. She clutched the Ultra Micro to her chest, more upset about failing than dying. She contemplated our mummy with regret. She'd never get the hack of a lifetime. Arlene whispered, "Crossfire," a nanosecond before it occurred to me. Darting into the middle of the street, we had the bony in our sights. It stopped and immediately bent at the waist and fired its shoulder rockets. I hit the deck, and Arlene dodged left. The rockets sailed over my head, one of them bursting against the big, brown back of the fatty. Enraged, the fatty located the source of this scurrilous, unprovoked attack. It raised both of its arms and fired 3 gigantic flaming balls of white phosphorus at the bony. The center ball hit, but the other 2 spread, striking the other members of the bony's entourage, frying them instantly. The surviving members were no happier than the fatty had been earlier. They opened fire, and the bony forgot all about us, firing 2 more rockets at the fat boy. Meanwhile, my crew were very, very busy lying on their bellies and kissing dirt for all they were worth, hands over heads. All except me. I kept my hands free and rolled onto my back, shotgun pointing back and forth, like a fan at a tennis match. I didn't want to call attention to our little party, but neither did I want to be noticed by a smarter-than-average monster who wanted to spill our guts to celebrate its position on the food chain. I wished it were still night. The bony ran out of rockets before the fatty ran out of fireballs. The bone bag blew apart into tiny pieces. White shards so small they could be mistaken for hailstones. Were this not Los Angeles? I mean, it's not. You're in Riverside. Well, whatever. The fatty kept firing. There were plenty of troops left to take out, and the walking flab seemed to have an inexhaustible supply of pyrotechnics. Maybe he got his stuff from the same shop used by the steam demon. All right. At last, any troops left intact were no longer moving. The fatty kept firing for a while into their inert bodies. When it stopped, nothing moved anywhere in sight, assuming those little pig eyes could see very far. We lay as still as we could. I wish we could stop the sounds of our breathing. A lump of congestion had settled somewhere in my head, and I wheezed on every second breath. When I was afraid to hold my breath for fear I would start coughing. Of course, the monster's hearing might not be any great shakes. I could see small black holes on either side of his lard-encrusted head. All right. Oh. If those were his ears, they seemed minuscule. I lay still, rationalizing and wheezing, hoping the thing would do anything except exactly what it did next. The fatty was badly shot and cut up, like a giant spherical hamburger patty that had fallen apart on the grill. It rumbled and began to shuffle directly for us. If the monstrous thing stepped on one of us as it passed, it would be a messy death. All right, and that's the end of the chapter. What an image, right? Chewed up burger patty. All right. Guy really likes calling these monsters fat. They're stupid fat monsters. Well, you know, all things considered, no, that was still pretty bad. Yeah. It possibly the worst so far. That insidious phrase is that she's very old for her age or whatever. I don't like that at all. I don't like that at all. This author seems to understand some boundaries sometimes and then just seems to not other times, and it's very concerning. Like it's like a 50-50 shot that it trips over and becomes seriously inappropriate. Maybe. I hope it just I mean, I think what it implies is inappropriate in the first place, that an author would. Anyway, whatever. It's not worth getting into. All right, I'm gonna. Yeah, Ruby. I agree. I agree. I am going to shut some windows, and then we'll come back with Fallout New Vegas, modded to hell. I think there's an animation mod pack I'm going to turn on, so I'll be right back. See you soon. Okay, chapter 27. Chapter 27. Sorry, let me readjust the mic here. Chapter 27. Time for more repression-fueled misogynistic perversions. If only that's all it was. I can handle that. I'm used to that. I'm all stretched out. That's fine. Some of this other stuff is going to give me a sprain. Chapter 27. I decided if one of those massive feet were about to descend on any one of us, I would open fire. There might be a military argument for letting one of us die if the others were passed over. Anyone but Jill. But forget it. Not like that. As Fat Boy stumped slowly in our direction, I realized with a sinking feeling that it was another genetic experiment copying the human form. The whole design was clearly functional, unlike another killer critter. But if they could make creatures this close to our body type, then they could do copies of us in time. As these thoughts raced through my mind, the thing took one ponderous step after another, coming closer and closer, allowing for inspection of its non-human qualities. The skin was like that of a rhinoceros. Feed this lumpkin an all-you-can-eat buffet with a discount coupon, and it might top out at half a ton. Oh, jeez. The bald head looked like a squashed football. The beady eyes took no note of us as it came within spitting distance. It had to be nearsighted. Now, if it were deaf and unable to smell, it might just miss us. Good news and bad. If Fat Boy continued walking a straight line, it would miss us all. Alas, Jill's Ultra Micro lay directly next to her, and the fatty was about to step on this critical piece of equipment. Oh, I hope he sacrifices himself for her laptop. Oh, man. There wasn't time for anyone to do anything except for Jill. All she had to do was reach out with her right hand and grab it. I saw her raise her head and start to move her hand, but she froze. What if it saw her? With only a second to spare, she worked up her nerve and yanked the computer out of the way before the monster would have crushed it flat. By waiting so long, she solved her problem. The fatty couldn't see its own feet. The bulk of the vast stomach obscured Jill's quick movement. Fat Boy slogged on without further mishap. I was ready to heave a sigh of relief, clear my throat, and maybe enjoy a cough or two. Jill started to get up. Arlene and Albert weren't moving yet, waiting for the all clear from yours truly. I almost gave it when a blast of machine gun fire erupted behind the fatty. I was too damned tired to curse. We could use a short rest before taking on new playmates. The fatty wasn't happy about the turn of events, either. It screamed with a sound more pig-like than the Pinky Demons. The bullets sprayed in a steady stream, so many that some were surely penetrating that thick hide to disrupt vital organs. However deeply those organs were hidden underneath a stinking expanse of quivering flesh. As the machine gun cut the monster to ribbons, I heard bug-wild, crazy laughter, the kind made only by a human being. The laughter continued. The bullets continued, until at last the fatty made the transition from hamburger to roadkill. It made a wet flopping sound, collapsing into itself, and died. We weren't playing statues while this was going on. Guns at the ready firing positions, we faced what looked like another human being. A very large human figure. I almost called out, but I checked myself. Despite my gut-level joy at seeing another human, my innate suspicion held me back. After all, some real-life humans cooperated with the alien invasion. Sure, this guy shot the fatty. Maybe he was on our side. But we couldn't be sure of that. And if he didn't come into the alley, he wouldn't see us. The alley was in deep shadow, hidden from even the pallid green light of a reworked sky. Unfortunately, Jill was not a Marine. She was a young girl, and like most teenagers, she sometimes acted on autopilot. "You're human," she yelped. God. Then stopped suddenly, hand over her mouth, as if trying to push these words back inside. She realized what she had done. As to the consequences, she'd learn those in the next moment. So would the rest of us in the black alley. The figure lifted a hand to its head and flipped back a visor over its helmet. The face underneath seemed human enough. From what I could see, he wasn't smiling. Jill made as if she might run, but she was thinking again. She wouldn't lead him back to us. "It's all right, little girl," he said, scanning, trying to locate her. "I won't hurt you." He took another tentative step in her direction, and she held her ground, not making another sound. Silhouetted against the light gray wall of a carniceria, he was an impressive sight. But whose side was he on? This deep into enemy territory, we couldn't let anything compromise us, not even common sense or basic instincts. Fighting monsters was so black and white that there was something clean about it. This man was not a monster. Were we about to have the firefight of our lives, a new ally, or a Mexican standoff? He didn't have a flash. Wait, he didn't have a flash. Light? He didn't have a flash. Probably figured he wouldn't need one in the daylight, such as it was. In the dark alley, however. Silently, slowly, I slid my pair of day-night goggles out of my webbing and slipped them on, flicking the switch as I did so. Now I could make out more of his gear. 30 cal machine gun, a belt-fed job, backpack full of ammo, radio gear, a flak jacket that screamed state-of-the-art body armor, and a U.S. Army Ranger uniform, staff sergeant. "Come on out, little girl, let me see you. It's all right." He raised his hand, as if scratching his chin stubble, but a crackling sound followed by a rumbling voice made it clear that he was talking into a handheld mic. I also saw one more twist. He had a pair of distended goggles himself on his helmet. Night vision goggles. They had to be. Okay. When Jill said nothing, he reached up for them. My heart pounded. As soon as he put them on, he would see all of us crouched in the shadows. As if she sensed the danger, or maybe she herself knew she'd blown it, was trying to redeem herself, Jill stepped forward into the faint illumination reflected from the dragon green sky by the pale wall of the Mexican meat market. "Here I am, sir," she called. "Are you alone?" he asked. Jill was a trooper. "Yes, sir. I'm alone, sir." Slowly, the man lowered his machine gun right at her small, narrow tummy. I really don't like that he said that. The universe became a still picture of the man, the gun, Jill, and my hand tightened on the trigger of my Avenger. "Take it nice and easy," he told Jill. "You're coming to meet the boss." "Who's that?" she asked, her voice firm. We'll get along a lot better, he said. If you get it through your head right now, bitch, that you don't ask the questions. Oh my god. Alright, give me a minute. Cool. Thanks, Doom Novel. Thanks for that, Doom Novel. What if I don't want to go? She asked. Then I'll drop you where you stand, he answered. The machine gun had not shifted an inch. Now move it or lose it, he said. Jill moved all right, slowly and deliberately, so he wouldn't suspect anything. The gun followed her, and the sergeant turned his back to the alley, and I guess that's what she intended all along, for she took a dive as soon as his body blocked the line of fire. I needed no second chance. Mr. Mystery Ranger didn't have the proper attitude towards little girls. Not by a long shot. Fuck, man. I hate it. Stop. Stop it. Stop. I feel like I need to, like, spray this book with a water bottle. Oh, yeah. Also, let me update the sub counts here. And the timer. Forgot to do that. Thank you all very much again. Just take a little break. This is a nice thing to do. It's giving me a little, letting me back off of this deranged stuff. Okay, thank you for that. We're little girls. Not by a long shot. Unloading both barrels into the guy's back got his attention. Arlene opened fire with her AB-10. Between the two of us, we gave him a quick and effective lesson in good manners. CTZ, thank you for the sub, and Chili51, thanks for gifting a sub. Thank you guys. Thank you very much. He staggered but managed to turn around. That armor of his was something. He started firing wildly while Arlene and Albert pumped more lead. I slammed 2 more shells home into my trusty duck gun, let them go into the son of a bitch's head. The fancy headgear cracked like a colorful Easter egg and spilled out its contents. Surprise, you're dead. None of us moved for at least a minute, listening for the sound of more aliens attracted by the noise. There were no footsteps or nearby trucks, but we did hear sporadic gunfire in the distance, probably zombies. Surprise, you're dead. Man, Flynn is so cool. Flynn Flytaggart is so cool. Jill, Arlene called out. Jill returned with an expression that can only be described as sheepish. This girl was covered in dust, but didn't have a scratch on her. I'm sorry, Jill volunteered. I feel like a total dweeb. The apology didn't save her from Arlene. That was a stupid mistake. You could have iced us all. Defiantly, Jill turned to me. Daddy against mommy. I didn't say a word. Didn't stop Arlene. Didn't change expression. Didn't say a word. Didn't stop Arlene. Didn't change expression. Sorry, kid. I'm not going to undermine my second just to save your ego. I didn't think it was that dumb a mistake. She was just a kid. But Arlene had chosen to make it an issue. And whatever, I thought I'd back her to the hilt. Okay. Jill started to blink, angrily holding back tears. She turned to Albert, but he was suddenly really busy wiping his gun barrel. Oh yeah, that's very literal. Well, about time she learned no hero allowances, and I guess no kid allowances either. All right, she said, voice quavering. What do you want me to do? Arlene stepped close, lowering her voice, so I could barely hear it. There's nothing you can do. You owe me, Jill. Before the mission's over, you're going to pay. Christ, Arlene, okay. When Arlene stepped back, Jill's eyes were wide. The bravado and defiance were gone. She was scared to death of Arlene Sanders. The shock treatment seemed to work. Jill focused on something more important than her own shortcomings. God, is the mummy all right? While Albert and Jill went to check on our recruit from the bandage brigade, I did an inventory on the soldier with the lousy manners. Arlene joined me. Was he a traitor? She asked of the inert form at our feet. Or did we just kill a good guy? Or worse, A.S.
Is this that perfect genetic experiment we've been half expecting ever since Deimos?
If he's number 3, she said, we'll have to give him a name. She kicked the side of the machine guy with her boot. I'll call him Clyde.
Clyde?
I asked, dumbfounded.
That's worse than Fatty. It's just a name.
Clyde, she declared, with the really irritating tone of voice she only uses when she makes her mind up and can't believe anybody would still be arguing.
But Clyde,
I repeated like a demented parrot.
Why not Fred or Barney or Ralph or Norton?
I suspected that I might be spinning out of control. For Clyde Barrow, she explained, and I still didn't get it. You know, she continued with the cultural literacy tone of voice. Bonnie Parker and the Clyde Barrow? Bonnie and Clyde?
Oh,
I said, finally ready to surrender.
Jesus H., that's really obscure.
At the precise moment that I invoked the name of the Savior, good old Albert decided to rejoin us, reinforcing a theory I've had for years that if you call on the gods, you're rewarded with a plague of believers. Not that I was thinking of Albert as part of a plague just then. The plague was out there, beyond us where it belonged, in the heart of Los Angeles. And there ends the chapter. So wait, did they verify that that was a alien man, or what? They just kind of like assumed it, and then they were like, "Yup, I guess that's it." They made up the idea that the aliens were working on a human clone. And then when they saw a dude wearing body armor with a cool helmet, they were like, "They did it." They did it. They verified it was a Clyde? Yeah, I guess. Now they can just call anything they want Clyde and kill it. Look out, it's a Clyde. Blam. Anyway, Doom is weird. This book is so weird. I was low-key hoping there would be more dunks on Los Angeles. And it sounds like, that last one sounded like a pretty good swipe. So I'm hoping I hope that they like go to Skid Row and they're like, it doesn't even look any different. Like that's kind of what I'm expecting.
Couldn't even tell that anything changed. It looks like a shithole.
Something like that. That's what I want. Okay, we got 2 more chapters to go. Or 2 more chapters banked up anyway. Okay, the crew is heading to LA and they have a cyber mummy. That's pretty much it. I think that's what we got. Yeah, Arlene is trying to process the fact that she wants the D from a Mormon. Jill got put in her place for almost killing the team. Oh, that's right. They killed a dude, and then they decided that it was an alien replicant. They just decided that. Porter to me. Porter Tome. Thank you very much for the prime. So that's where we're at. It's a weird. Yeah, they just moved on to LA. Yeah, backed off the pedophilia a little bit, which is nice. Let's see if the writer makes a Holocaust denial next. I think that's about... I don't know if that would be in bounds or not. I don't know how I'd feel about that. Okay. I thought you had a Christian upbringing, said Albert, annoyed at yours truly for the blasphemy. Catholic school, Arlene answered. Oh, that explains it, said Albert, which I found a bit annoying. Further discussion seemed a losing proposition, so I resumed investigation of the Clyde, which reminded of the earlier discussion about nomenclature.
Hey, Jill, I called out. We decided to name this bastard a Clyde.
A Clyde? Asked Jill in the same tone of voice I had said Jesus H.
Yup.
What a dumb name. I decided to put her in my will. Heh. Make fun of my religion, will they? What? Jesus H. That's really obscure. Albert, yeah. I see. Okay, sorry, I had to track that back. He said Jesus H. That's really obscure when Arlene was explaining why the replicant is named Clyde. I went back to my close study of the Clyde. As I'd noticed before, he appeared fully human, if a bit large. Frankly, I didn't think he could be a product of genetic engineering. The results had been too crude up to this point. Most likely, he'd been recruited by the aliens. I was sorry the man was dead, because I'd like to kill him again. It made me furious that any human would cooperate with the subjugation of his own race. I kicked the corpse. Nah. Arlene was a good mind reader. You think he's a traitor? She said. What else could he be? You already suggested it. What's that? Asked Albert. Jill was all ears too. The time had finally come to lay all the cards on the table. We've been considering the possibility that the aliens might be able to make perfect human duplicates, I told them. He could be one, said Arlene, pointing to the man. Maybe the first example of a successful genetically engineered human. First example we've seen, anyway. I don't buy it, I said. But what makes you think it's even possible? Asked Albert, obviously disturbed by the suggestion. Arlene took a breath. On Deimos, we saw gigantic blocks of human flesh. I'm sure it was raw material for genetic experiments. Later, Fly and I saw vats where they were mass-producing monsters. In a way, I interrupted, even the bony and the fatty are closer to being human than the other genetic experiments. Hell princes, steam demons, pumpkins. And now they've succeeded, said Arlene, looking down. I hope you're wrong, I said. It's too much of a quantum leap, Arlene. Even the clothes are too good. You have an argument there, she admitted. Those stupid red trunks on the bonies were awful. We looked at the spiffy man in uniform. He talked like a real person, Jill observed. I hadn't thought about that before. But everything about his manner of speaking rang true, even the threatening tone at the end. If he hadn't been such a total bastard, I wouldn't have enjoyed killing him so much. Making a monster was one thing. Cobbling together a first-class butthead was a lot harder. Required tender, loving care. Okay, said Albert. He looks, walks, talks, and smells like a human being. So maybe he was one. Whatever he was, he's good and dead, and that's what matters right now. I tried to conclude the issue. The way Arlene kept looking at the man meant that she couldn't shake the disturbing idea that he was a synthetic creation. I didn't doubt that they could do stuff like this in time. My objective was to prevent them from having that time. Yeah, first class butthead is a real great phrase. Hey. Arlene shuddered, then shook her head as if dislodging any nasty little critters that might have snuck in there. Oh, Shadow! Gifting 25 subs. All right, let me write this down. This means there's now, let's see here. We're now at 3 chapters total once all the alerts tick up. Thank you very much. All you can do tonight, hey, that's plenty. That's big pogs. Thank you very much. That's a lot. That's a lot of money. Really, really appreciate it. Read on. I will. Thanks again. Sometimes I wonder if I maybe hang too long on thanks for people's tastes. Anyway. Where was I? He's good and dead, and that's all that matters. Oh, shaking nasty little critters that might have been stuck in there. Well, if they did make him, he's only a staff sergeant. There's a lot of room for progress before they hit second lieutenant and start downhill again. Dunked. Albert laughed hard at that. She gave him an appreciative glance. In a way, it was kind of strange to nitpick over which was more likely to be true, human traitors or human duplicates. Either possibility was disturbing. I let my mind wander over the uncertain terrain where treason sprouts like an ugly mushroom. If U.S. armed forces were competing or cooperating with the aliens, were they under orders from the civilian government? Had Washington caved in immediately to become a Vicky-style administration? And what could the aliens offer? Human collaborators that the humans would be stupid enough to believe. I didn't doubt for 1 second that the enemy intended the extermination of the human race as we knew it. Ooh, Porter! Thank you for the 10 subs. You guys are really going. Oh, man. Stacking up all them subs. You guys are going to hit like all the goals. There's only like, well, I don't know how many more there are. I have to count, but damn, you guys are doing great. Thank you very much, Porter. I'm definitely gonna finish. Well, I don't know if we're gonna finish the book yet. Very, very close to it. Oh, all right. I'm getting whooped up. Hermdog, thank you for gifting a sub. 69 Hermdog 420. I always like looking at your name. It's pleasing to my eyes. Having thoughts of clipping together the lore as a single video? Cam, yeah, I've been doing that. Yeah, the rest of the Doom stuff is up as single videos on my YouTube channel. So, yeah, it's there. I'm getting a little bit better at it as time goes on. There's probably going to be a lot of asides and stuff in there. I definitely don't go through and chop all that out. Extermination of the human race. All right. Zombie slaves and a few human specimens kept around for experimental purposes didn't count as species survival in my book. I must have been carrying worry on my face because Albert put his hand on my shoulder and said, "We needn't concern ourselves over the biggest possible picture. One battle at a time is how we'll win this war." War. First, we destroy the main citadel of alien power in Los Angeles. Then maybe we'll stop them in New York, Houston, Mexico City, Paris, London, Rome, Tokyo. He trailed off. Already quite a list, wasn't it? Atlanta, said Jill. Orlando, said Orlean. We must save the good name of the mouse on both coasts. On Disneyland? You know, I mused, I wonder how much of the invasion force Arlene and I destroyed on Deimos. Oh, at least half, boasted my buddy, but she might not be far wrong. We killed a hell of a lot of monsters on the Martian moons. Each new carcass meant one less demonic foot soldier on terra firma. You know, said Jill, her voice sounding oddly old, I could kill every one of those human traitors. I'm with you, hun. Ugh. Fly has never said hun to anybody. That's gross. I agreed. But you gotta be careful about blanket statements like that. Some were threatened, tortured. Hell, some could have even been tricked. They didn't go through what we did on Deimos. They might have been told that the mass destruction was caused by human against human, and now these superior aliens have come to Earth with a plan for ultimate peace. I bet you were a pain in your high school debate society, Fly Taggart, said a long-suffering Arlene. But you know damn well what she means. Put it down to my practical side if you want, I said. I like to know the score before I pick a play. So cool. So cool, Anonymous. Thank you for gifting a sub. Oh, this is a cool customer. I'm gonna steal that. Definitely steal it. Please steal it. Oh my god. Albert added a note. Anyone can make a terrible mistake and still repent before the final hour. It's possible, I said. I don't know who's saying this. I'm sorry I made that crack about you growing up Catholic. I don't know if that's Albert. The two atheist females acted suitably disgusted by our theological love fest. The girls don't believe in redemption of traitors, Albert, I said. Oh, Shadow, thanks for gifting another sub. I pray for everyone, he said, even traitors. Fine, said Arlene. Pray over their graves. Oh, that's nice. While we failed to resolve yet another serious philosophical issue, Jill squatted over the corpse. In a very short time, she'd become hardened to the sight and smell of carnage. Good. She had a chance to survive in the new world. Here, let me While I'm thinking about it, I'm going to update the counters. You guys are the best. Thank you very much. Here we go. Does the book actually say Theological Love Fest? Yes, it does. It sure does. And Love Fest is hyphenated. It's Love hyphen Fest. So there you go. Business Otter, thank you for the resub. Sure does. Okay. She had a chance to survive in the new world. Are you all right? Arlene asked. Don't worry about me, Jill said, following my example and kicking the corpse. They're just bags of blood, and we've got the pins. It's no big thing. No one was joking now. Arlene looked at me with a worried expression. This was no time to psychoanalyze a 14-year-old who was doing her best to feel nothing. The sort of cold attitude was par for the course in an adult, a mood that would be turned off, hopefully, in peacetime, but hearing it from a kid was unnerving. Oh yeah, Lesbian 420, great name. Just joined the stream for the first time. Doom lore. Looks like you're about done with a book. Yeah, this is actually the second book in the Doom novel series that I'm reading in chunks. I do one chapter every time we hit sub goal. So, yeah, it's been a trip. It's been a real journey. This narrative series is bananas. And this is only the second book in 4 books that are loosely based on Doom the video game. All right. It's cool stuff. Everyone in it is cool. This one has Mormons. It's a very Mormon-heavy narrative, yeah. Very Mormon-heavy. Most of the cast is converting to Mormonism. Yeah, it's weird. Okay, so though hearing it from a kid was unnerving. The words just out of her lips were the cold truth we created. Do only the youngest soldiers develop the attitude necessary to win a war? Until this moment, I wouldn't have thought of Arlene and myself as old-fashioned sentimentalists. But if the future human race became cold and machine-like to fight the monsters, then maybe the monsters win, regardless of the outcome. Ah, so deep. Oh, you got work tomorrow? Ah, alright, Pop-Tart. Well, thanks for watching. Hopefully you sleep well. Are the demons Mormon? Maybe. Maybe you've just cracked this mystery wide open. Recreation time was over. Jill went to the cyber mummy and started to lift him. He was really too heavy for her to do alone, and we got the idea. Albert helped her, and Arlene and I returned to battle readiness. The next goal was obvious, find the safe house. We couldn't make good time sneaking through the dark carrying a mummy. That's the first time they've ever referred to carrying a full human body as some kind of problem. Keep forgetting about the cyber mummy? Me too. I love every time they bring it up, even though it's not doing anything. I love when they bring it up. We were only 90 minutes away. All we ran into along the way was a pair of zombies, almost a free ride. I popped them both before Arlene even got off a shot. You have all the fun, said Albert. This guy's starting to weigh. You don't hear Jill complaining, do you? Asked. Oh, shit. You don't hear Jill complaining, do you? Asked Arlene. Jill said nothing, but I could see the sweat beading on her forehead and her breathing was more rapid. Arlene noticed too. Jill, would you like to switch with me? She asked. I'm all right, she said, determined to prove something to someone. Jill managed to hold up her end all the way to the door of the crappiest-looking rat trap in a whole block of low-rent housing. She heaved a sigh of relief as she finally put down her burden. A stretch of hovels didn't seem to have been bombed by anything but bad economic decisions. Yes! It's starting! It's starting! Love it. The house was one story, shapeless as a cardboard box, with a sheet of metal thrown on top, pretending to be a roof. The yard was a narrow stretch of dirt with garbage piled high. It looked worse than any apartment I'd ever seen and gave the scuzziest motels a run for the money. If anyone with a dime in his pocket would be caught dead there. The perfect touch was a monotonous cacophony of dumb-ass psycho-metal music blaring through the thin walls. Let me take it from here, Albert volunteered. These Cali libs are going to get owned so hard. Yeah! I can't wait for Flynn to roll in and give them some John Wayne bullshit. And they're all going to think he's so cool. And they're all going to be like, Flynn, teach us how to be as cool as you. And he's going to be like, no. Oh, man. Oh, man, this is going to be awesome. I can't wait. I can't wait. Be my guest, I said. He knocked on a flimsy door covered with streaks of peeling yellow paint. I half expected the whole structure to crash down in a shambles. That's what it says. I expected the whole structure to crash down in a shambles. I figured we'd wait a long time before any denizens within roused themselves. Instead, the door opened within a few seconds. How many books are after this? 2 books are after this one. It was like stepping back in time to the late 20th century when post-punks, headbangers, carpet bangers, and other odd flotsam of adolescent rage had their 15 minutes. Is he just saying they all look like 90s punks? I think that's what he's saying. Yeah, the late 20th century. There were 2 young men standing in the doorway. One was blonde, the other was darker, black-haired, possibly Hispanic. Rocco and Paco, for the moment. Ugh. I got to the end of the... that was the Andrew Huschelt remix of the Doom soundtrack, and it was delightful. So, look that up on YouTube if you like. That's what I was playing it from. Here we go. Where are we? Rocco didn't say anything, staring at us with glazed eyes, mouth partly open. The only good thing to say about them was that there was simply no way they had been taken over by alien invaders. Even monsters know when to give someone a pass. What? May we come in? Asked Albert. Stoked, said Rocco. Oh man. I have to make this the broiest LA guy. Because the first thing he said was stoked. There seemed to be no alternative to going inside. There was no escape rocket in sight. What? Okay. Albert braved the cavern of terrible noise first, then Arlene, then Jill with our buddy. There was nothing left but for me to go inside and witness the living room. The place was stuffed with what looked like the world's largest and bizarrest crank lab. There were chemicals of various colors in glass containers balanced precariously on the ratty furniture. A large bottle of thick silver liquid looked like it might be mercury. Wondered if these guys would blow us up or poison us. Jill laid the still-wrapped cyber mummy on the ground. Then Albert stepped forward. Without saying a word, he flashed a hand signal. I recognized it. Light drop hand signals based partly on American Sign Language, heavily modified. Earth, said Albert. Man, responded Paco. Native. Born. I blinked. Albert flashed a 13-character combination of letters and numbers, and Rocco responded with another. I raised my brows. A hand signal. Handshake. Weird. All of a sudden, Rocco's demeanor changed. All of a sudden, Rocco's demeanor changed as his face melted into a different one entirely. He gestured to Paco, who closed his mouth. Both suddenly looked 50 IQ points brighter. Rocco went to the stereo, a nice state-of-the-art system out of place in these surroundings, and turned down the music. Let's talk, he said, voice still sounding like a stereotypical carpetbanger. Oh, okay. If he was dropping an act, then I couldn't do a surfer voice, but if it says the voice is the same, then this works. Let's talk. Things got too weird for yours truly. While Rocco rapped in a lingo full of terms relating to drugs and rock and roll, he produced several pads and pencils, enough for each one of us. The real conversation took place on the pads, while the duo spoke most of the mind-numbing nonsense, occasionally helped out by Amber and Jill, who could talk the talk better than Arlene or I. So they're like talking cool. They're talking cool California stuff so much that you can't even keep up. What is going on? The only part of the conversation I paid attention to came off the pads. Our hosts filled us in more details of this grave new world. Rocco was actually Captain Jerry Renfrew, PhD, U.S. Army, and head of one of the CB&W Chem Bio Nuke Warfare Labs. Chem Bio Nuke Warfare Labs. His buddy was Dr. Xavier Felix, another chemical warfare specialist. But why did they pretend to be crystal meth dealers? Innocuous, no threat, explained Felix with a scribble. Civilian DEA, Felix wrote. Pose crank cooker stuck fake crim Rex into Nat Crime Info Send computers. There was a noise halfway between a scream and a laugh. It was Jill, and she was jumping up and down. Out loud, she said, I haven't heard that group since I was a kid. The music was still blaring in the background, even though it reduced to a volume that didn't turn the brain into cottage cheese. On paper, Jill wrote, I did that. Might have done yours. Y-O-U-R apostrophe S. What the heck? Too young, challenged Renfrew, erasing her apostrophe. Judge/book/cover, argued Felix, added a circle slash around the triplet and the international no-no symbol. Okay. We passed all the notes around to everyone, but each person got them in more or less random order. It took me a while to make sense out of the jumble. Okay. God. Soundtrack's so fucking good. Took me a while to make sense out of the jumble. When everyone had seen a note, Felix or Renfrew touched it to a Bunsen burner. The notes were written on flash paper and they vanished instantly with a smokeless flare. International no-no symbol? No, I think it's a circle with a slash through it. Are you still speaking the same language? Yeah, that got really confusing, didn't it? I still don't quite follow. According to Dr. Felix, the DEA, under alien control, was still staffed by traitorous humans even now. They went hunting for people who could produce the zombie brew chemical treatment used to rework humans into zombies. Oh, Gilder, I still have trigger warning on my phone. I read portions of it for the Dude Soup podcast a long time ago. Yeah, I've thought about that, because that book is pretty great. That book is pretty great. All right. They specifically hunted for the more sophisticated drug lab chemists. It made sense that Captain Renfrew and Felix, both infiltrating from opposite ends, would come together. When Felix's hand needed a rest, the captain jotted down, Lab I headed one of few not overrun. He escaped with all of his notes and some of his equipment, grew his hair long. This is a long chapter. Grew his hair long and returned to alien territory to infiltrate. Felix was already undercover, already infiltrating the alien operation, and that's where it got tricky. DEA knew Felix was really an agent, but they thought he was spying on the aliens for DEA, who were cooperating with the aliens in exchange for the promise of all drugs off the street. What? In fact, oh my God. In fact, Xavier Felix was a double agent, really working for the resistance, unless he was a triple agent or a double agent, in which case we were all sunk. Don't aliens investigate horrible noise? I wrote. They allowed themselves to laugh out loud. At any point in the music discussion, a laugh fit like a corpse in a potter's field. A laugh fit like a corpse in a potter's field? Eventually, excessive noise was not a problem aliens cared much about. Or evidently. What the fuck is going on? Excessive noise was not a problem aliens cared much about. Something was torquing me off. After wrestling with myself, I finally wrote it. How humans make zombie brew help aliens even infiltrating. EVIN? Renfrew stared, absently correcting something on my note. Don't even know what. He looked wounded, in pain. Delib's screwing up recipe. Neurologic poison, slow, kills, drives mad, makes useless. The captain bent over me and read along. He flipped his own sheet over and added, "We're only hot chems. Other druggies cooks FDA that kind of crap." Crab, thanks for gifting a sub. Everyone else seemed satisfied, so I dropped it. I was the only one, I guess, who spotted the clue of the horrible admission. Even if they were screwing up the brew so the zombies died or went mad, weren't they still turning humans into zombies in the first place? How did they live with that? We showed them more about the cyber mummy. They had the reaction of any scientist with a new toy. If they were a solution, they were going to bust If there were a solution, they were going to bust humps to find it. Weird, okay. They took us into the basement, where the music from upstairs was merely loud, not ear-splitting. I was surprised a house in Riverside had one, especially this piece of crap. Then it hit me like a Boney's fist. They probably dug it themselves. Whatever the case, we were in the hands of impressive dudes. "You can talk quietly down here without fear of surveillance," Felix whispered. "Hooray," said Arlene, but kept her voice low. "Amen," said Albert. We left Felix and Renfrew and went downstairs, where we rested a moment. I was so tired I felt like the marrow in my bones had turned to dust, or maybe I was having trouble breathing down here. Without intending to, I dozed off on a thick leather couch. "I'll see you, Beast. I really appreciate the subs. Thanks for extending the stream and unlocking more of the Doom novel. Thank you very much. See you later, and have a good night." Let's see. When I came to, the others were unwrapping the mummy. God damn it. I forgot about the mummy. Every time they bring up that mummy, I get happy. Yeah, the cyber mummy. They're unwrapping the cyber mummy. Oh, it was embarrassing to have passed out like that. "You okay, Fly?" Arlene asked over her shoulder. "Yeah, must have been tireder than I thought," I said. Sorry about that. Damn it. Got that voice crack. "No problemo," said Arlene, yawning. "I'll take the next nap. You up to joining us?" I nodded and moved in for a closer look. The cyber dude was the same as before, still a young black man turned into a computer-age pincushion. Earlier, we removed enough bandages to see his face. We uncovered his head and saw it was completely shaved, the smooth dome covered in little metal knobs and dials. As Albert and Arlene continued unwrapping, Minnesota Live, thank you for the resub. As Albert and Arlene continued unwrapping, Jill took a step back. The man wasn't wearing anything but the quickly unwinding bandages. Oh, fuck you. Fuck you, book. We don't need this. We don't need mention of this or any acknowledgement of this. As they started unwrapping below the waist, our 14-year-old hellion got embarrassed. Oceans of gore she could take without batting an eyelash, but a nude young man was enough to make her blush. I was deeply amused and grateful I woke up in time for the entertainment. Jill's reaction, I mean, not the guy. The more nonchalant she tried to be, the more fun I had watching. She actually turned fire engine red, her normally pale cheeks matching her hair. It's all just like really uncomfortable. Ugh. Okay, hold on. Maybe that's it. Maybe we're done. Maybe we're done with this. I noticed Arlene noticing me, noticing Jill. Ah, women. It's nothing to get worked up about, she told Jill. Maybe Jill should leave the room, suggested Albert. That's her decision, said Arlene. I don't want to go back upstairs with the chems, she said. At least we can talk down here. Don't let them tease you, hun, Arlene said. Most everything you're told about sex when you're growing up is a lie anyway. You mean what they're told in school? Albert asked slyly. I was thinking of the lies they hear at home, said Arlene, instantly regretting the reference. We didn't want Jill constantly fixating on the slaughter of mom and dad. What? Oh, home. Got it. Okay. But the more serious tone affected Jill positively. She went back to the table and helped finish the unwrapping. She didn't look south more than about 5 or 6 times. 7, tops. Being a professional, I was trained to notice details like eye movements. I used my superior battle awareness. Stop talking about mummycock. Can we just move on from the mummycock, please? God damn it. What time is it? Arlene asked, yawning again. She definitely deserved some sack time. Ask Fly, said Jill. He's got the clock. I don't know why she stuttered, whatever. Why didn't they have our conference down here where we could talk instead of using the pads? Asked Arlene. I shrugged. Aliens might think it was weird if customers came over and the cooks disappear into the basement with them. But won't they think it's just as strange if the customers disappear alone?
Well, let's hope not.
I turned to Jill.
Earlier you said you might be able to communicate with him on a computer through one of those jacks. What's the next step?
She went back to examining the body with a proper detachment.
Can you do it?
I asked. Yes and no.
Care to explain?
Yes, I can connect if you get me the cables I need. One has to have a male free L19, the other a male free L20, with both with a 2-fiber mass serial connector at the other end. Jeez. I sure hoped somebody else knew what the hell that meant.
Where do you think we can get all that?
Try upstairs. If they don't have any, try Radio Shack or Comp USA. After writing down all kinds of jacks required, I took the list upstairs and showed it to the chem guys. They didn't have what we needed, but the captain produced an Auto Club map and pointed out the nearest Radio Shack. Kind of reassuring that LA still had its priorities. What? LA still has Radio Shack, so it's pretty cool, I guess. Jeez. Back in the basement, I asked who wanted to go, and the result was predictable. I'll go, said Jill.
Anyone but Jill, I said. Maybe I should.
Why can't I go?
I know there's not much to do in Riverside except shop,
I admitted.
Even before the demons came. But we've been through this already, Jill. We're still in the you're not expendable period.
I'll go, said Albert.
Fine, I said. Now Arlene can get some sack time.
I'll go with him, Fly, said Arlene.
But you were yawning only a moment before.
I'm not tired now, she said, real perky. Gross. I did what anyone in my position would do. I shrugged. If Arlene had surrender papers for me, I would have signed them on the spot. Okay. Marvelous Loco, thank you for the sub. I want to play Fallout New Vegas for the first time. How are the shooting mechanics? I'm not doing any shooting, so I couldn't say. I mean, I think they're probably pretty similar to Fallout 3, if you played that. All right, that is a chapter. I have 2 more to go. 2 more to read here. That was a long chapter. Another long one, too. Wow. And there are 3 more chapters in the book. So there you go. Past the 2 more I'm going to read. So 5 more total. 2 more of them have already been subbed for. And there's 3 more after that to the end of the book. Chapter 29. Lately, I thought I was overdoing quotations from the book. Oh no. Am I in Albert's head now? I never had so vivid a recollection for the world until the world changed. I found time to read the scriptures once more in the new era, and now the words stayed with me, perhaps because the altered world made the tales of the book seem more vivid. I guess I am. Damn it. This is going to be a rough chapter. The original Mormons were condemned not only for taking multiple wives, a behavior that might have been cause for sympathy instead of resentment. Huh? What upset other Americans of the 19th century was the claim that God would reveal a whole new history to newly chosen saints. The concept of Latter-day Saints was more offensive to the Christian majority of that time than any personal behavior or economic consequences. Crab Foam, thank you for that. Thank you for 25 gifted subs, Crab. That's extremely generous of you, and you've unlocked yet another chapter. Oh my god. Listen, people are just bitter about the wife thing. God. Like, having multiple wives is a problem when also all the other societal structures you support try to make women dependent on men. Like, the 1-2 punch there is real rough. In terms of, like, checking, like, looking at your own belief structure and being like, yep, that's fine. Anyway, Crab, thank you for all the gifts. Let's continue learning about how Mormons are unfairly persecuted. My favorite Bible passage was John 21:25, the end of the gospel according to St. John, and it should have been the perfect shield against such prejudice. But most Christians pay little attention to the word. And this is the verse here. Jail Burrito, thank you for the prime. And there are also many other things which Jesus did, the which, if they should be written every one, I suppose that even the word itself could not contain the books that should be written. Amen. What? So the fact that there are parts of Jesus' life that weren't written in the Bible means that banging multiple wives should be okay. Is that what I'm getting? I think that's what I'm getting. Amen. Listen, he could have said that. Okay? Okay? There's a lot of stuff he said that they didn't write down. Okay? He probably said it's fine to take multiple wives. Okay? Jeez. Okay, alright. Maybe I'm judging too harshly and too quickly. Albert's a cool dude. And Arlene certainly has a white on for him, so. They liked those words just fine in theory. Practice was something else again. The portions where the Book of Mormon disagrees with established Christian practices didn't help either. People got really upset when they were told they were not merely wrong, but diabolically wrong on the subject of baptism. Hell. Arlene and I were about to go back into hell. We were trying to save living babies from burning in the hell on earth. She was a good friend and comrade. I liked her a lot and hoped I would not witness her death. But since becoming bold about her sinful interest in me, she was making me uncomfortable. I would find her a lot easier to deal with if I were tempted by her. You back wench, take your filthy desires away from me. Tempt me no more with thou foul lumps. Thy shaking bags. I got hair in my mouth. Remove thy juicy ass from my presence. Thou wouldst tempt me. Fuck. Oh. You know what? I take it back. I'm actually happy that the book is from his perspective now. Because Albert was supposed to be like a cool dude, right? He's like, oh, he's so tolerant. Oh, what a... This is what it's always like, by the way. Like every Every fucking youth pastor is just like pretending to be chill, but they're really just like, yeah, I want 12 wives and none of them get to wear shoes. Okay, let's catch back up here. Tempted by her, or if she would consent to Jesus give me strength, am I really ready to contemplate holy union? I grimaced. It was a very big step, a life commitment, and I was too chicken to think about it yet. I didn't feel much older than Jill. Ew, you are. My soul was troubled because I did desire Arlene. A verse from Nephi kept running through my mind, like a public service announcement. Oh yeah, that's right. It's one of the books of Mormon or whatever. Macaw played a game about Nephi the other day, or like a few weeks ago. Weird coincidence. Anyway, from the book of Nephi, whatever. O Lord, I have trusted in thee, and I will trust in thee forever. I will not put my trust in the arm of the flesh, for I know that cursed is he that putteth his faith in the arm of flesh. Yea, cursed is he that putteth his trust in man, or maketh flesh his arm. Okay. That's a normal thing to think about. That'll keep you very sane. Buck for your thoughts, Arlene said, standing very close to me. We were taking our first rest stop in an alley. Lately I was coming to feel safer in alleys than in open spaces. I was remembering a passage from the book. You want to share it with me? She asked. I looked deep into her bloodshot eyes, the prettiest sight in the world, and there was no mockery or sarcasm. I wasn't about to tell her how hard I was trying to resist temptation, and that right now I spelled sin, beginning with a scarlet letter A. A is adultery, though. It ain't adultery if you're just fucking. Whatever. But there was an earlier passage from the second book of Nephi that spoke directly to any warrior's heart. I quoted it instead. O Lord, wilt thou make way for mine escape before mine enemies? Wilt thou make my path straight before me? Wilt thou not place a stumbling block in my way? But that thou wouldst clear my way before me, a hedge not up my way, but the ways of mine enemy. Okay. Put the bushes in my enemy's way, please, Lord. Good plan, said Arlene. God's plan. Oh, Albert. She touched my arm, and I felt relaxed instead of tense. Albert, what if I told you I'd be willing to study your religion to see what it's about? Arlene is going to convert for the D. Good for her. I wasn't expecting that. Why would you do that? I asked, probably too suspicious. In the Marines, I got too used to being sucker punched by anti-religious bigots. I'm not promising to convert or anything, she told me. But I care about you, Albert. You believe in these things. I want to understand. Cool, I said. But I was still suspicious of her motives. She dropped the other shoe. So if I'm willing to study what you believe, would you be willing to relax a little? We could get together? Ooh. I expected more subtlety from someone as intelligent as Arlene. But then again, Marines were not famous for an indirect approach. I had to close my eyes before shaking my head. I couldn't make the word no come out. She's just going for it. Yeah, she is. Hell yeah, Arlene. I don't mean to make you uncomfortable, said Arlene. You may mean the best, I told her, but it doesn't matter what we do or say. Unless we're married, we can't make love. You mean we can't even fool around? She asked. I mean, we can't have sex together unless we're married. I could tell by her expression I was a more surprising phenomenon than the spider mind. You're kidding, she said. Not even touching? Not sexual touching. I wish she'd let up. She looked away from me, almost shyly. I'm only talking about a little fun. I tried a new tack. How can you think of fun when the world is dying? Seems like a good time to me, she said. We could use a break. Arlene, any sex outside of marriage is fornication, even just touching. That kind of touching The seeing is in the thought. God. She mumbled something. I could have sworn she asked, how about inside marriage? But she turned away and pretended she hadn't spoken. I suppose Arlene was as freaked about the thought as I was. Oh. Okay, hold on. Let me take a little breather there. And update timers and stuff. Oh, man. Man. What a ride. What a blazing ride of literature this is. She's willing to marry just to get some. It seems like it. She's getting bad. It's been a while for poor old Arlene. And Flynn is just not fuckable. This is a kind of a testament to how unfuckable Flynn is. That she's willing to convert to Mormonism just to get some decent dick. Alright, where were we here? I didn't think I was making the best possible case for my faith, but God isn't about winning a popularity contest. He doesn't have to. Albert, if you ever feel differently, I'll be there for you. I could tell she'd run out of things to say. At this moment, I probably seemed more alien than a steam demon. Or a bony. Well, you're not a bony, my friend. Fortunately, the rest break was over. I pointed to my watch and Arlene nodded. We could return to the far less dangerous territory of fighting monsters in hell. At least I knew what to expect from them. I'd rather fight demons than be around a woman. A female. Nothing else stood between us and the Radio Shack except the corpses of some dead dogs. We broke into the abandoned store, kicking in the inadequately padlocked door. We used our day-night goggles to hunt through the darkness, not wanting to use a betraying light. A number of large spider webs were spun across a wall of boom boxes, proof that one Earth form of life might survive the invasion unchanged. I was surprised that the store didn't seem to have been looted, but then, what for? We should be able to find the jacks for Jill, said Arlene, who giggled right after. It took me a moment to recognize what was funny. She was right, though. In the store's unlooted condition, we found the jacks very quickly. She pocketed them and headed for the front of the store, but stopped at a counter. Something had caught her eye. I couldn't see what. I need to ask you a question, she said. Ask away. Do you love someone? That's a very personal question. Well, that's why I'm asking, she followed up. Do you? She deserved an answer. Yes, but she's dead. You never made love to her? She died before we married. Thank you for telling me, she said. I'm not trying to probe you, Albert. Well, come on now. I've succeeded in revealing too much of myself. Now, let's get back before I say something else stupid. So he is a virgin. Nice. Nice. He's the coolest dude ever. He's beefy, sniper, Mormon virgin. He loves God. Too much. She went out the door and I glanced at the counter to see a demo music CD of Golden Oldies, led off by Carly Simon singing Nobody Does It Better. Never heard the song, but I could imagine the subject matter. Jesus help us, was this a divine retribution? I shuddered. I hadn't seen any rainbows since the invasion. We didn't exchange another word on the way back. Her expression was grim, hard. She was probably angry with herself for opening up to me without finding out first how I really felt. Non-religious people usually had this trouble with us. We really meant it. No wonder we came off like nuts. How could I tell Arlene that she was probably allergic to nuts? I don't think anybody's nuts are coming off anywhere. My friend, your nuts are firmly in place. Okay. Got another. This is a long chapter coming up. Like 20 pages. What the heck? All right. I have to get some water. This is a long one. You guys unlocked a long one. This is good. There's 2 more chapters to read from here. And just take a note to make sure I don't forget. And 2 more to unlock, just FYI. Okay, quick break. I'm going to get up, walk around, stretch. Maybe make some tea. But I definitely need some water, so I'll be right back. Okay, let's get back into it. Let's get back into it. Chapter 30. Thank God. I actually kind of enjoyed the ride in Albert's head. Because, boy, he was seeming dangerously tolerant for a little bit there. Chapter 30. I let Jill take the next nap on the couch. I think we're back in Fly now. Ew. For a crazy moment. Oh, wait, no. This is Fly and Jill together alone in a basement. This is a long chapter, too. Thank you, Vega. It's probably fine. You know, right? It's probably fine. All right. For a crazy moment, I envied the mummy for sleeping so long. Jill didn't seem all that rested when Arlene and Albert returned, but any sleep had to be better than none. Okay, good. Great. We just skip right over it. Fantastic. Jill asked if there was any coffee, and it turned out that the chems had stored it in the basement. Hot tap coffee helped bring her around. And with the dark circles under her eyes and still yawning, she got to work on the man who was no longer a mummy, but still plenty cyber. She attached the necessary wires, brought up her ultra micro, and started hacking. I still had my doubts that this would actually work, but the more excited Jill became, the more I was converted. She said the magic words, yes, 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 and got up to pump her arm and strut like a guy. I'm sorry for this next. It gets worse. It gets so much worse. I'm gonna read it. And got up to pump her arm and strut around like a guy. I doubt that sex will ever give her that much excitement. Yeah. Fucking gross. It's getting worse too. It's almost like the writer is like playing with the idea and getting closer to it. I'm not like there's almost an escalation here that I'm really not okay with. But the author also makes really tasteless things that they consider jokes a lot. So yeah. Shit. About a minute passed while she fiddled with the trackpad, listening to hand-shaking routines on the audio out. She gave the first report. I've made contact with his brain at 1732. His name is Kenneth Estes. Does he know where he is? I asked. Jill hesitated and then spelled it out. He thinks he's dead and in hell. Can we talk to him? I asked. Yep, said Jill. I can type questions and you can read his answers, but you have to scan through the random crap. It's a direct link to Ken's brain. All right, you interpret, I replied. The first thing is find out who he is and why he's important enough for demon gift wrapping. Arlene sat up on the couch where she'd almost dozed off. This could be too interesting to miss. Albert sat in a chair, but he was wide awake. Jill tapped for a long moment at her tiny keyboard, using all 10 fingers, much to my surprise. I thought all hackers were 2-finger typists. It was a law or something. What? She uses more than 2 fingers. What? Why would he think that? I don't know. Why would you think that? There's a lot of things you shouldn't be thinking. She read the first part of the man's story. As I said, his name is Ken Estes. He's a computer software designer slumming as a CIA analyst. Low-level stuff, not a field agent or anything. He was born in... No time for the family background, I interrupted. Keep him focused on how and why he became a cyber mummy. Somewhere, water was dripping. I had noticed it before, but it was very annoying while waiting for Jill to pass the messages in silence. Finally, she spoke again. When the aliens landed and started the war, Gan was told by his superiors that the agency had developed a new computer with which the operator accessed in VR mode. What's VR? Albert asked. Old term. This guy's in his 30s. Virtual reality. We call it burfing now. From body surfing, I think. Burfing? Burfing. It's not VR. No. It's burfing. Burfing? Burfing tank? Bro, you ever burf the cyber wave while you're treading on tank? Oh. Burf is a really funny word. I'm kind of annoyed that I've never thought of burf. A Zelda playthrough where Link is named Burf. I'm going to save that for a JRPG hero. Burf. Or maybe like Mr. Burf. That is way cooler than VR. Oh my god. Are you burfing in there? Stop burfing. You're wasting all the electricity. Oh my god. Oh, the net, said Albert.
We'll go back to school later. I jumped in. Get on with it, Jill.
High-ranking officers within the agency induced Ken to accept the implants for the good of the United States. Told him he'd be able to help fight the aliens. Instead, it turns out they were traitors within the company. So are they really doing some like Lawnmower Man shit? Where somebody's got to like VR to fight the aliens? I'd be sick. Please go there instead of the casual pedophilia, please. Or pederasty, whatever. Jill stopped for a moment, swallowing hard. She took another sip of coffee before continuing. We were back to her deep disgust for human traitors. She made herself read on. She wouldn't be guilty of dereliction of duty. The high-ranking officers had cooperated with the aliens, joining a criminal conspiracy against the country they were sworn to defend, and incidentally against their own species. Ken told us more through Jill. Company Borged me. Borged? Oh, Cyborg. Company Borged me, attached me to AlienNet. One not part conspiracy waited too long? Wait, what? Tried to save killed conspiratora before took him out. I guess it's supposed to be like stuttery cyber speech? I don't know, man.
How did the aliens intend to use him? I asked.
Jill asked, and the computer and the answer came. Hoped him conduit Betwalian biotech Wait, hold on. It's blending a lot of words together. Hoped him conduit Betwalian biotech-puter, net-puter, and web-wide human debases curl systems.
Jesus, it's like a sci-fi James Joyce,
I said.
From now on, you interpret, Jill. It gives me a headache.
We live in a science fiction world, said Arlene, watching over from the couch, wide awake, as Ken's tale unfolded. Why, I'd like to ask a question, she said.
Be my guest.
Jill, would you ask him how much of the alien technology was biologically based? Jill asked and passed on. Ken says that all the alien technology is biotech, except for the stuff they stole from subject races like the rocket technology for the flying skulls. Yes, said Arlene, as excited as Jill at the moment of vindication. We've been on the right track all along, Fly. The original enemy went as far with biological techniques as they possibly could. Perhaps the first species they conquered lived on the same planet, but had a mechanical technology they were able to adapt to their own use. Eventually they conquered the gate builders. We monkeyed with the gates, turned them on, and the invaders poured through. That would explain why, in any choice between organic and mechanical, they always opt for the biological.
And it would also explain why our own technology shows up in odd places, I agreed, and why they use firearms.
They're pragmatic, said Albert. Their study of us proves that, these demonic forms they take. I tried to get the show back on the road. Jill, can you tell us how they communicate with one another? There was a long stretch before Jill helped us out with our immediate communication needs. He says it hurts to think about this, but he will. He realizes we're free. I've told him a little about us, and he does want to help. Tell him we appreciate anything he can do, I said. Another moment passed, and he answered the question beyond my expectation. There are neural pathways integrated into the computers. Psi connectors carry all the orders. The aliens don't need to tell their slaves what to do. They merely think the orders. But it's different than merely thinking. No word. Project? Simulcast? Caged Money. Thanks for gifting 5 subs. Good morning, Spectrum Z90. Good morning. Man, people going to sleep now. I'll see them in their morning, too. Been busy, so I didn't know I was missing this. Hey, that's fine. Still got plenty of stream to go. Well, it's fine so far. The tiredness usually crashes in on me like 3 or 4 a.m. That's usually when it gets rough. Let's see. Okay. Does Ken know where the commands originate? I asked. He doesn't understand the question. Jill answered quickly. I'm not asking if he knows where the ultimate leaders happen to be right now, but does he know the chain of command? Does he know how the chain of command functions for the invasion? Jill's forehead showed some extra furrows as she passed on my thoughts, probably doing some translating along the way. Finally, Ken passed on a detailed report, filtered through Jill. Question is meaningless. No hierarchy. Hive culture, collective. Nope, they just... Huh? All they just all do the same thing. The aliens themselves, the slaves, I think that means everyone not part of the people, fight like crazy. That's why they're not the people. Can Ken issue commands? Why, that's what he was made for. Receive alien commands and convey them to human systems. I mean, the other way around. She tapped, stared. He doesn't understand the question. It's like he's not allowed to think about it or see the question. Some sort of protected mode thing, firm wired in. Oh, wait, he's talking again. This invasion fleet is actually an exploration fleet. Highest intel aliens are the entities inside the spider mines. Send out fleets, probe, when feasible, conquer alien worlds. No reason other than raw power. Well, Ken can't understand the reason, if there is one. Slave masters with an expanding empire, but more interested in finding new genetic material to absorb into their web of life, which is how they think of it. Then they are in having new individual more interested in that than they are in having new individual slaves, especially short-lived, contentious slaves. Okay. Jill stopped talking and took off the headphones, rubbing a hand across her forehead. Are you all right? Asked Arlene. Little headache, I'll be all right, she said. You need to stop? I asked. No. Hey, I just had a brainstorm. If we could get Ken jacked into one of the alien terminals and override the safeties, we could sabotage their net. Brilliant idea, I said. Why didn't I think of that? I winked. Ugh. Maybe we could sabotage their entire technology base. There's a problem. When he's connected to the net, there are built-ins that override his human volition. The monitor can't take over the CPU. If it can if it has its own chipset and special programming, muttered Arlene. The program that shuts off his brain must have a front end somewhere in his brain, Jill said, to herself, I presumed. I can find it. I can disable it. Or I'm not Jill Horschner? Jill Horschner. Are you? Asked my pal. Jill glanced over at her and added, I need a quiet place where I can be undisturbed for several days. Days, not hours. There were several hundred questions I wanted to ask Ken. but we heard a loud noise from upstairs. It didn't sound like more of the headbanger music. It sounded like heavy feet thumping around upstairs. Maybe it was aliens coming to pick up their supply of zombie brew. I was pissed the chems hadn't warned us when these guests would pay them a visit. Then I realized that the aliens wouldn't stick to any kind of set program. All the more reason for the captain and the doctor to maintain their act. Very quietly, Arlene flicked off the one light in the basement ceiling. We sat in the dark. We heard raised voices. The chems were denying that they'd seen a human strike team or a human wrapped in bandages. I heard the telltale hiss of imp talk. I held my breath. There were a lot of feet tramping around up there. A new kind of voice spoke next, a grating metallic monotone. It sounded like a robot from an old sci-fi movie, like something speaking through a vocoder. Once this voice entered the conversation, our human allies sounded frantic. I had a bad feeling about this. Good agents would put on a believable act. Good agents would stick to the part. Right to the point of death, but were they? The next sound we heard was all too familiar. A powerful explosion shook the house, followed by the smell of fire from above. Before we could even think about acting, there was another explosion, and now smoke began to drift down the wooden steps to our hiding place. We'd listened to the alien stormtroopers start tearing the place apart. It convinced me of their sincerity in trying to find us. I huddled the others and said, "The bastards will find the basement. Our only hope is if the cooks dug an escape tunnel, one that exits from here." Keeping the light off didn't make it any easier. But I hadn't noticed a tunnel when we could see. If my pipe dreams produced a real pipe, the opening would be hidden away. We rummaged through spare equipment, desperately trying not to make a noise. The stuff was mainly metal, so the process wasn't easy. The chems had stored their chemical stuff in the basement, tanks of volatiles, glassware, a fire extinguisher, jars and jars of chemicals, and I was grateful. The glass was thick. There were plenty of shelves and books, and nowhere behind any of this did we find a secret opening. We'd hunted the walls, shaking bookcases that might be doors, checking fireplaces for hidden holes, anything at all. I was about to give up when my hands came to rest on a bookcase that seemed bolted down, unlike the others. I started tugging on various books to see if one of them was a trigger mechanism. Two things happened simultaneously. First, I found a book that wouldn't move. Never had I been happier to find something stuck. Second, with a triumphant howling, the imps found the trap door and flung it wide, letting light pour into the basement. We froze. I was a statue holding up the bookshelf. Albert stood nearby, holding the naked Ken in a fireman's carry. Jill was part of that tableau, holding her CompuMac Ultra Micro still jacked into Ken, and Arlene was on the other side of the basement room in the gloom. Of the five of us, Ken did the best job of playing dead, but he had an unfair advantage. A thing dropped down into the open trap. This baby looked vaguely humanoid. Oh, they were keeping at it, but definitely alien. The yellow-white naked body maintained the hell motif so popular with the invaders. No obvious genitalia. Ew. The arms and legs were unusually small and thin. The most outstanding feature was the way the skin rippled like bubbling marshmallows over an open fire. I'd wondered if this might be one of their enslaved races. Ugh. As it came closer, it dawned on me why the spindly limbs were irrelevant to its effectiveness in battle. The new monster was hot. I mean, fires of hell make your eyeballs pop hot. Thank you for clarifying about this baby. No wonder the skin rippled from the amazing heat. He was like a mirage in the desert, made into burning sulfur flesh, the most hellish creature yet. There were books on the shelf right next to it. They burst into flame from his proximity, lighting the room, and the wood of the shelf charred right before our eyes. Maybe it was an optical illusion. A little distracting. Maybe it was an optical illusion, but it appeared that actual flames danced along the thing's skin. The little voice in the back of my head started shrieking, "Saved the best for last." The trouble with the little voice is that it was so damned optimistic. As the living torch moved closer, I saw its eyes weren't really its eyes. or like a ring of flaming dots so bright that it hurt to look at them. I wondered how we might appear to this creature. I also wished I had a barrel of ice water to throw on the uninvited guest. The others were as confused as their fearless leader. Arlene was able to fire off a short burst from her AB-10. The thing didn't even react, but Arlene's machine pistol became so hot she had to drop it. Then the fire thing moved between the others and yours truly, focusing on me. Having cut me off, the monster put on a little magic act. It was so bright, I couldn't turn away no matter how painful, and I watched its body actually contract, becoming brighter as it squeezed together, like it was about to explode. Training took over. In the healthy respect we were taught for all kinds of explosives. I had no desire to become Marine Flambe. I dove to the side, screaming inarticulately. Everyone got the idea, falling flat, trying to cover himself. Fireboy exploded, a blance lancing out and disintegrating the bookshelf where I had stood a moment before. Albert threw himself over Ken's body and then left Ken on the floor and grabbed his Uzi clone. We had all the light we could use. The big Mormon opened fire. The big gun actually sounded soft compared to the horrific explosion from the alien, but the result was the same with Arlene. Did the thing generate a heat field around its immediate body surface? Heat so intense that bullets dissolved before getting through? One good plan was growing in my head. Run away! That was a much better plan than it sounded. Rising shakily to my feet, I could see quite clearly the tunnel we'd been trying to find. The shelf I'd been exploring had indeed covered the exit, and the explosion had done a superb job of open sesame. I considered how to rescue the others, or at least Jill and Ken. The mission wasn't a burnout case yet. For some reason, the fire monster seemed to have a thing for me. It targeted me again. I recognized the telltale signs. Looking right at me, if those black dots counted for eyes, it began to contract, powering up for another burst. Before I ended my career as a piece of toast, Arlene came to the rescue. She got right behind the monster and opened fire from behind. Good stuff. Having learned her lesson about wasting bullets on this guy, she used the fire extinguisher. Nice. Never discourage initiative, that's my motto. She sprayed the thing, snarling, "Goddamn fire eater!" It was the best name she'd invented in quite a while. The monster screamed. Is this what he thinks an archvile is? Because it kind of like flickers up like fire under you and then it explodes. This is weird. This is like a little fire slug? Who knows? I think the author may have misinterpreted what an archvile does. Or maybe there is an archvile like at the top of the stairs, just casting fire on them. Yeah, who knows what goes on in this man's head. The monster screamed. The fire extinguisher was actually extinguishing the fire. This suggested a whole new approach to dealing with the monsters. Properly labeled household appliances could restore heaven on earth. Okay. Arlene kept pouring the foam on the fire eater, who was making a sound between a screeching cat and sizzling bacon. If the Marine Corps were around after we'd saved the world, I'd recommend a special medal for Arlene as master of unconventional weaponry. First the chainsaw, now the safety equipment. I have the highest possible regard for women who save my life. Move out, I bellowed to one and all, issuing one of my favorite orders. Everyone liked the idea just fine, except for one imp, that is, without the brains to avoid tough Marines who just stopped a monster compared to which an imp isn't fit to light cigars. Imps aren't generally all that bright, of course, so I don't know why I was surprised. The ugly little sucker dropped through the hole, through a flaming wad of snot that I refused to take seriously. On the other hand, one of those wads cashed the chips of Bill Rich. The thought made me doubly mad, so I returned fire with my double-barreled, thinking how I actually preferred an honest all-American duck gun, like this one, to the fascist pump-action variety. Yeah, the imp split down the middle, the guts making a Rorschach test. Better than a riot gun, no question about it. We hauled ass down the tunnel as I ran out our list of liabilities. There was only one, actually, but it was big. If we'd gotten the shelf open and closed behind us, we'd have a decent chance right now. However, all the monsters in the world knew where we'd gone, and the hordes would be hot on our heels. Clever. Very clever, Doom Guy. Very, very clever. Reinforcing this idea was the hissing, growling, slithering, wheezing, roaring, schlumping, and thudding of a few hundred meters above us. There was nothing to do but run like thieves in the night. Arlene brought the fire extinguisher with her, God knows why, unless we ran into another of our brand new playmates. Albert and Jill were strapped, so their hands were free to carry Ken. Poor Ken. The way he was getting knocked around, bruised, and cut, he would have been doing a lot better if the bandages had been left on. If we got out of this, I promised to buy him a whole new body bandage. The tunnel, winding snake-like, was terribly narrow, lined with raw earth and occasionally propped up with wooden braces. A little voice in the back of my head insisted we were perfectly all right so long as the passage wasn't blocked. This was the same voice that always told me to leave the umbrella home right before the heaviest rainfall of the year. Now, it's not like we hit a real cave-in. If we had, we'd simply died right there, but a partial cave-in we could deal with. Albert threw his massive frame at the wall of dirt, and it shifted. Wait, what? So a cave-in happened? We were slowed down by Jill and Arlene pushing Ken through, while Albert yanked from the other side. I guarded the rear with a shotgun loaded ready for bear. No bears. A few feet ahead, we hit the outside of a huge pipe, and I found a hole buzz cut right through it. We opened it, and I'd wish I'd left my olfactory senses back on Mars. Ew, said Jill, another unsolicited but insightful commentary. Sewer Maine. We were assailed by the odor of methane. Dive in, the offal's fine, said Arlene cheerfully. The sound of our pursuers only 50 meters back made the idea a lot more appealing. We could hear their raspy breathing. Oh, crap foam. Thanks for gifting a sub. We ducked into the sewers, very careful that Ken shouldn't accidentally drown. We'd come this far together, and he was starting to feel like a member of the family. Well, that's nice. As we ran, we heard the last sound anyone wants to hear underground, the roar and whoosh of a rocket. I crashed into the others, making Albert drop Ken. Something heavy, smelling of burnt copper, whizzed over our heads. A nasty little rocket that just started to curve, heat-seeking, but couldn't quite make the turn, and blew a hole in the pipe. It blew a hole in the pipe instead. Caged Money, thanks for gifting 5 subs. And I thought the tunnel smelled bad before. I shook the dust out of my eyes and coughed, then lifted Jill from the ground. Tears were pouring down her face, but she wasn't crying. My eyes were watering too. Albert jerked Arlene to her feet, and they both checked on Ken, who was lying face down with a pile of dirt on his head. Jesus. Jill opened his mouth, shoveled the dirt out, and made sure he hadn't swallowed his tongue. He coughed. Did the mummy cough? And Jill got to her feet, handing Ken off like a sack of wheat. I loved watching a 14-year-old do what was considered criminal in the previous world, act like an adult. Stop doing that. For no reason. Referring to how adult she is. Ugh. Over here, yelled Albert, pointing to a small hatch leading to a cramped corridor. The monsters were big. They'd probably have a hard time following. Yeah, stop. Get some help. Yeah, I agree. Albert went first. Probably not a good idea. I prefer Jill and Arlene in front. Yeah, ladies first. If we were ambushed from behind, the girls might still get through, and Albert and I could hold off one of the bad guys. The mission would go on. But it was too late to do anything about it now. At least we knew anywhere Albert went, the rest of us could easily follow. I brought up the rear, hanging back to delay, if necessary. Corridor walls were lined with pipes. When I caught up with the others, they were trying to open a pressure hatch at the far end. I brought bad luck with me, the sound of another rocket. Albert and I dived left, Arlene and Jill right, taking Ken with them. Our actions confused the heat seeker. It turned partially starboard, exploding and rupturing several pipes. Again, we had the fun of choking and gagging on a huge burst of methane. Albert grunted as he turned the difficult pressure hatch. We heard the gratifying sound of metal grinding against metal. He didn't open the portal a moment too soon. Looking back, I saw imps, zombies, and one bony. That answered the question of who'd been firing the rockets. Bringing up the rear was either another fire eater or the one Arlene had sprayed with the foam. If the latter, he'd be looking for payback. Arlene stepped up, fire extinguisher pointed, ready for round 2. I suddenly remembered something from my raucous high school days. This is D-A-Z-E, not D-A-Y-S. No, I shouted. Get back! Get back through the hatch right now! She got. Coming out last, I slammed the hatch shut and spun the wheel. That's not gonna last. Excuse me. That's not gonna last, said Albert. We won't need it to. I said, backing away. Everybody get way back. Albert's face was a mask of puzzlement. Then it dawned on him what was about to happen. Hope you really like barbecue, I addressed the troops. Hey, Arlene, remember when they built the LA subway? Yeah, she said, scowling, still confused. The mother of all gas explosions rocked us off our feet, blowing the hatch clean off its hinges. The flying metal could have killed any of us in its path. Luckily it didn't, I guess. I staggered to my feet. It didn't take a lot of nerve to go over and check on the results. Just a strong stomach. Nothing survived that explosion, not even the fire eater. As I peered into the maw of hell, I saw nothing left of the alien pursuers except shreds of flesh and a fine mist of alien blood. And of course, the lingering odor of sour lemons. Dang, sorry. Daisy has not been mentioned at all. No, not yet, Saracens. Also good to see you, Saracens lament. No, Doomguy has much more incelish motivations than this. He's way more of a dweeb. Jeez, okay. What happened? Asked Jill, stunned. At least I could assume that's what she asked. All I could hear was a loud, alarm. Oh my god. A long, loud alarm bell. I'd counted on the fire eater. Thankfully, it was hot enough to set off the methane. Jill was completely recovered from being stunned. She jumped up and down, shouted something, probably some contemporary equivalent of yowza. We old folk were still a little shell-shocked as we continued along the sewer. After several twists and turns, it dawned on us that we were lost. Arlene had a compass, and now was the time to use it. We got a problem, she said. I was just starting to be able to hear again. It shows a different direction every time. Electric current in the pipe switches, I said. Take averages, figure out a rough west. No matter where we were and what was happening, the watchwords must be, go west, go west. What? We'd find the computer in LA, so the president had told us. Hope he knew what he was talking about. There, we were guaranteed a reckoning the enemy would long remember. The LA computer that we can hack. All right. That's the end of that chapter. There is one more that's been unlocked. This one is much shorter. And then, yeah, there are 2 more chapters in this book total. Phew. All right. Chapter 31. Take some fire. All right. Man, this track is so good. Super Gore Nest. All right, chapter 31. We continued westward until we finally emerged several clicks from where we'd entered. Night was falling again. We'd had a busy day. Transportation, Albert pointed out. We'd beheld an old Lincoln Continental, covered in some kind of crud halfway between rust and slime, making it impossible to determine its original color. It probably had been an automatic transmission. The mere thought made me shudder. Blech. Albert went over and opened the unlocked door. There was no key. But it still runs, he said, lying down on the seat so he could look up at the steering column. He did violence to the crappy housing and started fiddling with the wires. A moment later, the car engine coughed into life. You hot-wired the car, said Jill, impressed. Sure, he said. I'm surprised you know how to do that, she said. Why? He asked, getting out of the dinosaur. Was that part of sniper training? Jill wanted to know. Part of my troubled youth. Ugh, I wish more Mormons were like yo, she told him. The church was good for me, Jill, he told her. It turned my life around. Which way were you facing? She asked jokingly. Toward hell, he said. You're still facing that way, observed you're still facing that way, observed Arlene, every time you take a step. Yes, he agreed, but now I'm able to fight it. I'd rather blast a demon than give him my soul. We had this conversation before. I preferred opting out this time. Arlene didn't mind a dose of deja vu, apparently, but then she was sweet on the guy. They're aliens, she said. Sure, he agreed, but for me, they're demons, too. One man's image of terror is another man's joyride. Speaking of which, the old Lincoln was enough of a monster for me. I was half sorry it still ran. A quick look at the gas gauge told me the story. Half a tank, plenty to make it to Los Angeles. One thing about an old family car, there was plenty of room for our family, including Ken, propped up between Jill and Arlene in the back seat. They stuffed their cyber mummies like Weekend at Bernie's in between two people in the back seat. What a man. What a tonal shift. Okay. You're on your fourth beer, Crab Foam. Nice. I think I have some like ranch water. I don't know. Alcohol is usually a bad idea with subathons. But on the other hand, who gives a crap? Well, every time I do a subathon, I'm like, I need to stop. Just drink coffee. Just drink coffee the whole time. I'm gonna do it. That's it. I'm just gonna stick with coffee then. I got at least 7.5 hours to keep streaming, so gotta keep pace here. Okay, let's see. Where is it? Okay. Propped up between Jill and Arlene in the back seat, I was happy to let Albert drive. I rode shotgun. Albert flipped on the lights in the twilight and triumphantly announced, "They work!" Great, I said. Now turn them off. Oh, right. He said like a little boy caught playing with the wrong toy. We drove along without lights, heading toward the diminished glow of L.A., but it's spelled out E-L-L-A-Y. That's lame. That is lame. You have a new plan? Arlene asked. Glancing in the rearview mirror, I saw that Jill was sleeping. Of course, I said. Always. I think we should hijack a plane, elude any pursuit. Yeah, Albert interrupted. I wonder if they have any aircraft. I haven't seen any. Maybe they're using zombie pilots, Arlene commented hopefully. Zombie pilots would not have fast reflexes. So as I was saying, I continued, we take our plane and hightail it to Hawaii. There we find the War Technology Center and take them Ken. With help from Jill, we plug Ken into the bionet and crash the whole friggin' alien system. Good plan, said Albert. Ditto, said Arlene. It was good to be appreciated, with a proper respect for yours truly. I might yet help Arlene to find God. It was certain that Arlene wouldn't mind that. What? Weird. Okay. Wonder if there'll be any monsters at the city limits, said Albert at length. Don't see why they'd have that much organization, I answered. After what we've seen, what do you think, Arlene? I asked, glancing into the rearview mirror again. She joined Jill in the land of Nod. I guess sleeping? Nod? Given the condition of Ken Estes, the backseat had become the sleeping compartment of this particular train. 2 sleeping ladies and a dead guy. I guess he's in a coma? Because he coughed and he has got brain activity? I love that they have a comatose mummy they have to drag around. Cyber mummy. Just some dude that like apparently weighs like 40 pounds. Oh, God. I never would have guessed. Never in a million years would I have guessed cyber mummy. Comatose Weekend at Bernie cyber mummy. Ugh, Blanche Fleur. Thank you for the prime. Weekend at Cyber Mummies? Stupid. God, sticking with it too. Like they haven't found a reason to just ditch this mummy or have it like explode. Uh, the girls are taking 40, commented Albert with a touch of envy. How are you holding up? I asked. Driving in the dark without lights keeps the old adrenaline flowing. I know what you mean. But if you could use some relief, I'll spell you. Weird jargon, whatever. He raised, taking his eyes off the black spread of road long enough to glance over. You're all right, Fly. I can see why Arlene respects you so much. She's told you that? Not in so many words, but it's an easy tell. Both tried to discern something of the road. The horizon was bright, in contrast to the darkness right in front of us. It was that time of day. I rubbed my eyes, suddenly starting to lose it. Why don't you take a nap? He suggested. No. At least two of us should be awake, and I want to make sure you're one of them. Right. Exhausted, but too wired to sleep. We made it into Los Angeles at night. We didn't run into any monster patrols on the way. Maybe they were saving up some real doozies for us at the Beverly Center. At the outskirts of the city, zombie guards shuffled back and forth in a caricature of military discipline. Even a zombie would have noticed our approach. We'd had the headlights on. Score 1 for basic procedure. Albert took a side road, but we ran into the same problem. How long do I keep this up? He asked. All night, I'd say if I hadn't prepared for this. How? I didn't throw out the lemons we didn't get around to using before. I wrapped them in plastic wrap from the MREs. We still have them with us. You just made that up. Wait. So they carried the lemons and a dead guy. That was before they got on the train. That they got all those lemons. Yeah, Brandon, they got a bunch of rotting lemons so that they could smell like zombies. Arlene and Albert had to go to a grocery store to get a bunch of rotting lemons. And that's when Arlene realized she wanted Albert's dick. She wanted A's D. This is all true, Brandon. This is all real and true. This is before they got the cyber mummy. They still have the lemons, though. To borrow from Jill, ick, he said, who's been carting around that rotting crap. You, Bubba. Just for that, Fly, you get to wake the girls. The man knew a thing or two about revenge. We parked and I woke up Jill first. Then I let Jill risk tapping Arlene on the shoulder. Some tough Marines you wake with kid gloves, or better yet, with a kid. Arlene came to with a start, but she was good. Very good. The night air felt pleasantly cool. As we spoiled it with spoiled citrus, Jill asked, what about Ken? Lime and lemon him too, said Arlene. We've all got to be the same to zombie noses. So, walk or ride? Asked Albert. Don't see any reason to give up these wheels before we have to, I said, amazing myself, considering how I regarded the old Lincoln. With the windows down, we ought to pass. I look dead enough to keep driving, said Albert. We all piled back in, thought rancid graveyard thoughts, and rolled. As we approached the first zombie checkpoint, I started worrying. There hadn't been any other cars around. But we'd seen a fleet of trucks with zombie drivers back in Buckeye. I'd have felt a lot better if we weren't the only car. Suddenly, we were rammed from behind. A truck had hit us. It didn't have lights. One good view in the side mirror revealed a zombie driver. Don't react, I hissed to everyone, fearing a volley of gunfire at the wrong moment. Everyone kept his cool. We weren't hit very hard, I said. The truck was barely tooling along at about the same slow approach speed we were doing. Everyone all right? I asked quietly. When I received affirmatives, the zombie driver demonstrated some ancient primitive nerve impulse that had survived from the human days of Los Angeles. The fughead leaned on his horn. All of a sudden, I was completely relaxed. Getting past the checkpoint was going to be a cinch. Shall I take us in, Corporal? Asked Albert, obviously on the same wavelength. Hit it, brother, I said. The truck stuck close to our bumper through the totally porous checkpoint. After that, we just drove in typical LA style, weaving drunkenly between zombie-driven trucks, leaning on our horn, all the time heading for the ever-popular LAX. I wanted to give the airport the biggest laxative it had ever had with lemon marine suppositories. Cleans out those unsightly monsters every time. I guess LAX laxative? That's what he... LAX is the first 3 letters in laxative? Appears to be the joke there. Okay, that's the end of that chapter. He got him. Got him. Got him. Lemon marine suppository. Mormon humor, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know if the author's Mormon. I don't know. I don't know anything. I don't know anything anymore. LA in shambles, yeah. I thought I heard some fireworks earlier, so a sports team might have won something. In real life. What is a good way to get over a hangover? Unfortunately, the only real way is to just go back in time and drink less. But in the meantime, water, caffeine, depends what symptoms you're having. Yeah, drinking more will delay your symptoms and potentially stretch them out. But it's not the fastest way to not suffering. Lots and lots of water. You can take a painkiller if you have a headache. But things like ibuprofen might upset your stomach if your stomach is upset. And some drinking gives people raw tummies sometimes. Having some food in my stomach always helps. Kind of helps calm it down. Just get a paramedic to give you a saline drip. That'll do the trick. Yeah. The only thing to get over hangover is water and sleep. Yeah. G Fuel hydration helps. I agree with that. Really any kind of electrolyte drink. Pedialyte, Gatorade. Yeah. A hydration mix. Morphine. We're just never stop drinking. Yeah. Yeah. Tough stuff. A really nice meal. Some caffeine. Some Tylenol or ibuprofen. That's usually the best you can do. Okay, all right. Let's get back to Fallout New Vegas. Remember that. And I have more mods to turn on now. 2 more mods. So it's going to get even more intense. But I'm going to take a quick break, get a little more water, and stretch my legs. I'll be right back. All right, we're back into it. Chapter 32. Oh, I got to turn the light on. Gotta protect the old eyes. Chapter 32. We dumped the car in one of the overcrowded LAX parking lots. Lot C, in fact. There was real joy in not worrying about finding a parking place, and an even greater pleasure in not worrying about remembering it. Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess quick recap. The plot is now about flying to Hawaii. I guess up until recently, it was about hacking a computer to like take down a shield. I think actually that whole, maybe I'm just completely misremembering, but yeah. Anyway, they're gonna hijack a plane and fly to Hawaii for some like tech resistance base they were told about. I don't remember where that came from. They're going to have Jill hook up the cyber mummy to the alien net and back hack through the cyber mummy, the alien cyber brain. There you go. Just got back. Is this the last chapter? No, this is actually the second to last chapter. So, the epic has pages yet. Where are the demons? Malcolm, excellent question. There were some demons. Yeah. Wait. There were demons. When they went to Radio Shack, there were some demons, right? There were demons. There's demons around. Demons are doing all this stuff. Demons made the Clyde. The Clyde was a demon. All right, chapter 32. They drove around. They dumped the car at LAX. They're now at LAX airport. We only had to hop a single fence to get where we were going in the time-honored tradition of hijackers, And Ken didn't weigh very much. I am honored tradition of hijackers? Weird. Yeah, they keep mentioning how easy it is to deal with Ken, the cyber mummy, whose brain they just hacked. They actually did that already. They had a whole conversation with Ken. He revealed that, like, there's not really a traditional chain of command. It's kind of it's in the demon's nature to just attack and expand and kind of incorporate new biological matter. So it's like a bad mold infestation, I guess. Ken is the mummy. Yes, Shadow, you are correct. All right. A thought crossed my mind. So, one of us knows how to fly a plane, right? Better than flying it wrong, Arlene said. No time for jarhead humor, I said. Give me an answer. Funny, said Arlene quite seriously, but I was about to ask the same question. Really? We both looked at Albert. I've been planning to take lessons, but I never got around to it, he admitted sadly. How hard can it be? I asked, recalling the words of an old movie character. We infiltrated the refueling area for the big jets, and I found the perfect candidate, an ancient C-5 Air Force transport, which could easily make it all the way to Hawaii. My gosh, I'm sorry. Assuming somebody could drive it. Everyone was already doing a good zombie performance, although I still thought Jill was overdoing it. Ken was propped between Albert and me, and we were able to make it look like he was stumbling along with us. They are seriously Weekend at Bernie's-ing him. Is this the first recorded instance in all media of people trying to make a corpse act like a zombie? Like instead of bobbing around a dead person, and trying to convince people they're alive, they're instead trying to... It's before Shaun of the Dead? Did that happen to Shaun of the Dead? Oh, it did happen to Shaun of the Dead. Wait, no, there wasn't a dead person, though. That was living people pretending to be zombies. I'm saying living people pretending to be zombies while also puppeting a dead person and trying to make them be a zombie. Oh, yeah? Okay. I gotta watch Shaun of the Dead again. I think every time I watch that movie, I forget how clever it is. But I've done that multiple times. I'm like, wow, this movie is really, really smart. Oh, I mean, is living, you're right. Well, I still gotta watch it again. Anyway, sorry, I'm getting big distracted. I was being a weirdo about people's zombie bits. We prepared to tramp up the ramp, joining a herd of other zombies. A pair of Clydes waited at the entrance. Damn the luck. We could pass for zombies among zombies, but I wasn't at all sure about these guys. They were disarming each zombie as it entered the plane. It was a perfectly reasonable precaution considering how zombies acted in close quarters when they were jostled, pushed, pulled, or damn near anything else. I couldn't blame the Clydes for not wanting the plane to be suddenly depressurized, but the idea of being disarmed was not at all appealing. We did some shifting around, then hit the ramp with myself in the lead, the other four right behind me, four abreast, with Jill and Ken on the inside. Jill did as good job as I had of keeping Ken's end up. This makeshift plan could work if the Clydes were bored. So now even Jill, a 14-year-old, can carry the cyber mummy. We're just going for it. Maybe they took out all his guts. Maybe he's just like a big skin sack and it's all empty in there. Maybe that's why it's easy. Surely enough, they barely paid attention to us as we simply took our heavy artillery and tossed them on the pile outside the plane. Bye-bye, shotgun. This left us with nothing but the pistols hidden inside our jackets. Oh, that's sad. The duck gun. We stuck close to each other, lost in the zombie mob as the plane started to taxi, then we worked our way up front. The Clydes were in the back, huddled and talking about something. By the time the plane lifted off, giving me that rush I always get from takeoff, we were close enough to the front that we could duck behind the curtain leading to the cockpit door. I took it upon... Oh, wow. Curtain to the cockpit door. Oh, okay. There's still a door. I was like, man. 3911 planes. I took it on myself to give it a gentle push. The door opened inward, revealing a pair of imps hovering over a strange globe, another product of alien technology, bolted to the floor. The monsters appeared to be driving the plane through the use of this pulsing, humming, buzzing ball. It gave me a headache just looking at it. Biotech made me need Pepto-Bismol. So they're just like invoking an orb, and that's steering a plane? That's pretty cool. Using imp magic. The glistening, sweating device was connected to the instrument panel. The imps' backs were to us. They were so preoccupied with their task, they didn't even turn around when we entered. I closed the door and quietly locked it. From the cockpit, I saw Venus. We were going the wrong way, due east. What? Like he actually saw Venus in the night sky? I thought it was all like green and foggy. Maybe it gets clear at night. This simply would not do. I pointed at the imps and then at Arlene. She nodded. We stepped forward, pistols in hand, and the barrels of our guns touched the back of imp heads at exactly the same instant. The little voice in the back of my head chose that instant to open its fat yap and suggest that Arlene and I should say something to the imps on the order of, "We're hijacking this plane to Hawaii. We never did have a proper honeymoon." Yeah, someone watched Boondock Saints. Yeah. It's fun to see like certain movies pop up. Doing the movie poster for it. But there was no way to give an imp orders other than fall down, you're dead. We'd simply take over the plane after we killed the imps. I'm certain that Arlene and I fired at the same moment. The idle thoughts passing through my mind couldn't have affected the results. But then something went wrong. Oh yeah, I played battle mode. I really like it, Lucky Rooster. It makes the game not necessarily about who can move and shoot the best, which I think is pretty important. When it comes to multiplayer for a shooter like that, it can be really one-sided, and that experience can be, I think, very uncomfortable and unfun for people. But then something went wrong. The imp Arlene tapped went down and stayed down. She put 2 more bullets in him, almost by reflex, to make certain that the job was good and done. I should have been able to take care of one lousy imp after the way we'd exterminated ridiculous numbers of zombies, demons, ghosts, and pumpkins. One lousy imp. At the closest possible range. The head turned ever so slightly as I squeezed the trigger. Somehow the bullet went in at an angle that didn't put the imp down. Turning around, screaming, it flung one flaming snotball. One lousy snotball. I dived to the left. Arlene was already out of the line of fire on the right, taking care of the other one. Jill crouched, fingers stuck in her ears, trying to keep out the loud reverberations of the shots in the enclosed space. Albert could have done the same. But Albert froze. As much of a pro as he was, he stood there with the dumb expression of a deer caught in the headlights right before roadkill. Maybe Albert had a little voice in the back of his head. Maybe he'd chosen that moment to bug him. Or maybe it was such a foregone conclusion that these imps were toast, he'd let down his guard, taking a brief mental rest at precisely the wrong moment. The fireball struck him dead center in the face. I remember losing Bill Rich that way. "You son of a bitch! This one's for Bill!" Arlene needs that dick. We can't be losing Albert this way. It didn't seem right to survive all the firepower this side of the goddamn sun, then cash in on something so trivial. It made me so mad. The cockpit vanished in a haze of red. It was like I'd mainlined another dose of that epinephrine stuff from Deimos. He's rampaging. I dropped my gun and jumped on the imp, beating at it with my fists, tearing at it with my teeth. I was screaming louder than poor Albert, writhing on the floor, hands holding his face. Hands were on me from behind, trying to pull me off. Little hands. Jill was behind me, yelling something in my ear I couldn't understand, but the part of me that didn't want to hurt Jill went out over the part that wanted to rip the imp apart with my fingernails. Letting go seemed a bad idea, though. There'd be nothing stopping it from tossing fireballs to fry us all. Then I heard Arlene shouting something about a clear shot, and suddenly I remembered the invention of firearms. The caveman jumped out of the way to give Cockpit Annie the target she wanted. She pumped round after round into the imp's open mouth. He never closed it. He never raised his claw hands again. Of course, while we were encountering these difficulties, there was a commotion outside. I guess we made a bit of noise. One of the zombies tried the door. The lock held for now. Sanity returned, and I helped the blinded Albert get up, casually noticing that he hadn't taken any of the flaming stuff down his throat or nose. He might live. In the distance, we heard gunshots and curses. The Clydes must have been forcing their way forward, shouting or shooting any zombies in their way. Suddenly, I was grateful that the plane was a sardine can of solid, reworked flesh. Okay, moment of truth, said Arlene, the mantle of command falling on her there and then. Not something I'd wish on my worst enemy. Who's going to fly this damn thing? She asked in the tones of a demand, not a question. The gunshots crept close. We had perhaps a minute. I will, said Jill in a small voice, but with confidence. I remember her stint in the truck with some trepidation, and I remembered how she stayed behind the wheel after a missile tried to take her head off. You didn't tell us you could fly one of those, I said, getting my voice back. You didn't ask, she said. It sounded like one of those old comedy routines, but without a laugh track. It wasn't funny. Jill, I said, have you flown a plane before? Kind of. Kind of? What the hell does that mean? The zombie threw itself against the door where Albert still moaned. He braced himself, still fighting, still a part of the team. She sighed. Okay, I haven't really flown, but I'm a wizard at all the different flight simulators. Arlene and I stared at each other with mounting horror. I hated to admit it, even to myself, but my experience bringing down the mail rocket with a high-tech program helping every mile of the way probably qualified me less to fly the C5 than Jill with her simulators. Must to fly the C5. All right, I said to Arlene. Right, she answered, shrugged, and then went to hook up Ken. Hook up Ken? I thought hook him up. What are we hooking him up to? I thought we were trying to get Ken to a computer in Hawaii to hook him up there. Is no one going to help the dude who just literally got slammed in the face with a fireball? No, everyone, he's just screaming in pain. Yeah, that's kind of it. That's just what he does now. Forever. I helped Jill look for jacks on the glistening biotech. She was more willing to touch it than I was. She found what she needed and plugged Ken into the system. The operation went smoothly. He'd been designed for the purpose. Jill called up SimFlight on her comp Mac and tapped furiously, connecting it to Ken, then to the actual plane. She's really going to hook this she's going to hook this plane into her flight sim. That's awesome. A moment later, she spoke with that triumphant tone of voice that rarely let us down. Got it. We have control. The gunshots suggested the Clydes were getting closer, and more heavy bodies were beginning to throw themselves against the cockpit door. I was about to make a suggestion when Albert beat me to it. He was down, but not out. Godspeed, whispered Albert, still covering his eyes. Now why don't you purge all the air from the cabin, daughter? Raising my eyebrows, I silently mouthed daughter to Arlene, but she shook her head. Albert obviously meant it generically. He was much too young to be her real father. Faster and faster, Jill typed away. Then the raging, surging sounds behind the door grew dimmer and dimmer, finally fading away to nothing. Modern death by keyboard. We were already at 40,000 feet and climbing. Up there, the air was too little to sustain even zombies, and Clydes, human real or human fake, had a human need for plenty of O2.
Well done, daughter,
said Albert. He could hear just fine. Having come this close to buying it, I could hardly believe we were safe again. A coughing fit came out of nowhere and grabbed my heart. Arlene put her arm around me and said, "Your turn to sleep again." I didn't argue. I noticed that Albert was already snoozing. He just fell asleep? Okay. His face burned off. He's like, okay. Sleep that knits up the raveled sleeve of care. That's italicized. I don't know what that is. I felt too lousy and too guilty somehow to stay under for long. Less than half an hour later, I was awake again. Jill had turned around, crossed the coastline, and was over the ocean. All was well with the world. For a few seconds longer. Holy hell, we're losing airspeed, she suddenly screamed, jerking us all awake. We're losing altitude. It's always something. The engine strained and whined, making the noises they would if headed into a ferocious headwind. But there was no wind. With a big thump, one engine flamed out. Jill wasn't kidding about the quality of her simulator exercises. She instantly dived the plane again to restart it. Then she headed back, circling around to try again. Stupid monster mechanics, I yelled.
Dumbass demon dildo ground crew. How the hell do these idiots intend to conquer the world when they can't even...
Shut up, Jill shouted. I shut up. She was right. I could be pissed off all I wanted after she saved our collective asses. 2 more tries, and she was white-faced. It's some kind of field, she said. We can't go west. So that's how they're conquering the world, said Arlene calmly. I took my medicine like a good boy. And that's the end of chapter 32. The penultimate, second to last chapter in Doom, Book 2, Hell on Earth. There's a force field. I thought they knew this. They were told this. The Mormon Pope told them this. But I guess they didn't believe it or forgot. I remember. The Mormon Pope wanted them to go to LA to hack a computer to turn the shield off. So they could like send through supplies and stuff. All right. Okay. All right. All right, y'all. Oh, let me update my timers here. It is time for the final chapter in Doom Book 2, which is not the final chapter in Doom. There are 2 more books. But we will get the conclusion of this epic story, which was going to some, well, I was going to say it's going to some weird spots, but yeah. Yes, it is. It's been going to weird spots. Let me update the countdown here. And only 3 more extensions on the stream in general for it to hit the maximum runtime. And I guess... Oh, wait, I have to actually update this here. Can't be lying to people. There we go. More cyber jokes. There we go. Now that you turned off some mods, you can fast travel in order to reload the mods in your save? Okay. Okay, I'll try that. Yeah, fast traveling seemed like it's an interesting test. I'll give that a shot. Maybe that'll jostle everything. Okay, chapter 33. Jill set the autopilot to continue circling, hoping no one had noticed the deviation yet. She typed away, accessing the biotech navcom aboard. Then she smiled grimly. Listen up, she said. We sure as hell did. The mantle of command was hers while we were in the air. Guys, we're gonna have to dump you off at Burbank. She said it like Dante's ninth circle of hell, where Devil himself is imprisoned in ice, spending eternity chewing on Judas like a piece of tough caramel. I'd made good grades in my literature courses. What? Why? Demanded Arlene. The force field switch is located in the old Disney Tower near the studio.
Is nothing sacred to these devils?
I asked. What was that song in the background? It's from the Doom Eternal soundtrack. It was the BFG 10,000 song. Or it was the song that's kind of attached to that level. I think that's the name of the track. Night on Bald Mountain, said Arlene. Part 2. Sorry, no choice. Jill altered the course and headed northeast. We didn't speak for the rest of the short flight. None of us could think of anything worth saying. Finally, Jill was bringing the plane low over Burbank International Airport. That airport's international? All right.
Can you do a rolling stop? I asked. Slow down to about 50 kilometers per hour, then turn it into a touch and go.
She said. After thinking about it, she continued. Yeah, why? I let the silence speak for me. She gasped and said, You're crazy if you're thinking of a rollout.
I'm thinking of a rollout.
What the hell? Said Arlene. I'm crazy too. Jill shook her head, obviously wondering about both of us. She cruised in over the airport, ignoring the standard landing pattern and dodging other planes, which answered my question about lousy zombie pilots. Wait, are zombies really flying planes around? She's a hacker and a pilot. Yes. She's controlling the plane through hacking. She hacked the plane into her flight sim so she can game and fly at the same time. Cheers from Germany? Well, cheers, Marshall. Cheers from the West Coast, from Los Angeles. We were low enough that the passenger cabin was pressurized again. Arlene and I went aft, picking our way over a plane full of zombies and 2 Clydes that were examples of the only good monsters. I guess dead monsters. Jill kept calling out, Are you ready? She sounded more nervous each time. We reassured her. It was easier than reassuring ourselves. Open the rear cargo door, Arlene shouted so that Jill could hear her. We hit the runway deck hard, bouncing twice. The C-5 wasn't supposed to fly this low. The rushing wind made everything a lot noisier. But we were able to hear Jill loud and clear when she said the magic word. Jump! Okay. This is weird. We did just that, hitting the tarmac hard. I rolled over and over and over, bruising portions of my anatomy I'd never noticed before. I heard the sound effects from Arlene doing her impression of a tennis ball, but I didn't doubt this was the right way to disembark the plane. Couldn't risk a real landing. So wait a minute, So, Jill, Albert with his face burned off, and a comatose cyber mummy are staying in the plane? Are they just going to circle? What's the idea there? I don't know. I got to my feet first. Jill was having trouble with her altitude. Jesus, no! Shouted Arlene at the sight of Jill, headed right for a row of high-rises. Lift, damn it, lift! I spoke angrily into the air. There wasn't time for a proper prayer. At the last second, bright, blinding flares erupted from under both wings, and the C-5 pulled sharply upward. A few seconds later, we heard a roar so loud that it almost deafened us. What the hell? Arlene asked, mouth hanging open. Outstanding! I shouted, fisting the air. She must have found the switch for the JATO rockets. JATO? Jet-assisted takeoff, I shouted. They're the rockets on an aircraft that allowed them to do ultra-short-field takeoffs. I didn't know that plane would have those. She probably didn't either, I said, so proud of her, I wished she could hear me call her daughter the same way Albert had. Yeah, I bet you do wish that. We watched until Jill became a dark speck in the sky, circling until we could get the field down. Okay, so that is the plan. How are they going to get back on the plane? Oh, jeez. We tucked and ran, jogging all the way to the huge Disney building, the Disney logo. Wait, they ran from Burbank Airport to the Disney building? How far is that? I'm going to look that up. Or to Disney campus. Oh, Bob Hope Airport, yeah. So Disney Studios. It's 3.5 miles. They just jogged 3.5 miles casually. That's not as far as I thought it would be. I thought it was like 10. Okay. Jogging all the way to the huge Disney building. The Disney logo at the top was shot up. Somebody had been using it for target practice. Ready? Oh, ready? I asked. Always. I took a deep breath. Pistols drawn, we popped the door and slid inside. My God, what a wave of nostalgia. It was like old times again, back on Phobos, sliding around corners, hunting those zombies. Up the stairwells, couldn't trust the lifts, elevators. Any minute I knew I'd run into a hell prince, and me without my trusty rocket launcher. Thank God I didn't. We played all our old games, Crossfire, Ooze Barrel Blow, even Rile the Critters. The last was the most fun. You get zombies and Spinies so pissed they munch each other alive. Every floor we visited, we looked for that damn equipment, nada. We climbed higher and higher. I began to get the strong feeling that we'd find the field generator way, way up, 40th floor, all the way at the top. It would be just our luck. We took sig cows, often the first 2 zombies we killed. Why were zombies at Disney headquarters holding like automatic rifles? Whatever. Better than the pistols, even though they were still just 10 millimeter. The next one had a beautiful, wonderful shotgun. I'd take it, even if it was a fascist pump action. What is this deal with it anyway? Like old times, I said. Back on Deimos, she agreed. They die just as easily. I like my new toy. Hold your horses, Fly Taggart, she said. Haven't you forgotten something? Like what? A certain wager. No sooner did she mention the bet than I did indeed remember. There was only one thing to do. Change the subject. These zombies were probably the least of our troubles, Arlene. We can settle this later. No way, Fly. I jumped out of a plane for you. You're gonna pay your damn bet. When she got like this, there was nothing to do but surrender. All the demonic forces of hell were like child's play compared to welching on a bet with Arlene Sanders. Well, now that you mention it, I do have a vague recollection, I lied. And that sig cow looks like a mighty fine weapon at that. Good, she said. You take the sig cow, the shotgun is mine. We resolved this dispute at just about the right moment because a fireball exploded over our heads. We were under bombardment by imps. Now the new weapons would receive a literal baptism of fire. Blowing away the spiny bastards up the 5th floor stairwell, I turned a corner and found myself nose to nose with another Clyde. This close, there was no question. It looked exactly like the same one we'd killed in the alley in Riverside. The same as the two who disarmed us getting on the plane. There was no question now. They were indeed genetically engineered. The aliens had finally made their breakthrough. God help the human race. He raced his .30 caliber, belt-fed, etc., but we had the drop on him. He never knew what hit him. Well, it was a hail of bullets and Arlene's buckshot. And he probably knew what... You know what I mean. But now I had my own weapon. She looked envious. But she had her pick. The bet was paid. That is a really weird paragraph. As a final treat, 37 floors up, Jesus, I was getting winded. I felt like an old man. We were attacked by a big floating familiar old pumpkin. It hissed, it made faces, it spat ball lightning at us. I spat a stream of .30 caliber machine gun bullets back at it, popping it like a beach ball. It spewed all over the room, spraying that blue ichor it uses for blood. Jesus, Fly, said my partner in crime. I'm going to lose my hearing if this keeps up.
What?
That machine gun. It's almost as loud as Jill and her jets.
What's that?
I asked, grinning. I was delighted with the results of my belt-fed baby. She gave me a joyful punch on the arm, my old buddy. I yelped in pain. Where's an uninjured place on your body? She asked.
That's a very good question. I think tumbling down the airstrip eliminated all of those.
Same here, she said. But you can still make a great pumpkin pie. She kicked at the disgusting remains on the ground.
Shall we find the top of the mouse house?
I suggested. After you fly. In battlefield conditions, a proper gentleman goes ahead of the lady. If she asks, anyway. I was happy to oblige, but the nose of my machine gun actually preceded both of us. At the top, we found a prize. The door wasn't even locked. Inside was a room full of computers hooked into a new collection of alien biotech. This stuff gave off a stench, and some of it made mewling sounds, just like an injured animal. I wish Jill could be with us, plotting new ways of becoming a techno-vivisectionist. Gotta be it, said Arlene. I had trouble making out her words, not because my hearing was impaired, but because of the noise level. My machine gun contributed a good portion of it, so did Arlene's shotgun. And there were several explosions, a nice fanfare as we blew away unsuspecting imps and zombies tending the equipment. I picked up a fiberglass baton off the body of an ex-zombie guard and used it to bar the door. I expected more playmates along momentarily. The idea didn't even bother me, not so long as I could buy us some time. Arlene waved the smoke away and began fiddling with the controls on the main console. She frantically started flipping one push switch after another, looking for the one that would kill the field. There has to be a way of doing this, she said, or finding out if we've already done it.
Well, and what makes you so sure?
Well, what if the aliens wanted to fly to Hawaii?
I nodded. I could just see a pinky in one of those Hawaiian shirts.
Damn, I wish we had Jill and Ken with us.
Defeats the whole purpose, AS. They're ready and waiting, 40,000 up, ready to blow for the islands as soon as we cut the bloody field.
Most of the switches require a psi connection to activate, and I can't do that. A psi connection? By now there was a huge contingent pounding on the door. The fiberglass bar was holding them so far. These sounds did not improve Arlene's psychological state or aid the difficult work she was trying to do. I'm not getting it, she said. I'm close, but I'm not getting it. Damn. Is
there anything I can do?
Hold the door! Hold the door! I'm sure there's one special button, but how will I know it even if I find it? As if to mock her, the entire panel went dark right then. She looked up and saw me. Me, her buddy, Fly Taggart, technical dork first class. In my hand, I held a gigantic electrical cord that I'd sliced in half with my commando knife. I knew that knife would come in handy one day.
When in doubt, yank it out,
I said with a smile. She tried to laugh, but was too tired for any sound to come out. Did you learn that in VD class? She asked. Yeah. I was saved from answering her because the door started to give way under the onslaught. Then the shred of a feeble plan crept into my brain. I ran across to the window and smashed them open. We were 40 stories high, looking straight down on concrete. But it seemed better to open the windows than leave them closed.
We took the energy wall down, at least, I said over my shoulder. Jill's got to notice it's gone and tread air for Hawaii.
Arlene nodded, even bleak in victory. She was thinking of Albert. I didn't need alien psionics to know that. The war techies will track her as an unknown rider, added Arlene bleakly. And they'll scramble some jets. They should be able to make contact and talk her down.
Would you say the debt is paid?
I didn't have to specify which debt. Arlene considered for a long time. Yeah, she said at last. It's paid.
Evens?
Evens.
Great. Got a hot plan to talk us down?
I asked my buddy. She shook her head. I had a crazy wish that before Albert was blinded and before Arlene and I had found ourselves in this cul-de-sac, I'd played Dutch uncle to the two lovebirds, complete with blessings and unwanted advice. But somehow this did not seem the ideal moment to suggest that Arlene seriously studied the Mormon faith if she really loved good old Albert. A sermon on why it was better to have some religion, any religion, lay dormant in my mind. What? Also crossing my mind was another sermon on the limitations of the atheist viewpoint, right before your mortal body is ripped to shreds. Bad taste, especially if you delivered it to somebody with only precious seconds left to come up with a hot plan. She shook her head. There's no way, she began, and then paused. Unless... Yes, I asked, trying not to let the sound of a door, 100 slavering monsters outside... Wait, hold on. Yes, I asked, trying not to let the sound of 100 slavering monsters outside the door add panic to the atmosphere. Okay. That was tough, but I got through it. Arlene stared at the door, at the console, then out the window. She went over to the window like she had all the time in the world and looked straight down, then up. For some reason, she looked up. She faced me again, wearing a big, crafty Arlene Sanders smile. You're not going to believe this, Fly Taggart, but I think I have it. I know how to get us down and get us to Hawaii to join Albert. And Jill, I added. I nodded back, convinced she'd finally cracked. Great idea, Arlene. We could use a vacation from all this pressure. You don't believe me. You're right. I don't believe you. Arlene smiled slyly. She was using the early worm that got the bird smile. Glenn Taggart, bring me some duct tape from the toolbox, an armload of computer switch wiring, and the biggest goddamn boot you can find. And thus ends Book 2. She's going to get to Hawaii with wire, tape, and a boot. That's it. That's it. Doom Novel 2 complete. Congratulations, everybody. Thank you. Thank you for gifting all the subs. I don't know what's gonna happen. That's how it ends. That's how it ends. That's how it ends. We need book 3. Yes, we do. We do. We will get it. Don't worry. We'll get book 3. But let me just take this moment to thank everyone for listening and watching the stream so far. I really appreciate it. We're getting into some weird hours. I'm going to be a little low energy for the rest of the stream, but I appreciate you all being here. Thank you very much. All right. I'm not listening to Doom music anymore. It wouldn't fit with these funny cyber jokes. Alright, so this is a book called Cyber Jokes. It's filled with a lot of jokes that aren't cyber at all. In fact, it's a very small minority of the book are dedicated to anything cyber related in the slightest. I skimmed through this book before and read any jokes that seemed remotely cyber related. So there's not a whole lot left, really. I've already picked over the highlights. But that's okay. There's more. I'll pick some of the lowlights now. Because I don't know. This is what I got to read, so here we go. The sub goals should be made for the cyber jokes to stop. Well, you know what? If we hit 50 subs before I'm done reading some cyber jokes, I will stop. The one about the email signatures was beautiful. That was pretty cyber. But this is not. How to remove a dead whale. I am absolutely not making this incident up. In fact, I have it all on videotape. The tape is from a local TV news show in Oregon, which sent a reporter out to cover the removal of a 45-foot, 8-ton dead whale that washed up on the beach. The responsibility for getting rid of the carcass was placed on the Oregon State Highway Division, apparently on the theory that highways and whales are very similar in the sense of being large objects. So anyway, the highway engineers hit upon the plan, remember I am not making this up, of blowing up the whale with dynamite. The thinking is that the whale would be blown into small pieces, which would be eaten by seagulls, and that would be that, a textbook whale removal. So they moved the spectators back up the beach, put a half-ton of dynamite next to the whale, and set it off. I'm probably not guilty of understatement when I say what follows on the videotape is the most wonderful event in the history of the universe. First, you see the whale carcass disappear in a huge blast of smoke and flame. Then you hear happy spectators shouting, "Yay!" and "Wee!" Then suddenly the crowd's tone changes. You hear a new sound like splud. You hear a woman's voice shouting, "Here come pieces of my God!" Then something smears the camera lens. Later, the reporter explains, the humor of the entire situation suddenly gave way to a run for survival as huge chunks of whale blubber fell everywhere. One piece caved in the roof of a car parked more than a quarter of a mile away. Remaining on the beach were several rotting whale sectors the size of condominium units. There were no signs of the seagulls, who had no doubt permanently relocated to Brazil. This is a very sobering videotape. Here at the Institute, we watch it often, especially at picnics. But this is no time for gaiety. This is a time to get hold of the folks at Oregon State Highway Division and ask them, when they get done cleaning up the beaches, to give us an estimate on the U.S. Capitol. Always got to take a swipe at those stupid fucking bureaucrats in Washington. So there you go. That's a cyber joke for you. That was it? Yep, that was it. That's a cyber joke. There you go. Somebody has linked the video there. All right, here's another cyber joke. 10 Commandments slightly revised for the 90s. Ready for some cyber jokes? Number 1, thou shalt not worship or idolize the purple demon known to thee as Baharni, no matter how heavily he is merchandised, lest thy brain become spongified. That's the first commandment. Number 2, thou mayest use the name of Baharni in vain, if necessary, but do not repeat the name often, for it gives the beast power and makes intelligent people wish to puke. Number 3, thou shalt honor the jihad and all who support it, for it is through their efforts that the world shall be saved from the purple menace. This is a pre-9/11 book, huh? Ooh, clip that. Don't clip that. Don't clip that. Jesus. Chat literally chose Pirate Yowie over this. Yeah, that was better, wasn't it? But I'm still going to read this. What's funny is you've already paid for the time. You've already paid for it. So whether or not I read cyber jokes or there's semen on the poop deck, it's the same. It's the same, really. But no, we didn't finish book 1 of the... Wait, what was it? It was the sexology. The semen sexology or something like that. Excuse me, Pirate Yowie? Oh, Malcolm, were you not here for that? Yeah. That was book 1. There's semen on the poop deck. And basically in that novella, a ship captain blasted his load down some dude's throat who turned on him and was actually like the second hand of his old romantic rival. More jokey, at least. Yeah, it was. It understood itself more. All right, there's still more 10 Commandments for the 90s, though. Number 4, thou shalt observe and obey the canon known as the threefold truth and keep it holy. I don't know what that means. Number 5, thou shalt feel free to viciously kill Baharni in any way thou findest convenient and effective, as well as any unrepentant followers of the purple demon. Is this whole thing about Barney the dinosaur? About hating a man in a... Yeah, it's the way they spell it is B''Harnee. That's the joke, Lawrence. It is, you're right. There was a kid's mascot named Barney the dinosaur, and he was just a purple dinosaur, and he sang songs because it was a show for kids. And it was popular in the 90s. And this author thinks it's the height of comedy to take swipes at a kid's mascot. Huh. Number 6, thou shalt not engage in any sexual relation with beings who are not human, are brightly colored, and whose minds are as simple and pliable as silly putty. Number 7, thou shalt not covet or purchase Baharni merchandise, no matter how much thy children may whine and scream. Number 8, thou shalt not steal or allow anyone else to steal or control another's mind using the seductive powers of the purple menace. Number 9, thou shalt do everything in thy power to stop the lie spread by sponge minions concerning the evil one. Teach the threefold truth to everyone thy can, and thou shalt emerge triumphant. What's the threefold truth? I don't know. Number 10, never forget, Barney must be destroyed. All else is immaterial. That's it. Cyber joke. It's really fun. All right. Okay. I see TCP/IP in this. So we got a real honest to God cyber joke here. New Barbie, Fish98. Thanks for the sub. Mattel announces their new line of Barbie products, the Hacker Barbie. Hell yeah! I missed a cyber joke. Awesome. Here we go. Hacker Barbie announced. We got a real humdinger here, ladies and gentlemen. Folks of every persuasion, gather around. We have discovered a new cyber joke. And you guys wanted to read the yaoi fanfic? Not even fanfic. Oh boy. The big yawn there. Hacker Barbie. These new dolls will be released next month. The aim of these dolls is to reverse the stereotype that women are numerophobic. Weird one. Computer illiterate and academically challenged. This new line of Barbie dolls comes equipped with Barbie's very own X-Terminal and Unix documentation, as well as ORA's In a Nutshell series. The Barbie is robed in a dirty button-up shirt and a pair of worn-out jeans with Casio all-purpose watches and thick glasses that can set ants on fire. Pocket protectors and HP calculators optional. The new Barbie has the incredible ability to stare at a screen without blinking her eyes and go without eating or drinking for 12 hours straight. Her vocabulary mainly consists of technical terms such as IP address, TCP/IP, kernel, NP complete, and alpha AXPs. We are very excited about this product, said John Olson, marketing executive, and we hope that the Hacker Barbie will offset the damage incurred by the mathophobic Barbie. A year ago, Mattel released Barbie dolls that said, "Math is hard," with a condescending companion Ken. The Hacker Barbie's Ken is an incompetent consultant who frequently asks Barbie for help. Leading feminists are equally excited about this new line of Barbie dolls. Naomi Wolf says, I believe that these new dolls will finally terminate the notion that women are inherently inferior when it comes to mathematics and the sciences. However, I feel that Ken's hierarchical superiority would simply reinforce the patriarchy and oppress the masses. Mattel made no comment. Parents, however, are worried that they would become technologically behind by comparison to the children when the Hacker Barbie comes out. My daughter Jenny plays with the prototype Hacker Barbie over yonder for 2 days, says Mrs. Mary Carlson of Oxford, Mississippi. And as y'all know, she now pays my credit card bill. I ain't got no idea how she does it. Does D-U-Z. How she does it. But she surely does it. I just don't want to be looked upon as a dumb mama. Mattel will be offering free training courses for those who purchase the Hacker Barbie. The future Hacker Barbie will include several variations to deal with the complex aspects of Barbie. Hacker Barbie Goes to Jail will teach computer ethics to youngsters, while Barbie Writes Like Biff will serve as an introduction to expository writing. That's it. That's it. That's the hacker joke. That's the cyber joke. That's the cyber joke. Okay, all right. This is the last cyber joke that I'll do for this little sub break here. And it's long too. It's long. 34 fun things to do in an elevator. 34 fun things to do in an elevator. Oh, these are going to be wacky. All right, number 1. Whistle the first 7 notes of It's a Small World incessantly. Number 2. Crack open your briefcase or purse and while peering inside ask, got enough air in there? You're going to freak people out, man. People won't be able to handle that. All your free thinking. Number 3. Offer name tags to everyone getting on the elevator. Wear yours upside down. Okay, buddy. Okay, buddy. Well, wacky woo over here. Stand silent and motionless in the corner facing the wall without getting off. Oh, this was pre-Blair Witch. Number 5. When arriving at your floor, grunt and strain to yank the doors open, then act embarrassed when they open themselves. That's funny. 6. Lean over to another passenger and whisper, Noogie Patrol coming. 7. Greet everyone getting on the elevator with a warm handshake and ask them to call you Admiral. 8. At the highest floor, hold the doors open and demand that it stay open until you hear the penny you dropped down the shaft go plink at the bottom. Number 9. Blow your nose and offer to show the contents of your Kleenex to the other passengers. Just letting it loose. This is some formal Friday antics. You let people wear jeans to the office and people start going crazy. Number 10. Stare grinning at another passenger for a while, then announce, I've got new socks on. These are more like cyber pranks than cyber jokes. Isn't a prank just a form of joke? I've got new socks on. Awesome. Jesus. Sorry, I just heard an animal run across the roof. It's like pitter-pattering. Whatever it is, it's heavy. Maybe a raccoon or something? Weird. 11. Meow occasionally. Meow. Might be a child. A feral child. Number 12. Bet the other passengers you can fit a whole quarter in your nose. Curse anyone who doesn't express an interest in your talent. Complain about the downfall of society's interest in the performing arts. That actually sounds pretty fun. I like taking it to society. 13. Show the other passengers a wound and ask if it looks infected. Ask if they will help you use the emergency phone to get medical attention. If they refuse, ask them to at least kiss your cut, like Mom used to. So wait, you have to have an open wound? All right, here's a sick prank, all right? Shoot yourself. Go into the elevator and shoot yourself in the leg. And people will lose their minds. Just go on the elevator and shoot yourself directly in the foot. Shoot a toe off. And then people will see that your toe shot off and they'll go crazy. They'll just lose their minds, man. Epic prank. That's not on this list, unfortunately. Number 14, sing Mary Had a Little Lamb while continuously pushing buttons. Oh, bucko. Slam your dick in the door. Just expose yourself. That's what we call cyber prank. 15. Carry a cooler that says a human head on the side. 16. Stare at another passenger for a while, then announce, "You're one of them," and move to the far corner of the elevator. 17. Ask each passenger getting on if you can push the button for them. Number 18. Ask each passenger getting off if you can push the button for them. Number 19. When the elevator is silent, look around and ask, "Is that your beeper?" Demand a strip search of all passengers when no one confesses to having a beeper. Number 20. Play the harmonica. Ask your fellow passengers if they happen to have a can of beans and some firewood. 21. Say ding at each floor. Ugh. Imagine somebody doing that. Like it's morning and they got my coffee order wrong. And then there's this asshole going ding, 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 looking around like smiling, ding, waiting for somebody else to be like, "Hey, this guy on a Monday morning." Ugh. And you're tired and you're hungover. Ding. 22. Lean against the button panel. Well, that's actually a good, insidious, and shitty thing to do. 23. Say, "I wonder what all these do," and push the red buttons. All right. 24. Listen to the elevator walls with a stethoscope, shaking your head sadly. Number 25. Draw a little square on the floor with chalk and announce to the other passengers that this is your personal space. 26. Bring a chair along. I mean, that's actually that's decent. If you went into an elevator with like a chair, put it down and sat in it, and then when the elevator stopped, you got up and grabbed the chair and went with you, that'd be pretty good. That's quirky. 27. Carry a blanket and clutch it protectively. Refuse to discuss it. Dude, no one's going to ask. 28. Make explosion noises when anyone presses a button. 29. Wear X-ray specs and leer suggestively at the other passenger. 30. Stare at your thumb and say, "I think it's getting larger." 31. Count down 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and then suddenly duck. 32. Sell motion sickness medicine. 33. Eat butter. Ooh. Wicked prank. Eat butter, man. People lose their minds. Just take a stick of butter and eat it with your hands. 34. Walk in. Look confused and ask, "Where's the pedals?" That's it. You guys did it. Those are fun. 34. Fun things to do in an elevator. Hey, that guy's eating butter. You can't just eat butter. What the hell, man? You're going crazy. Are you okay? Are you okay? Are you... People lived entire lives that with like just such narrow experience ranges. He's losing it. I'm thinking about how crazy I would go if I saw somebody eating butter, especially if I were on an elevator. The last place I ever expect somebody to eat butter. Maybe sitting in a chair with new socks on. Crazy. It's time for cyber jokes. It's time for cyber jokes. This is pretty good cyber joke music. Ugh. They wanted cyber joke. More cyber joke. Where did I put it? Oh, I was using it to block reflected sun. That's right. Joke chip installing. Ooh, that's cyber. One more full 50 sub bar for the full 24 hours. That's correct. 40 more subs, and it will be a full 24-hour stream. Then I'm just going to take the timer off, because that's enough. That's enough. Cyber jokes, though. Cyber joke. Cyber joke. Let's see what we got. Signs you watched too much Star Trek. Read that one. That was a good one. Air quotes good. Microsoft Windows 95 stuns world. Read that one. Unclassifiable classifieds. The following excerpts were culled from the classified sections of newspapers across the country. That is so old. That is so old. Wanted 50 girls for stripping machine operators in factory. We do not tear your clothing with machinery. We do it carefully by hand. Dog for sale. Eats anything and is fond of children. For sale, 8 puppies from a German Shepherd and an Alaskan Hussy. God, this is old. Lost, small apricot poodle. Reward, neutered like one of the family. Man wanting to work in dynamite factory must be willing to travel. Used cars. Why go elsewhere to be cheated? Come here first. A superb and inexpensive restaurant. Fine food expertly served by waitresses in appetizing forms. Weird. Okay, I'm skipping the rest of this. News flash. Okay, here we go. This is... Okay, here's a cyber joke for you. Okay? Little slow start there with the classified ads. That... Does anyone even know what a classified ad is? I remember I wanted to, like, sell some video games. And my dad told me to take out a classified ad for it. I guess this was pretty good. Pretty good training, actually. But yeah. So I remember taking out a classified ad when I was like 5. Because I needed money and I wanted to sell some of my stuff. And nobody called me. Nobody reads the classified ads. Ben Ubbs. Hello. What is a classified ad? It's Craigslist. Yeah. It was Craigslist, but there was a section in the newspaper where people just posted whatever. Whatever they wanted. It was just like you bought letters, basically. You bought like text space. So you could put like, I'm selling this shit, $50 and then your phone number. Or it could just be a weird message. Or it could be like code for wanting to fuck. All sorts of fun things. People don't know classifieds. It feels so old. Yup. If you know classifieds, you are old. Sorry. Unless you're just a weird kid. And you're into that stuff. Like really obsessed with the minutiae of living pre-internet. Have you been awake this whole time? Yes. Yes, I have. Newsflash. Sorry. Getting distracted from my cyber joke. In a surprise move, Microsoft chairman Bill Gates announced yesterday that he has purchased the entire calendar year of 1995. 1995 will be replaced instead by Year M, to be followed by actual 1995. Windows 95 was not going to ship on schedule, Gates said, but we couldn't change the name again. People were starting to get confused. So instead of spending a lot of time and money on a new marketing campaign, we decided just to buy 1995. That way we could get an extra year to debug Windows and get it shipped for what will be the new 1995. Rad. Dunked on him. 31 in 3 days. I'm young in pro wrestler years. Yeah. You're just entering your prime, basically. And your prime lasts until you're 70. Okay, it keeps going, though. We're not done. Microsoft arranged this coup by leveraging its financial assets to bail out the federal government and pay off the national debt. The IRS is being disbanded for next year, but taxes will be collected as usual with one change. All checks must be made payable to Bill Gates. A side benefit of this purchase is that Gates now owns the judicial branch for the duration of year M. Speculators stated that Gates would likely use this opportunity to dismiss the numerous lawsuits pending against Microsoft. Gates apparently feels this would be cheaper than actually hiring lawyers to represent his rickety cases. In a related story, God has filed suit against Gates because of his purchase, claiming time to be the sole property of God. In a countersuit, Gates claims God is a monopoly and demands that he be broken up into deity conglomerates. Gosh, said Gates, they broke up AT&T. Why can't we break up God? Inside sources at Microsoft said that Gates was looking for an early resolution to the suit by hiring God as a programmer. Evidently, God has the exact profile Gates is looking for in a programmer. He doesn't mind rainy climates, doesn't need any money, isn't married, and can work for at least 6 days without sleeping. If we could just get some employees like that, Gates lamented, we would be able to ship Windows 95 on time. Roasted. Skewered. You got pranked, bro. You think Gates ever stays up at night thinking about the time he got dunked on in cyber jokes? Do you think in the cold of night, Gates shocks awake in his silk sheets, gasping for air? The thought of cyber jokes closing around his neck like a noose. Ugh. Imagine being the one who wrote these cyber jokes and wielding such power. The power to unmake somebody, to just destroy their world with words. Hey, Keanu. Keanu, please. Hey, how's it going? He can jump over a chair. That was such a... Yeah, he can. He's a nimble little guy. What is this? Okay, I'm gonna try a few of these. I'm gonna rattle off a few of these jokes. These are not very cyber, but that's okay. They can still be jokes. They're not jokes either. You did what? Is this section? You did what? Gafgarian. Thanks for gifting 10 subs there. Oh, Jail Burrito? Yeah? Wait, where'd you read that? Where'd you read that? Where'd you read that? 'Cause it's true. It's true. You did what? You did what? It's a new section. It's a new section. You did what? The terse prose required for an insurance form accident report can be quite a challenge for some people. The following excerpts represent the best of the genre and capture the infinite potential of the human mind. You did what? Coming home, I drove into the wrong house and collided with a tree I don't have. You did what? That's the reaction to each of these. The other car collided with mine without giving a warning of its intentions. I thought my window was down, but I found it was up when I put my hand through it. You did what? What? I told the police that I was injured, but on removing my hat, I found I had fractured my skull. Boing? What? You did what? I collided with a stationary truck coming the other way. Okay, there's a lot of these. There's so many of these. Okay, there's 4 pages of these. 4 pages. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4, you did what? That's too much joke. It's too much of a joke for me. These are just like straight up chain letters. 2. Yeah, they just copied a lot of the openings from the Simpsons. Right, hold on. I think there's a cyber joke in here. Maybe? Yeah, that's stupid. Asking a bunch of philosophers why the chicken crossed the road. That's stupid. Okay, I see a reference to Fortran in this cyber joke. So it's pretty cyber. Wait, did I read this? No, okay. La Boîte Bleue. Translated from the memoirs of Jean Turing von Neumann. A minor 19th century post-impressionist programmer. What track is playing right now? Age of Empires 3. All right. I will never forget that spring, that day. Paris had an air of revolution. The week before, an exhibition of Seurat's listings had caused a sensation. In his unrelenting quest for simplicity, he had reduced all of programming to 3 machine instructions. The resulting 6,000-line bubble sort. Oh my god. These are really deep and stupid programming references. This is a tech cyber joke for sure. I just gotta slow down. Take my time. Sorry. Reading coding stuff. This is getting difficult. The resulting 6,000-line bubble sort had shocked the critics. My own recent efforts had been received poorly. I had cut and slashed through my programs, juxtaposing blocks of code in a way that exposed the underlying intensity of the algorithm without regard to convention or syntax. Dupope, thanks for gifting 10 subs. Oh, man. And Fool is Hour, thank you for the resub. Thank you, thank you. But it doesn't compile, they complained, as if programming was all about adhering to their primitive language definitions. As if it was my duty to live within the limits of their antiquated and ordinary compilers. So it was that day I came to La Boîte Bleue, seeking solace and companionship. La Boîte Bleue was where we gathered those days. The wine there was cheap, the tables were large, and they kept a complete set of language manuals behind the bar. As I entered, I heard Henry's measured accent above the din. Toulouse-Lautrec was seated at a table. That's another impressionist painter. Actually, I think I like that one. I got to see some works by Toulouse-Lautrec. Yeah, whatever. Seated at a table spread with green bar. Manet, red-faced, loomed over him. Damn your recursion, Henry. Iteration, however complex, is always more efficient. Manet stormed away from the table in the direction of the bar. He always seemed angry. Toulouse, okay, thank you. He always seemed angry at that time. Partly because his refusal to write in anything but Fortran isolated him from the rest of the avant-garde. Partly because people kept confusing him with Monet. Henry motioned to me to join him at the table. He asked me if I had heard from Vincent recently. We were all concerned about Van Gogh. Only a few days before, he had completed an order sorting routine that required no additional memory. It's closer to Toulouse? Okay. It's a Z sounding S. Toulouse? Okay. Z. Unfortunately, because he had written it in C and refused on principle to comment his code, no one had understood a line of it. He had not taken it well. No? Why? I replied. He and Gauguin Had a violent argument last night over whether a side effect should be considered output, and he hasn't been seen since. I fear he may have done something rash. Oh yeah, this song rocks. Red Ahead, thank you for gifting 10 subs. That's close. I think that's got it, actually. I think that's gonna make it run the 24. We were suddenly interrupted by the waitress's terrified scream. I turned in time to see something fall from the open envelope she held in her hand. Stooping to retrieve it, I was seized by a wave of revulsion as I recognized that object in my hand. Bestially torn from its accustomed place was the mouse from Van Gogh's workstation. The waitress, who had fainted, lay in an unnoticed heap beside me. By the evening, the incident had become the talk of Paris. A cyber joke! He tore his mouse off! Ha ha! All the... It's like, what if Renaissance painters were programmers? I wonder if these people wanted to be... I wonder if they wanted to be writers for, like, SNL or for, like, evening shows. Like Tonight shows. Yeah, I read that one. I read the Culture Shock one. That was a cyber joke. That was very cyber. Some of these are like ASCII. They're like ASCII jokes printed in a book. I guess that's pretty cyber. On. There's like somebody jumping off of a high jump board or something. They're straight up like chain letters. That's the whole joke. That's all there was. Yep, that was it. Yes. You're supposed to get a sensible chuckle out of the framing. Oh, okay, we got 9 subs to go. Okay, all right. Who is Samuel Goldwyn? Internet's list of Samuel Goldwynisms. Here's a couple of Goldwynisms for you, whoever that is. If I could drop dead right now, I'd be the happiest man alive. Keep a stiff upper chin. Damn it. I already fucked it up. Don't worry about the war. It's all over but the shooting. Oh. Here we go. Wait. I think I read these. I did read these. Never mind. We've already cybered that joke. Thesis defense. Darwin Award nominee. Okay. Okay, here we go. Here we go. All right. This will be our last cyber joke for this reading session, whatever that means. I guess this is a cyber joke. Oh, thank you. DH Ruvenator. Deruvinator? Ruvinator. I always take 3 attempts, but I get pretty close by the 3rd one. Sometimes further away. All right, new element discovered. Oh, French dirty mongoose. You've done it. You tipped us over, thank you. New element discovered at Naval Research Lab. The heaviest element known to science was recently discovered by physicists at the Naval Research Laboratory. The element, tentatively named administratium, had no protons or electrons, and thus has an atomic number of 0. However, it does have 1 neutron, 120 assistant neutrons, 75 vice neutrons, and 111 assistant vice neutrons. This gives it an atomic mass of 312. These 312 particles are held together in a nucleus by a force that involves the continuous exchange of meson-like particles called morons. Since it has no electrons, administratium is inert. However, it can be detected chemically as it impedes every reaction it comes into contact with. God. Oh, man. Really dunking on those fucking middle management fat cats. According to the discoverers, a minute amount of administratium caused one reaction to take over 4 days to complete, when it would normally occur in less than 1 second. Administratium has a normal half-life of approximately 3 years, at which time it does not actually decay, but instead undergoes a reorganization in which assistant neutrons, vice neutrons, and assistant vice neutrons exchange places. Some studies have shown that the atomic weight actually increases after such reorganization. Research at other laboratories indicates that administratium occurs naturally in the atmosphere. It tends to congregate at certain points, such as government agencies, large corporations, and universities, and can even be found in the newest, best-maintained buildings. Scientists point out that administratium is known to be toxic at any level of concentration, and can easily destroy any productive reactions where it is allowed to accumulate. Attempts are being made to determine how administratium can be controlled to prevent irreversible damage, but the results are not promising. Got him! Got him! Imagine your boss's fat face when they read that. I'm going to put this up in the break room and then lean against the corkboard and look at everyone real smug. I'm going to be the coolest dude in the office. Okay, well, technically, the sub-hype thing is full. It is full. It means you guys have done it. I can just turn all this off now. Oops, I left time remaining. Or should the timer stay up? Because it'll be like 2 hours now. But I don't know. To celebrate that, though, I should probably read one more cyber joke, yeah? Timer up is good? Okay. Why didn't the clock come back? Why didn't the clock come back? Where's the clock? Come on, clock. Come on now. I don't understand why sometimes web-based alerts can be really weirdly finicky. In terms of like when and how they push updates and stuff. There we go. Okay. Okay. Want to show up now? Fine. That's fine. That's cool. This is a cyberthon, right? Sure is. As it is now. Thanks to the outrageous generosity of everyone in chat and in the community. Thank you all very much for pushing this to a full 24-hour stream. 2 more hours left for the full wraparound. And I got one more cyber joke for you. And then we'll be done with cyber jokes. Maybe. Unless I want to read another cyber joke. That just happens sometimes. And then we'll get back to Fallout New Vegas and I'll start traipsing around the strip. Hopefully not staring at so many titties. I should maybe back off the titties. Those are some real intense honkers. Some real just blasting jugulars. All right. This one's called Macs versus IBMs. Don't back down. I really don't want to like. Don't be a bitch. I mean, I guess after this stream, I can afford to have my stream wrist slapped a little bit. Boko Ton Honkeros. Exactly. We love the jugs. I know, that's the problem. That's the problem. People love them titties too much. A little too much. You got to protect them from themselves. They are natural after all. That's true. That's true. If Twitch does anything, I can just accuse them of not supporting natural breasts. Bouncing natural breasts. Little B&B. All right? Nobody can say no to little B&B. Little Milky Wilky? Exactly. Anyway, Macs versus IBMs. As I was walking down the street the other day, I noticed a man working on his house. He seemed to be having a lot of trouble. As I came closer, I saw that he was trying to pound a nail into a board by a window with his forehead. He seemed to be in a great deal of pain. This made me feel very bad, watching him suffer so much just to fix his window pane. I thought to myself, here is an opportunity to make somebody very happy simply by showing him a better way to do things. Seeing him happy would make me happy too. So I said, "Excuse me, sir. There's a better way to do that." He stopped pounding his head into the nail and with blood streaming down his face said, "What?" I said, "There's a better way to pound that nail. You can use a hammer." He said, "What?" I said, "A hammer. It's a heavy piece of metal on a stick. You can use it to pound the nail. It's faster and it doesn't hurt you when you use it." "What, hammer, huh?" That's right. If you get one, I can show you how to use it, and you'll be amazed at how much easier it'll be, how much easier it'll make your job. Somewhat bewildered, he said, "I think I've seen hammers, but I thought they were just toys for kids." Well, I suppose kids could play. Wait, hold on. Kids could play with hammers. But I think what you saw were brightly colored plastic hammers. They look a bit like real hammers, but they're much cheaper and don't really do anything, I explained. Oh. Please get to the punchline. So remember, the name of this short story is Macs versus IBMs. Keep that in mind. It might give you a hint as to where it's going. "Oh," he said, "but hammers are more expensive than using my forehead. I don't want to spend the money for a hammer." Somewhat frustrated, I said, "But in the long run, the hammer would pay for itself, because you would spend more time pounding nails and less time treating head wounds." "But I can't do as much with a hammer as I can with my forehead," he said with conviction. Exasperated, I went on. "Well, I'm not quite sure what else you've been using your forehead for, but hammers are marvelously useful tools. You can pound nails, pull nails, pry apart boards. In fact, every day, people like you seem to be finding new ways to use hammers. I'm sure a hammer would do all these things much better than your forehead." "But why should I start using a hammer? All my friends pound nails with their foreheads too. If there were a better way to do it, I'm sure one of them would have told me," he countered. He caught me off guard. Perhaps they are all thinking the same thing. You could be the first one to discover this new way to do things, I said with enthusiasm. With a skeptical look in his blood-stained eye, he said, "Look, some of my friends are professional carpenters. You can't tell me they don't know the best way to pound nails." Well, even professionals become set in their ways and resist change. Then, in a frustrated yell, I continued, "I mean, come on! You can't just sit there and try to convince me that using your forehead to pound nails is better than using a hammer." He yelled back, "Hey, listen, buddy. I've been pounding nails with my forehead for many years now. Sure, it was painful at first, but it's second nature to me. Besides, all my friends do it this way. And the only people I've ever seen using hammers were little kids. Take your stupid children's toys and get the hell off my property." Stunned, I started to step back. I nearly tripped over a large box of head bandages. I noticed a very expensive price tag on that box and an eerie blue company logo on the price tag. I had seen all I needed to see. The man had somehow been brainwashed, possibly by the expensive bandage company, and was beyond help. Hell, let him bleed, I thought. People like that deserve to bleed to death. I walked along, happy that I owned not one, but 3 hammers at home. I use them every day at school, and I use them now every day at work, and I love them. A sharp pain hit my stomach as I recalled the days before I used hammers. But I reconciled myself with the thought that tonight, at the Hammer Users Club meeting, I could talk to all my friends about their hammers. We will make jokes about all the idiots we know who don't have hammers and discuss whether we should spend all of our money buying the fancy new hammers that just came out. Then when I get home, like every night, I will sit up and use one of my hammers till very late when I finally fall asleep. In the morning, I will wake up ready to go out into the world proclaiming to all non-hammer users how they too could become an expert hammer user like me. The end of that cyber joke. Hammer means computer? No, Brandon. Worse. Hammer means Mac. Everyone out there pounding nails in with their forehead uses IBM PCs, which they weren't even IBM PCs at that time that were running Windows. I will go to my Mac Users Club. The name of the story was Macs versus IBMs. The Mac user is the smart, cool new one. No. Macs versus IBMs is the name of the story. The forehead was the Mac? No. No way. No way. Do you think? Maybe it is backwards. So they talked about backing up and tripping over the blue logo. I thought they were well, Windows boxes were blue. XP was like green. Oh, IBM is blue? Oh, okay. Oh, it's the IBM logo. Okay. Yeah, you're right. God, you're right. For some reason I thought Windows. Yeah. Yeah, no, the smarmy protagonist was definitely the Mac user. Because he got to pound in nails. Like, pounding nails is the metaphor for using a PC. They're both pounding in nails. The dumb idiot IBM users are smashing it in with their foreheads, whereas the smart Galaxy Brain 5000 IQ virile male Apple users are using hammers. They're the smart ones. It's a very cyber joke. It's a understandable if you don't understand it because of how cyber it is. It really is a very truly cyber joke. Really, truly. Sesame Street, stupid. Okay, yeah, that's the end of cyber jokes. No more cyber jokes. We're done with cyber jokes. Here's an annoying problem. I set it to save power. I set Windows to turn my monitors off, but now it just goes to the lock screen. And I can't find a single setting for that to like not use the lock screen. What happened is I changed my lock screen to show pictures instead of whatever it was set to, and now it uses it. And now it goes to the lock. It never did that before. It would just turn my shit off. Anyway.